entirety of qualifying. It is brand new this year, and look at all these new names coming through. Every season of Drift Masters, at every stop, we bring in the wild cards, the local boys. Well, you see some interesting names here dropping in, especially the Spanish ones. We don't know what to expect. We're going to be watching them very, very closely. We also have a bunch of rookies in this year, drivers from all over the world, Japan, Canada, Ireland, tons of drivers that we've never seen in competition in Drift Masters before. And then, of course, we move to the, I would say, the Masters. We've got some apprentices in there, but we got the Masters, the guys who have been putting it on for the last couple of years, who've been hitting the podiums, but they're all going to believe if they're sitting in the mid-pack last year, they want to be top of the order this year. And then we got the guys at the end of qualifying, which are the ones under the most pressure. Your Conor Shanahans, your Peter Viagioni, you've got your Juha Rintonens, you got your Dwayne McKeever. These are the guys that were top 10 last year, who are hoping to start the season the way they finished last season. However, with Laurie Hine and Conor Shanahan finished at 1 and 2 in Poland at the end of last season, they're going to be the ones that have the target on their back from the off-in.
They certainly do, Dave. And you know what? Conor Shanahan already saying he's under a lot of pressure. Untested in the car this year. He went out for practice earlier on. He had a few issues, couldn't really get the car together. Laurie Hine, on the other hand, flying, said he feels better than ever in the car, Dave. It's going to be unbelievable and unpredictable.
Well, you know what? We could talk all day, but I want to see these boys on track, and this is going to be the start of an amazing season. I can feel it. We start here in Spain. Let's get into qualifying. So hold on to your hats, here we go. This is the real deal. The testing is over, the builds are over, and it all comes down to this, and it comes down to the first competitive run of the championship. Ian, it is going to be our first Spanish driver, Igor Duro. He is the champion of Spain, current champion of Spain. Yeah. So this is going to give us a tester of someone who's driven this track before. However, this track's so vast, so, MotoGPs here and stuff, they don't drive it a whole lot. So everybody's kind of in the same fishbowl here of trying to figure it out. Although he might be not suffering from the heat as many of the drivers from Scandinavia and further northern Europe, that they're saying it's very hot here today. That's no doubt about it. It's going to be a real war of attrition in the queue just to keep your concentration. Yeah,
100%, Dave. And yeah, you say these guys have turned a wheel on this track before, but certain parts, these guys have never drifted this layout. This layout completely custom and specific to Drift Masters. So even these guys, we're seeing them in the paddock saying, this is a tough track, this is very fast. It's not what we're used to on a national level. You really stepped it up for the Drift Masters grid of drivers, and we had to test these guys, Dave. Every year, every round, we push them to their limits to see who is the best of the best.
Absolutely. And this is an interesting one because he's running the engine that originally came in this car. So
no way.
It is very strange. You won't see much of that today. It is actually an M3 with an M3 engine. However, it's stroked out. The displacement made bigger to 4.4. Slap a big old supercharger on there, and you get yourself 560. Well, you get yourself 721 horsepower, my mistake, and that's enough to get around here pretty fast. Let's see how Igor Duro gets on in the first run of qualifying. Coming in against a stacked grid, he'll want to get into that top 32. Let's see how he gets on.
He certainly will, Dave. He'll want to prove himself here. You see that white line? That is as far over as that lead car can go on initiation. Nice flick there. Gets himself on throttle. See the dust flick up there, but front wheels wandering and waving. You can see he's not confident in the car, but this is the first qualifying run for him. Full throttle now as he comes down into this outside zone, flicks the car from left to right. Now they can dial on quite a lot of angle here into this last outside zone to slow the car down and settle it. You can see him locking up the front wheels. He stands on the accelerator, gets it across the line. You know what, I'd say to calm the nerves and get one in the bag, not a bad run for Igor Duro there.
No, but I think he definitely suffered from a little bit of understeer, and we call straightning, which is when all four wheels are facing the one direction. Judges aren't going to want to see that. That's something, and I think it happened a lot through that first corner. Initiation, weight transfer, flick it in. That's what the judges want to see, aggression. But you see as he goes through, watch the front wheels. They straighten up dramatically just around here, and that's not what the judges want to see. They want to see the cars on opposite lock and angle, and that's very straight for a very long period of time. In Drift Masters, the judges are pretty harsh. They are not, when it comes to judging, they know the level that's here. Yeah. So they can't give anyone any favors because they know it's gonna bite them in the end because everybody's gonna be so close at the top. So for Igor there, I think some of those mistakes are gonna cost him a big score here.
Yeah, of course, our judging panel back to, as it always is, we have Kevin O'Connell in the hot seat, David Callas and Vernon Svaneveld from the Netherlands. Our crew, Dave, that solid team of judges that we've used for many, many years now, they're back. And David Callas, our head judge for this round. We're going to circulate the judges throughout the year and give that responsibility of head judge to the different judges.
Head judge spins around each round. So we get each judge of the three gets 2 rounds a season as the head judge.
As a head judge.
Just to keep things, maybe a little bit more interesting and a little bit more perspective on things. Just trying to move the sport forward as much as we can. But yeah, we're just having a quick look at Igor's run here. I think the judges are probably having a little debate on this one, whether it may flirt with a 0 because he did straighten up for a considerable amount of time. So let's just see what happens. Yeah, it's a 0 on the board. That's whenever you see the replay come in 2 or 3 times, they're double checking something. something, and that to me was too much of the car not drifting. Drift masters, not drive masters.
Not drive masters.
You don't want to be doing that. So here we go on to our next driver. These are all new to us, Ian, and I'm looking forward to a very bright car. Ruben in there looking pretty confident. Balenos from Spain, 33 years of age in this E46. And Balenos has got 760 horsepower. It's a Toyota Supra 2JZ under the bonnet of this E46, and let's see how it gets on.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, we did see Rubens at Poland in the final, made his debut there and got a wildcard entry. Look at this big handbrake drag through that first outside zone. He leaves it a little bit early, but now keeps the car on angle. You can see, as Dave mentioned earlier, no wandering and waving, the wheels not straight. Oh, just about avoids that inside zone. He flicks the car on angle to get himself around it. Big handbrake drag once again there. He's going to be marked down on points, but if he can keep this on circuit and going well, he may just score some points, and a lot of handbrake dabs there to try and adjust the car. That rear, that last outside zone looks flat from that view. Let me tell you, it is uphill on camber, so all he wants to do is try and push the car to the inside of the circuit naturally for racing. So that's why these guys are struggling to keep the back end of the car out in that outside
Well, you
zone.
got to remember that when you're drifting on a circuit, you're actually not using the racing line most of the time. I mean, no racing car is going to dive left and right down these straights like these guys are. So it is not the perfect way to go around the track. It's actually a challenging way, and that's what makes it look so unnatural for these cars. But I think for me with Ruben, he's making a lot of errors on here. You know, at some points he's on throttle, off throttle. It's a little, you know, I think he's tentative at times. He's not fully committing. You can see handbraking into those zones. Those are full throttle areas. And when we say full throttle, we don't see any braking. So when you see those rear wheels lock up, you see those front wheels lock up, and there's a big decel like here. You know, a little decel is okay, but a lot of decel is going to hurt you. And I think he's coming into most of these zones with too much decel, and then he's having to leave those zones early, as you can see here, because he doesn't have enough momentum to stay going on the outside line. So again, it's the first one in qualifying. It doesn't really matter. You can put a score on the board. You know, your nerves are settled. Then you'll go for the big run when you see what everybody else has got. It's a bit like poker. You know, everybody flips a card down through qualifying. Everybody starts showing their hand. So you don't know if you just get a run, you might get through, or if everything goes disastrous for everybody else, or you'll know later in the competition, I need to do way better than this, or I'm going to be sitting out the battle. So very early in the competition, especially these guys coming in as wild cards or rookies, they're not going to have any reference point here. So it's difficult to know until the second run. So a 53 on the board for Ruben Balenos from Espanyol. He is in first position so far, but he's the only one that scored. So that's it will be easy to be in first place right now. So our next driver up will be John Caballer from Spain, 800 horsepower in this S13. It's an RB30, so this is a very stroked out GTR engine in this thing, and it is absolutely slammed on the ground, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, we see this yesterday in the pits, and that was the first thing you said to me, is look how low it is. So I was like, Dave, that doesn't mean it's always that cool, but
it's cool,
it was cool for you. Look at that, nice initiation, big angle. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold it, as he now dials it on even more now when he's over-rotated.
Yeah, no, he went to the moon, as the kids say these days. He went for the big, massive flick into the first corner, but that is not going to work, I think, unless you're very confident on the circuit. There's two areas where you can pull big angles: the first corner and the very last, the entry right here into the last corner. But if you get it wrong, it goes wrong in a big way, and you can see there it did not work out for John Caballer. I would say a little bit of nerves there, just coming in trying to you know, trying to impress, knowing the quality of drivers we have on this circus around Europe. He's watched all the events. He's going, well, I'm not going to turn up here and do a half run. No. So I think he went a little too hot, and that's going to score him a 0.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, well, I agree with you there, Dave. We do need to make it official from our judges. And that score drops in now. Yeah, there we go. It will be a 0 for the first qualifying run there for John Caballer. And you have to go back and reevaluate. Change his driving style.
It's not where you want to be, because if you score a 0, it's all down to your second run, and that puts more nerves and more pressure on some of these guys. So now we move on to our next driver. It is going to be João Vieira from Portugal. He's only 19 years of age. He is the champion of Portugal 2023, so coming in with a lot of trophies in the cabinet, and he's got a 900 horsepower 2JZ BMW. Again, these are drivers we haven't witnessed in the championship before. If you guys are watching on, if you're, you know, big-time Drift Masters fans, we're like you guys, just seeing how they get on, and it's good. It's a good showcase for a lot of these guys. A big initiation coming out of the early zone. Just a little too early and missing that inside zone. So right now, just trying to claw some points back, but then having a mechanical issue and the car shuts down. And that looks to me like that is a major failure, as the car almost jolted to a stop.
Yeah, not sure. Oh, his hands on the head as well. You could see him there in a little bit of desperation. That will be a 0 as well.
It's not easy
I'm not
out
sure. To me, we've had a lot of gearboxes. We've had a lot of transmission failures so far this weekend. I think that's down to the amount of pressure they're under from that initiation, because you can see there, from that shot, the track starts to climb uphill. So it's all uphill, then it goes downhill, then it goes back uphill again. And I wonder if these guys now are starting to feel the grip out in the car. We're at midday, so the track is as hot as it's going to get. I wonder if the grip from end of practice to now has kind of gone up a little notch.
Yeah, and I think what it's doing is putting incredible pressure on the drivetrain.
Yeah.
So you go clutches, gearboxes, you know, prop shafts and axles are going to be under pressure here, because they're running the stickiest 285 with tires you can imagine, and they are pretty much drag radials on the back.
Yeah.
So pretty much, if you think about it, they're not putting, you know, if you're a new time follower of drifting, you think, oh, these guys are sliding around the place. These guys need this 700 to 900 horsepower to be able to spin what is essentially absolutely gripped up drag racing setups, and that's what happens. At some point, that metal can bend, it can break, you know, bolts can come loose. So that's what's happened right there. We just want to give you a quick update, as Ian was mentioning just before we got into the qualifying session, that we've had a huge amount of, you know, big names have problems in the pit area.
Yeah.
We've had Peter Viansek, two-time champion. He's blown an engine in practice. They're trying to get that car back together. Juha Rintanen blowing an engine in practice. We've had Adam Zalewski blow an engine in practice. Newcomer to the championship, Josiah Falaise from Canada, also swapping an engine right now to try and get back out for qualifying. And transmissions, and it goes on and it goes on. So to be honest, a lot of the action this morning that you guys wouldn't have witnessed was in the pits, because that was where all the fury was. On the track, there was barely at times drivers on the track, because there were so many broken down. And this happens when you build these really, really expensive, fancy cars over the winter. You test them on dynos, which haven't got a huge amount of resistance. You might test them loosely in your local track. When you put them in full grip setup, full kill mode for something like this, then you start to see the components fail.
Yeah, that's when the problems and the issues show their face. And a lot of drivers have said this to me. You know, we spent a lot of time in the last 2 days walking around the paddock, talking to the drivers, catching up with all the new builds, and they've said, you know, the biggest question is, have you tested the car? Have you had any seat time in it? And they'll say, I have tested it, but I couldn't test it at this level. You know, I've got some friends with some drift cars, and we go out to practice days and we kind of test the cars together, but it's not the same simulation. If you've been following Peter Viansek on social media, you'll know that he spent a lot of time in Italy with his new Supras and his S15s testing that simulation of real-world, you know, comparison side by side. What is it like to drift the Supra against his S15? And even now, he said, you know, we had problems with engines, but we're all good. Today, comes out on track, loses an engine.
It was really strange, because he did one incredible lap of the
track.
track.
Unbelievable.
Where we were all like, okay, he's back. He's in the game.
He's back.
And then the next, he didn't even get off the start line. The car broke down. So it's so hard to know what's going to happen. But we're going to move it along in the order as we see our next driver coming to the start line. Oscar Ruiz from Spain. And he's had a couple of podiums in Spain. He's
this car, though.
He's got a Dodge Viper.
Not just a Dodge Viper engine.
V10?
Yep.
He's got a V10. So he's basically got a V10 with 1,300 horsepower, because it's got twin turbos. Because if it wasn't enough to have a V10, you got to put 2 turbos on it. This thing is a beast.
I'm yet to see it go. We are going to see it in full anger right now. Big initiation, gets into that first outside zone, stands on the throttle, but waits to get on the throttle. You can see him getting that car set up, dialed in, as he now opens up, unleashes 1,300 horsepower, looks across the circuit, and he's going to find himself coming a little short here for that outside zone, and he does. He mistimes it, gets around that inner zone, transitions back once again now. The long outside zone coming up for him. He's just about keeping a wheel in it. He goes deep across the line, but does manage to put a run together, does Oscar Ruiz.
And you know what's really funny? Not the highest horsepower car on the grid.
Really?
Yep. Because I've been doing a little conversating about this.
Has to be.
I'll tell you why. Because there is a driver coming over from the United Arab Emirates. His name is Nasser Alharbali. And he has put down 1,150 horsepower for his car. However, that figure is at the wheels, so not at the fly. So therefore, that car is probably touching nearly 1,400 horsepower, which is absolutely insane. What does drifting come to? 1,400 horsepower.
Drag cars.
It's just wild. And this car with 1,300 horsepower, I mean, where do you get another 100 on that? So this is just the craziness of where the sport's going. And I'm here for it all day. But in this particular run, a little bit of wavering, a little bit of, you know, here, there, and everywhere from Oscar. So I would say, from that perspective, to me, he's not going to score hugely high, but he's going to put up a score on the board, which a lot of drivers haven't so far.
Yeah, look, and we've seen it before. You can come up short on a weekend, you know, not put down the best run, not get maybe the best score, but still find yourself inside that top 32. And, you know, get a place, get a score in top 32 because everybody else has dropped out, scored a 0 or broke their car.
Yeah, and it's, look, we're starting with rookies, we're starting with wild cards, we're starting with guys who are going to be struggling a little bit to get up to the pace. Oscar Ruiz will have a second run, 46 on the board right now. But these guys, you know, you're really just swimming with sharks when you come into this championship. And from my perspective, as a wild card, it's a big step up. But one driver that I'm not too worried about how he's going to get on is Steve Biagioni from the UK. This man has been to the mountaintop at European drifting. He's been to the mountaintop numerous times in European drifting, and he's back this weekend, back in Drift Masters in a new build. A 2JZ GT86 800 horsepower fresh out of the wrapper for Bagsy, and we're going to see what this car is all about in the next couple of runs. I've been excited watching this build over the off-season. It looks spectacular. Let's see how he gels with this over this first run.
Yeah, a new engine power plant for Bagsy. He's used to those big V8s, supercharged V8s or turbocharged V8s, as Bagsy said. He's getting used to a car once again. It hasn't driven a turbocharged car for a while, and this chassis completely different to the S-bodies he's still used to driving, but it looks like Bagsy's right at home as he fires that car across the circuit, opens up the throttle, flicks the front end of that Toyota GT86 into that inner zone, scrubs a lot of speed, and that upsets the car. He just about gets himself back into it, but apart from that, he was all up in the business of qualifying right there.
Yeah, just got a little word in my ear there. You know, we got our little crew down
behind
there, behind the scenes, you know, feeding us information, make us sound like we know anything of what's going on.
Yep.
And they're saying that Bags is having an issue, big issue with the car, intermittent power issues with that car. He said it ran perfect until the last run of practice, and then there was a problem. It kept shutting down. So it could be temperature related. It could be, you know, a lot of these cars run ECUs or electronic controllers in them that can get a high temperature and cut the engine just to make sure it saves the engine from blowing up. Looked to me like he had a big power cut come into that last corner, which will zero him out as far as I'm aware.
It was, yeah, and it was made official by the judge. It was a 0 for Bagsy there on that run. Ole Peter Vatn now off the line in this BMW 1 Series.
970 horsepower in a very small car, and a massive entry from Peter Vatn as he comes through that first corner. This is how you enter Drift Masters as a wildcard, right to the edge of the circuit there for Peter, as he looks like he's having no issues so far as he fires through the course. Big angle, just missing that outer zone as he tucks the nose that BMW into the last corner, coming in very fast, just overshooting that outer zone a little bit, but better to overshoot it than undershoot it. That's an aggressive run from a new driver in the series, coming all the way from Norway. And I gotta say, like his style, coming in there, safe runs, put him in the bin.
I mean, there is no place for safe runs. We've been saying it for years right now, and Peter's took that on board, and he's got that Norwegian blood in him, that Norwegian, that flair, that style. And look at this on the initiation, right across the circuit to that white line, flicks it in that big angle, and he does manage to pull it off. No real upset. Look at the front wheels, absolutely dialed in. He keeps it on angle and controls the car with a throttle, gets it dialed in, inner zone collected. He does go wide here, though. Look at this. He is almost 3 wheels over the edge of the circuit, and he's a little bit wide there on that inner zone, but nevertheless he gets it back online, misses almost that outside zone, just puts a wheel on the white line and then goes super deep into that final outside zone. I love the aggression though, Dave. I love the aggression. I love the way he's not worried about throwing the car down.
What I love about it is this is a 2 series, right? 1 series.
1 series. One
coupe.
series, yep.
So this car probably came with what, 170 horsepower?
I had a 2-litre diesel one of these as a road car, and it had 160 horsepower.
160 horsepower. He's just taken that out and put in 970 in the same chassis. When you just think about that for a moment, you're quadrupling the power in that chassis. And a 46 on the board for Peter Vatn from Norway. Like his style, but the judge is saying those 3 wheels off and a couple of waivers, it's going to cost him.
Yeah, of course.
I prefer to go out swinging though. You know, like get a 46, but you tried your best. You can dial it back. Harder to step it up. Next up off the line is going to be Jason Banet from France. The French driver, he's the 2023 French champion, and we always call this the home of the champions, the Champions League of drifting. Here's another champion, this time from France. 800 horsepower 2JZ super engine in this BRZ. Beautiful looking car. Let's see if we can get a beautiful looking run.
Yeah, he's not a stranger to the championship. We've seen him before make an appearance, and the Frenchman now once again back, looking to try and secure a more permanent spot here at the Drift Masters season for 2024. Nice line so far for Banet. He looks absolutely dialed in this GT86 as he gets into that outside zone. You can hear the anti-lag popping and cracking in the background as he stands on the accelerator, lights up the tyres, looks for that finish line, and that's a nice run there from Banet.
That's a great run, and you know, we've been waiting for a very long time for Jason Banet just to step up, because we know we watched practice, we watched a couple of glimpses of amazement in battles, but we kind of wanted him to pull it all together. Looks like he came in absolutely dialed in this car into that first corner, and for me, that whole whole run was the best we've seen so far. Really smooth, really aggressive. You can see here just diving through that inner zone. And look at this, it doesn't look like the car is out of control at any point. He's on throttle before the zones, which is what the judges want to see, not handbraking in there to just, you know, kind of come halfway through the zone, then back on it. This for me, look at the snappy transition. And then as he comes back to it, look how fluid it is, back on the throttle again. It looks like a man that's very comfortable in this car, and he's going to be dangerous. I'll tell you what, I'm looking, you know, at a guy here that we always kind of try and find our new stars, right? We talk about your Diogo Correas, your Laurie Heinens, the guys that have come through the ranks. I'm telling you right now, I'm seeing some practice runs and right now qualifying under pressure from Jason Banet. That's putting him in that category for me.
Yeah, certainly is, Dave. And look at the score dropping in, a 66. He'll be happy with that with his first qualifying run. I think it's going to need to be a little bit higher than that to scrape into
not
top
as perfect
32.
as we might have thought.
No.
Just watching some errors on the first corner of the same, so that might have just cost him a little bit more than we thought from the angle we were checking it out. Next up, a rookie from Ireland, 19 years of age, Fionn Roche, joining Team Shanahan this year as the third GT86 they have on the grid. 970 horsepower, 2 GT. The recipe from the Shannon, it's pretty much the same car as Conor Shanahan and Jack Shannon, but again, not as much experience, so it's going to be up against it here for Fionn Roche. But it looks right now like he's very comfortable in that first corner, but just wavering a little bit on the inside zone, but does push it out to that outer zone. And it's a brand new chassis for him, a brand new build, and almost twice the horsepower he had in his previous car. But he's doing a good job so far. First run at Drift Masters, and I gotta say I'm pretty impressed. He's held it together. A couple of wavers from the front end of the car more so than the rear, but look at that, gets it across the line. That's one that will settle the nerves of the 19-year-old. As again, these youngsters coming in here, they've been watching these other drivers for maybe, you know, most of their, you know, I want to say adult life, but they've only been an adult for a year. Let's say most of their teenage life, you know, looking up to them, and now they're on the grid with them. It can be a daunting process. I was talking to both Fionn Roche from Ireland and Conor Falvey, both of them, the two rookies from Ireland, getting sick before practice this morning, feeling very nervous. It's a big occasion, you know, especially with all so many eyes on you. But I think Fionn did a good job here. Could have been a little bit better here and there, a little bit of wavering, and it looks like that car is very gripped up. I mean, it looks like it's very hard to drive. Yeah,
it doesn't look an easy car to drive, but for me, after the first inside zone, he kind of calmed the nerves a little bit, got himself back into the zone, and the last outside zone, look at this, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, nails. I think what you actually notice on this run, you're dead right, Ian. I don't often agree with you, but I will in this. He gets more confident as the run goes on. Yeah. So that's a good sign for the second run of qualifying for Fionn Roche. And look at that, 71 puts him into first position. No major errors. A couple of wobbles, but no major errors. And you see other guys having great runs, but making a major error somewhere along the line, which just wipes the board clean and you don't get the score. So we move on to our next driver. It's Edgars Krogeris from Latvia. Man who served out many a kebab to us over in Riga.
Very good.
Very good kebabs. He owns a chain of kebab restaurants, and I will say that they are pretty spectacular.
I just hope he's, you know, supplying food in Riga once again.
There's no doubt. We'll basically say the whole event's off if not. So Edgars throws into the first corner. He was second place at the Latvian Drift Championship in 2023. He also went over to Oman, if I'm not mistaken, in the off-season, competing there as well. This thing is absolutely beautiful. He's doing a good job so far. Very confident in the car. A lot of handbrake there just to settle the car to the center point of the run for Edgars. It's an F22 Eurofighter, 700 horsepower. But you know what? Looking pretty solid there through the whole section, and definitely the end of the run looking, even lifting a wheel off the ground. There's so much grip in that car. When you put the power down, it starts to lift a tire off the ground. You know you got a lot of grip. Yeah,
you've got a lot of grip and you've got a lot of power. 700 naturally aspirated as well, straight from that V8. For me, there was a lot of corrections on the handbrake, and I think the judges are going to mark him down on that. 90% of the run is full throttle. There only is a decel into outside zone 1 and at the end, or the beginning, sorry, of outside zone 7. Apart from that, you could see him. It wasn't bad, but there was a lot of use of the handbrake, and that's going to hurt his score. Apart from that, if he can clean that up, get a little bit more confident in the car, he's going to be strong, Dave.
Well, here's the trade-off. You mean, you a couple of dabs of the handbrake to settle it, but you get a better line.
Yeah.
You score line points. You might not score it in the flair, the style, and all that. But then, if you go full throttle all over the place, you miss the line, you score equally bad. So this is a strategy that you'd think is something that obviously you want to do the perfect run, no handbrake, everything's great. But when you're, you know, feeling your way into qualifying, maybe being safe is better than sorry, which a lot of drivers beforehand very sorry with their zeros. This is definitely not going to be a zero.
No, exactly that. And we see these beautiful slow-mo shots back for 2024.
And if you don't think they're going fast, watch how much of their body pounds are flexing as they go through. 69 on the board puts him in second position so far. Good solid start for Edgars Krogeris for another campaign in Drift Masters this year. As we move back to the start line, this is just an outrageous machine. It's just literally
obnoxious.
Just two huge turbos sticking out of the bonnet. A man who has a full dollar suit inside. Nothing says subtle here, and I'm all for it because this is Piotr Kozlowski from Poland. He's had many championships in Poland over the years. 1,000 horsepower, V8 with 2, and you can't miss him. Turbos out the bonnet. This thing sounds nuts, goes nuts. Let's see how Peter gets on this first run.
Yeah, look at this. Kozlowski goes for a little bit of a faint entry, but doesn't flick the car all the way across the circuit. Gets himself dialed in now. Looks for that inside zone. Very tidy line as he picks up that second outside zone. Keeps the throttle committed. Big flick to angle, and that's a nice line. What a way to do it from Peter Kozlowski now as he fires through the middle of the circuit. Looks for that last outside zone. He's going to want that. Just needs to dial the car on that left foot brake to push the back end back into the outside zone across the line. You'll be feeling confident with that one, Dave.
You know what? I loved every bit of it. Probably a little lack of angle. Just through the first section, he was playing it safe, and I'm not blaming him because it's very fast and scary, and that car is very scary. But you'll notice that he doesn't overcommit.
No.
We watched, you know, some guys come in with a big flick into the first corner. He keeps it pretty steady. Watch this. No major angle, no major corrections. Just doing what the judges want him to do, but no major angle here. Right, just enough to keep the car moving, but then he builds the momentum, which allows him to make the rest of the course really tidy. So I think he sacrificed that first couple of zones as, like, let's say, flare points to get really big flare points towards the end. And you said, this is what I liked about this run. He makes a mistake, left foot brake, gets himself back in the business again. And that's a really, really clever driver that knows he's not in the right zone. Instead of just powering on home, he adjusts the car in there, starts to gain points back again. So good run from Peter Kozlowski from Poland, has 62 on the board. I mean, easily 100 points on the suit, because the suit is, no one can afford it.
No one.
It's too expensive.
I love the way it's got a tie. It looks like a suit.
As if money wasn't enough, you got to put the tie on it as well. Lovely. We go on to our next driver. It's Conor Falvey from Ireland. 16 years of age, school kid from Ireland, jumping up from the Pro Irish Drift Championship. First ever competitive run in Drift Masters, 820 horsepower 2JZ. Got him 2 runs of practice, had a gearbox change in the last 20 minutes to see how he gets on.
Yeah, well, he's looking confident, he's feeling confident as he flicks that car across. Look at that nice line, keeps that throttle buried to the floor, big clutch kick to light up the tyres on the back of that S15. Oh, man, he got more issues with that car for Conor Falvey, unfortunately. And you can see it kind of started to bog, so wisely kicked the clutch, and I don't know.
Yeah, so they had a gearbox failure last run of practice, put another gearbox in, but that doesn't look like it's working the way he wants it to work at this point. And I would say, you know what, it's a big stage to step up, you know, 16 years of age from Ireland and coming through, and then of course you're trying just, you know, as a human being, and then the car is working against you. I think that's the story for a lot of drivers coming into this qualifying session, is that they haven't even had a fair chance to practice. No. And then their cars are obviously just under pressure. I mean, these are relatively untested. If we're drifters, right? We know how it works. You have all this off season, but everything comes together in the last 2 hours. Yeah. So you're really panicking. You know, you got to leave for this event, you know, a week early. You got to get everything packed up. So, you know, things can go wrong. So that's how it works. Next up, we will pass by Josiah Fillets from Canada, still trying to fit a new V8 in his Corvette, which failed in practice as well. And we move on to all the way from Japan. It is Ruiz Akiba from Japan, 2JZ, 800 horsepower, had a gearbox failure in practice, did 1 lap of practice, and now he has to go into Drift Masters, competed in the Japanese championship last year, and see how he gets on. Another unknown entity this year, Ian.
He certainly is, and we love these Japanese drivers. We love the style they bring as he clicks through the gears and hammers the throttle to the floor, stands on the accelerator, shallows up the angle, and then flicks it a little bit more to angle. And this is a little bit scrappy at the beginning of the run there for Ruiz, but this is the first ever time he's in competition in the Drift Masters, and he's kind of adapting to the style, adapting to the tracks and the way the judges are scoring things. He's out of that last outside zone, dips a wheel into it as he crosses the line very fast. He passed through the circuit very quickly, but scrappy.
Big errors, understeers, and I think he's had...
Oh, he's broke the gearbox again.
I think he's had a gearbox issue there, and I would imagine what the problem there is. He's had a gearbox issue all the way through the night. They were up till 5 a.m. trying to fix it. They thought they had to fix that gear. Look at that, the gear lever's just fallen into the dashboard. So I think he's in trouble. I think he's got a problem here. They had an issue with it. They got it going in for either 1 lap of practice. He said it was working okay, but to me that does look like there was something very wrong with the car, even through the first corner.
Yeah, just trying to see kind of where it went wrong, and there was a big backfire there, and that upset the car. You can see the smoke come out of the tailpipe. And look at that big understeer. I didn't catch that on the first run. I think it's stuck in whatever gear he wanted to initiate in, and then he was trying to go through the gears. Let's take a look on the onboard. Oh yeah, look at that. so it's broken halfway through the run, so he's then stuck in gear and he can't slow the car down. He needs to keep the momentum, the pace, he needs to keep the engine on boost. He does get a score on the ball, Dave. It is a 41.
Yeah, so the gearbox, he obviously went to change gear and the gear lever just fell off, or just gave up. So that's a sequential gearbox, which means the lever is separate to it. So if you think about a conventional gearbox, it's like a lever that's connected with a sensor to the gearbox. So without issues, and this is the car I was talking about. Nasser Alharbali from the UAE has got tons of horsepower.
I am so excited to see this guy drive Drift Masters. I met this guy in the Middle East 4 years ago. You know what he said to me, Dave? He said, 1 year I'm going to drive in Drift Masters, I'm going to prove myself, and I'm going to be one of the best guys from the UAE to compete. And look at this, wild initiation as Nasser Alharbali now flicks that car in across the circuit. And look at this, a little wander, a little wave, a little correction as he gets into the outside zone. But look at the angle dialed in on that inner zone. Big flick for this outside zone. He's had to scrap the angle. He's got massive understeer, though, and he has to shut the run down.
Yeah, I think the understeer is going to be a big player here. I mean, you're looking at the heat that the rear tires are generating, and they're just starting to push through the fronts because you're using huge momentum but not a lot of angle, which means you start to overpower the grip on the front tires. So big understeer from Nasser there. You know, I've judged Nasser in the United Arab Emirates many years ago, and I knew he had talent. And I say many years ago, he's only drifting 4 years.
4 years, yeah.
4 years, all the way from watching it for the first time to now being in Drift Masters. It's a big step up, but he's going to have to get it done in the second half of qualifying. We now move on to Joshua Reynolds. Joshua Reynolds, who has got quite a bit of experience, has competed in the USA and in Europe. And Joshua's got this incredible V58 powered Supra, 1,030 horsepower. These two Supras from the Swiss team are incredible. They said they struggled with them last year. This year they feel a little bit more confident. Let's see if all that development's paid off.
I know they've been doing a lot of testing in the off-season, Dave, driving different cars, driving some old cars that they built to compete in the USA with. And they said they jumped back in the Supras, did some competitions in Italy, and goes very wide there. Does Joshua Reynolds, keeps it on the tarmac, though still manages to get himself back online. And these guys have been putting in the seat time, they've been putting in the practice. They knew that they lacked in that seat time last year, and they've now come back with a new mindset.
I'll be honest when I say that the track looking quite tricky. It looks to me like the temperatures have risen, and it's hard on the cars, especially some of the pulls where you're running 1,000 horsepower, but you're running a ton of grip. And now you're firing out of them like a rocket, but then your front tires are going, well, all the rear tires are pushing. You can see the front tires wavering a little bit for Joshua as they go around the course, but this is not unusual. We thought these were big mistakes, but we're watching.
Look at the speed. The front bumper is flexing under itself. He just about kept that on the track. Just
flirting with the gravel. But it's a zero, all wheels off the track for Joshua Reynolds, and we were, judges had a quick look back at it. 4 wheels over that white line. We moved to, if you like Supras, and you like them with B58s, and you like them with 1,000 horsepower, well, here's another one. It's his teammate, Wiesmeyer, and I'll be honest when I say this, these two guys have had no luck last year with these new builds, and of course we start off with Joshua Reynolds with a zero. Now it's back to Meyer from Switzerland, 33 years of age. Same car, but you have a different result.
Well, he's got a little bit shallow on that initiation. He's keeping this one safe by the looks of things, Dave. He now stands on the pole. You can see left foot braking around that first corner, looking to dial the car in on that inner zone. And it's a nice line so far. A little wobble there as he transitions down into the outside zone, but now starts to tidy up a little bit. Does Wiesmeyer back on the throttle we go, shallows up the angle. He's in and out of the outside zone though as he dips the rear wheel back in across the line. He'll just be looking to put a score on the board at the moment and get a little bit of confidence and get rid of those first qualifying run nerves.
I'll be honest with you, now I'm trying to think, is it better just to put a score on the board at all? Because we've had so many mechanical failures, so many issues. So for me, it's one of those things where I think it's going to be, I think get a run in, try and settle yourself a little bit.
Well, I kind of overcooked myself at the beginning by saying I thought a 66 wasn't going to be enough to get in top 32. At the end of last year, if you remember, we started seeing scores of high 70s and low 80s that were making top 32 qualifying. So you had to be on the game 100%. I'm not quite sure. I think round one is going to be a completely different ball game. I think this is going to be a little shake of the bird's cage, if you know what I mean, just to wake these guys up. And I think we're going to see some lower scores because so many guys not being able to make that line. The track's so demanding, not only on the drivers, but on the cars as well, as we see Wiesmeyer there. Then beautiful slow-mo shots back for 2024. Also the onboards and the FPV. We're bringing it all back for 2024 to give you the best experience as a viewer at home.
Well, I mean, the shots are incredible. That's the bit, but I'm watching the doors flex and the panels flex. And I'm like, they're pretty solid. So this is how fast these guys are going around here. And remember, if you're in a racing car, your aerodynamics are facing the right direction. If you're in a drift car, you take all the aerodynamics and then you just
your
put
door is the
your
aerodynamics.
door, it's a big flat panel on the side of the car is your aerodynamics. A 50 on the board for Mayer from Switzerland into 6th position so far.
Yeah, we move it along to Manuel Vacca, the Italian back in his BMW E36 for 2024. Did want to debut a new chassis, a new build. As you can see there, it was meant to be an E92 for 2024, but unfortunately, Manuel Vacca and the team not able to get that car ready, so he will start the season in his old faithful BMW E36 as it comes off the line. Through the gears goes Manuel Vacca, the Italian, flicks that car in, new livery, new style, new look, as Manuel Vacca goes very wide on that inside zone. Looks like he's struggling once again with a little bit of grip. Now starts to dial it in. This car, huge amounts of power, 1100 horsepower, but he's got very wide, and Manuel Vacca, another driver that's flirting with a zero there. Could that be all four wheels off the circuit as Vacca looks for this final outside zone, hammers the throttle down across the line. Job done for Manuel Vacca, but I think he's flirting with a zero there, Dave.
Well, I was just watching that run going, it's not, none of the runs have been perfect so far, but they're very exciting to watch because it's like holding on just for dear life at times.
And I think that's what a new circuit does to this championship. I think a new circuit really mixes it up, and it kind of gives everyone an opportunity.
Yeah, and I think, look, you've got a lot of guys out there who will, you say, oh, he's in the same car as last year. They've pretty much torn all these cars back to square one again. So, I mean, that to me means that they're in a position where they don't know how the car's going to handle. Even though it looks the same, it might handle completely different.
And you are 100% right there, Dave, because Manuel Vacca, yeah, look at that, zero, so it was wheels off track for Vacca. He ripped this car down because he was building the E92 BMW, and then in a mad rush had to put that car back together again to make this event, so he doesn't really know the car. Back on the start line we go. It is the Polish driver David Sposób. This car was driven by Adam LZ at the final round in Poland. Sposób said to him, look, come over, have a go at Drift Masters, and you can drive my beautiful S15.
Is it though? Because I think he has one the same, so there's a lot of those.
Well, he's got two?
I think he's got two. I think that's his personal one. So I think David Sposób, a great driver. We saw great things from him in Poland at the end of last season. A little shallow on the initiation there, and Sposób does barely collect that inside zone, now pushing wide. And look at this, a little bit of a left foot brake, just tucks the nose into that inner zone. Early on the transition though, he had to drag it out on the handbrake to get it there. But this is good driver control from David Sposób as he does exactly what the judges want to do. Not in exactly that way, just falling out of that last zone, just couldn't get back in there again. So there was moments there where he did great things, and then again, we're watching another driver struggle. And to me, when you watch a lot of drivers struggle with a track like this, you've got to start blaming something else, which means temperature and the track surface and all these different things are starting to make this a very different proposition than it was in practice a few hours ago.
Yeah, 100%. And every single run, as we always say, more and more rubber laid down the circuit makes it grippier in those certain places. And you can see the initiation not too bad, but the rest of the circuit now heavily laden with rubber, and that's going to make that underneath the hot sun super sticky. And I think that's where all these broken transmissions, drive shafts, drive lines, and you can see a big handbrake pull there. Couldn't see that in the first half of the run. And Sposób using a lot of handbrake to adjust that car and keep it where he needed to be, and just barely making these zones.
Yeah, from this perspective right now, you can see that I think it's survival now in qualifying. I mean, how many zeros have we on the board? And we're what? A lot. We're through 20-odd drivers maybe, and we haven't seen too many scores.
No.
So from that perspective, I think just putting a score on the board like a 50, I know it sounds unimpressive, but it could be all the difference when it comes down to the very end of qualifying of who actually survives. We've got engine failures. There's a lot of drivers still that I haven't watched head out to gridding yet that will be in trouble if they don't make it in this first run. But next up, we have got Ali Maksheed from Kuwait. He is the OADC champion in 23. This guy, 950 horsepower 2J, one of the most talented drivers in the Middle East, has been borrowing cars to do Drift Masters on and off for the last 2 years. He's here in his own personal machine. This is going to be a different ball game for Ali Maksheed.
And you know what? I watched one of his on-balls earlier, his practice runs, Dave, and it was phenomenal. A little wave, a cheeky wave to the camera there from Maksheed. He's feeling super confident in his car as he fires it in. And look at this nice angle, nice line through the outside zone as he stands on the accelerator, picks up that inside zone. This is a beautiful line, a little shallow on the outside zone. He's going to hit those cones, and he does, almost jumps over it as it goes under the front of the car now. As Maksheed stands on the throttle, looks for that second inner zone, picks it up beautifully as he gets in his long last outside zone, stands on the accelerator, fills this stadium with smoke and across the line.
Oh, big run was there. It was there, but he made one error on the first corner. He put too much left foot brake on and just the nose just tucked in a little too much. The rest you can see he had it. He'll know that himself. He'll be furious with that one.
Look at this, look, cheeky little wave. Ready? Drops the handbrake. See you later.
Bye-bye.
He's a showman. He is a showman.
we want showmen in the business. That's what we want in the business. That's what we want here in Drift Masters, is guys that have a little cheeky wave before they head in at death-defying speeds into the first corner. But look, too much slowing here. That hits the cone, loses momentum, has a moment where he goes, oh no, and then it's very difficult for him to repair that mistake up to here. Once he gets to here, it's not so bad. This is really nice. Watch this inner zone. Ooh,
perfect.
Nice. But again, that's a big error on the first corner. Judges are going to not go, oh, I like the second half. We're just going to forget about the first.
Don't worry about that cone.
Yeah,
don't worry about that.
That's nice, though.
That's
just
beautiful.
a little brush, little push to the cone.
But you know what? That says to me that he's got it in there.
Yeah.
Because the practice run I see from his social media earlier on, it was clinical, it was clean, it was nice. That run there, okay, one mistake caused him a problem, but it says it's there somewhere. 63.
Yeah. I think second half of qualifying is going to be a completely different story for most of these drivers, especially the wild cards, the rookies, and the guys who are traveling with machinery that we haven't seen before. It's not easy. Talking about machinery we haven't seen before, here's another driver we've seen lots of, but in a brand new car. It is Mika Keski-Korpi from Finland, 32 years of age, but a brand new car in this F22 Eurofighter, 770 brake horsepower. And a big step up from his car last year, which was the E92, and then he had a station wagon before that. He's had a lot of cars.
He's had a lot of cars.
So this one, he says, is very snappy. He's still learning it, but he loves it when it works.
And you know what, for me, watching him in practice earlier on, Dave, he looks like a way more confident driver in this chassis. It looks like he was, you know, ready to drive a car of this caliber. The S58 underneath the bonnet, making a whopping 770 horsepower, but 870 foot-pounds of torque. This thing is ready to shred tyres, and this is a stunning run from Mika Keski-Korpi. Do you know what, Dave? He needed a new car.
But he needed a big score too, and I think he might get one here, because the snappy transition at the end of that run was just, I thought he's going to throw it away here, but it was perfect. I mean, outer zone one, look at the angle. He's on the lock stops, as they say, on the right of the edge of spinning, and he gets it done and still tucks the nose in. Could have been a little tighter, but it was probably, we're nitpicking when we see, you know, previous runs that everyone's
But look at the front wheels, they're so stable and dialed, and every fluid transition.
This is my favorite part. Watch the transition here. Look, right at the end, it's like a boom, direction one, and then look at this big snap back the other way and gets it into that outer zone. That's aggressive, it's risky, and it's paid off.
God, you know what? That's phenomenal. For a man that has only tested, he said to me, I've done 5 laps in this car in testing in Finland because they had a load of snow that fell and they wasn't able to go testing, so they said, look, we'll just put the car in the rig and we'll send it to Spain and we'll test it Spain.
So basically his testing has been in -10 and 30 degrees.
Plus 30.
Yeah, so, you know, the car is learning it's almost like a stress test.
And you know what, from an out-of-the-box build, brand new chassis, new engine as well, never run an S58 before, a 73.5 Keski-Korpi. I'm going to go out and say it, that's one of the highest qualifying scores he's had so far in the championship.
Yeah, and that's a good one too. And I mean, remember, the judging very harsh here in Drift Masters. You might see other series throwing 90s out there. You got to really work for it with our boys. You got to make sure it's perfection if they're going to give you perfection. Next up, Clint Van Hout from the Netherlands, a wild man and a wild driver, 880 horsepower. You know what? Clint's put in some amazing runs. He had some highlight reel stuff in Poland at the end of last season. He's coming off a very successful last year. Now he wants to build that momentum. Same car, same ambitions. Let's see if he can get it done.
Yeah, spent a lot of time in the Middle East in this car as well, over the off-season, driving this car, perfecting it, trying to get that seat time in. And look at this from Clint Van Hout, very, very dialed. He's going to come up lovely on that inside zone now. Looks for the transition back a little, dab of the handbrake to settle the car. Very nice from Clint Van Hout as he flicks it across the circuit. Big transition into the outside zone, hitting the rev limiter as he's on the clutch to make sure it is ready up and boost to unleash all the power across the line.
That could be the best.
Wow.
That could be the best run so far. That is pretty good. I'm trying to figure out if that's the first one we're going to see in the 80s. I definitely think it's getting up there.
That for me is a man that's driven that car a lot in the last 6 months.
But the commitment, the confidence, the big flick on entry. Watch this. Look at the rear wheel. Big angle, but right to the edge of the circuit. Steadies it.
Yeah.
And then right here is where he needs to be for the judges. And for me, look, really close to that inside zone. They're looking for front wheels in those boxes, and that's exactly what Clint Van Hout does as he comes through here. This is fluid, it's smooth, and what I even think is better than what we saw from Keski-Korpi, he's right to the extremes of the circuit. He's right out there. Look at this, very close on the inner zone, transitions back. Look how wide he is in this zone, right? Filling the whole zone. The drone even gets, he goes, the drone's like, whoa, slow down, buddy. And as they go through here, nice inside wheel on the edge of the court. That's very technically perfect.
That's very good.
This is going to be a pretty good score here. I mean, we're no judges. Who the hell would let us
No.
decide any of this? We're just spectating like you guys are at home. But I will say,
Oh, look at this. Wheel off the tarmac.
yeah, that thing is squatting.
That thing is gripped up.
That has been down the gym doing some squats, that car. Because it is lifting the front wheel off the ground. And as you can see, Clint Fanner, he'll be happy with that one. And he's always happy anyway. He's a very smiley guy either way. But I'm thinking, yeah, an 86 on the board for Clint Fanner. Have that rest of the grid. Take that, put a little salt on it and eat it, because that is Clint Fanner coming back a very determined driver in 2024.
He's got a new mindset for 2024. He has come back, he's swinging. He means business this year, and you know,
No, I wouldn't want to be going up against Clint Fanner. There's another man back with a brand new car this time around, is Jakob Kroll. Jakob had, you know, an E46, very bright green one. This year he's gone all carbon Kevlar in the S14.9, which means it's got it's an S14 with the front of an S15 and the rear. So that's why they call it 0.9, so it's almost an S15. You'll see previous European champion James Dean championing this particular body kit, and pretty much Jakob said, what he's having, I'll have, and he built basically the same car. It's an 850 horsepower 2JZ, and he says that it's a lot of car for him. He says, compared to his previous car, he said, the speed I need to get used to. I had a chat with the kids today. He said, it's almost terrifying how fast this car can go. But he's going to have to be brave, because it's the first run of qualifying for him, and a very brave, slick initiation from Jakob Kroll.
yeah, that's a nice initiation from Jakob Kroll. Once again, the front wheel's dialed in. Look at this, no wandering, no wavering around as he gets himself in the outside zone. Picks up that front clip now, seeing almost a complete action replay of Clint Van Hort's run here as he puts the rear wheel right to the edge of the circuit. Back into the outside zone he goes, nice transition, waits for the timing, gets on the throttle perfectly as he pulls it across the line. Jakob Kroll, wow.
Business has just picked up.
Do you know what, for me, this guy, when we first see him, when he first turned up, he had a BMW with a V8, then he changed it with a BMW with a 2JZ, and we were like, wow, he's got even better again. Now he's gone, well, I'm going to get an S chassis and put the 2JZ in that, because that looks like it's the winning recipe, and man, does he look on form.
Oh, I mean, if this is your first qualifying run of the season in a brand new car and it looks like that, you know you've made the right decision. An expensive decision, but the right decision, because that's why you do it. That's why you go out on a limb and you build these expensive cars, because you feel it's going to up your game, up your performance. That's how Jakob Kroll, we couldn't watch him do that in his previous chassis.
No.
Now, look at this, right to the edge of the track, big snappy transitions, looks like a new driver, looks like he's properly in the game this year.
Man, that looks so, it looks so dialed and fluid. It looks so balanced. It just looks right. You know, you can't really take too much away from that run and say it's not perfect.
No. So for me right now, I'm a big fan of this car.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it. I'm like, this looks great, but will it perform? And I think the question's been answered straight away from Jakob Kroll, and I think the judges having a little think about the score here. But he'll be super happy with that. To go out to the first run, especially with Clint Fanner, you know, out in front, putting that big 86 on the board. We'll see what Jakob does. But this is where you start to see some new contenders for the championship. A 79.5, not quite getting into the 80s. A couple of areas. A style is where you kind of no big angle or big flicks.
Yeah,
that's where you can see Clint with the big flick angle. That's what people want to see. That's what the judges want to see. We want to see it all the time, but the judges definitely want to see it. As we move on to our next driver, it's going to be Alex Halovnia from the Ukraine, two-time Ukrainian champion, 900 horsepower in this M2. He's also competed in the USA as well. Back in Drift Masters for 2024. And back to business. I'll tell you one thing, he's taken down some big names in the past. Peter Biagioni, ex-champions. On his day, Alex could beat them all. Let's see if today is that day.
Yeah, he's serious this weekend. He's been in and out of the pits. He hasn't stopped in practice. His car been running flawlessly so far. A nice line as he gets up that inside zone, very wide on the outside zone. And look at this dial. Once again, these guys now starting to get this right, starting to see the formula. They're watching the live stream. They know what people are making the mistakes at as he dips that car in across the circuit. Look how low he runs it. The side skirt scraping around the circuit, dragging up all that rubber as he picks it up across the line. Lovely job there from Alex Halovnia.
Now, if you're new to Drift Masters, which we certainly aren't, but if you are, we run in reverse championship order. So essentially, we're going to have the last run of last year's current champion, Conor Shanahan, which means you will see a level of experience and result from last year coming through. And right now, it is looking that way, that we haven't seen too much from the wild cards or the rookies that would, you know, be something to worry the top cards in the championship. This is my, you know, critical analysis right now. You expect something to come from that lower rank.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's business as usual for the guys in the mid-pack right now. They're just putting in some good runs. However, if you're at the top and you start to see the mid-pack putting in runs, and I'm saying mid-pack, not in terms of talent, in terms of results from last year, you start thinking, hold on a minute, Alex Solovnia, hold on a minute, Clint Van Oort, they're all coming out swinging. Now if you're Conor Shanahan, Jack Shannon, Peter Vijns, Laurie Hardy, you're going, oh no, these boys are coming to play this year. I got to get back on my game. So it does start to ramp the pressure up, not on the, let's say, the lower ranked rookies and wildcards. They're kind of throwing their dice in the ring and seeing what happens. But there's some championship contenders that are going to be looking at these runs going, we need to be really good now because there's some big runs going in.
But they're also sitting there looking at the cars that are braking. They're also looking at them saying, well, one wrong move will put 4 wheels off circuit. One wrong move could break the transmission. We could end up zeroing out if we're not careful. So there's a fine line to tread on the circuit.
I think once you're into the mid-season, you start to get a level of ego, start to get a level of confidence where you're like, I've done it, I can do it, I will do it.
And you know the car will do it.
At the start of the season, you're like, well, if I mess up on the first 68 on the board for Alex Solovnia, if I mess up at the start of the season, I'm now paying catch-up for the rest of the year. And that plays on the mind of the guys that fight for championships. For most guys on the grid, the best they can do is the best they can do. They just want a good round. But for those guys, they're going to be like, we can't slip up here. We got to come out and put a result on. Next up, we got a taste of that. He is on the line. Youngster, 17 years of age. Another youngster on the grid. We got a couple of guys less than 20 on the grid, which is nice to see. Future drifting coming through.
It's the future of drifting. They're moving forward. They're moving through. New look for the car this year.
800 horsepower too. So when I was 17, I probably would struggle to count up to 800, but he's got 800 horsepower. Here we go. It takes that thrown into that first corner, nice and wide. And again, being calculated here, but he's missed that inner zone quite significantly as he goes to the outer zone. This is a bit of a straight in there is where he's struggling, but maybe too much grip in the car and not enough wheel speed to spin those rear tires. Getting back to business now is Ite as he transitions into that last corner, puts it wide on the circuit. So yeah, this is good towards the end from Ite Sida, but the mid-section, or the start of the midsection, just a little bit sketchy.
I think for me, Dave, you could hear the car on the rev limiter through that first outside.
You think it's gearing just a little?
I think he's out-geared himself here a little bit, and that's going to really hurt. As you said, the wheel speed, he just hasn't got the momentum to keep himself going. Watch this, you can see that kind of plays into it because a lot of tyre smoke, but no gear and no drive. Look at this, as you can see, he's nothing. He's on the rev limiter. He's having to use a handbrake to extend. He's starting to panic. Then he's using the steering wheel to flick the car across the circuit. That's a big mistake, and you can see that with the front wheels. Throws it into that last outside zone. And watch the way the car doesn't have, you know, the gearing, because it starts to pull itself out of that zone and wants to go onto the inside.
You know what? Again, he's put a score on the board.
He has.
There's a lot that happens. So just saying, you never know.
You never know.
Because if we've got 50 drivers and 32 go through to battles, then that means that, you know, we've a lot of mechanical failures out there. You never know what's going to creep you in. And then if you get in, nobody remembers qualifying 3-4 weeks down the line. All they remember is who won.
Who won it.
And we have watched drivers come in 31st, 32nd position and go and win the event. So it's not the be-all and end-all. It does help, for sure. And a 59.5 puts Ite into 10th position. Scores not lighting up the scoreboard right now.
No.
We got to be honest. There's people struggling.
There are.
And I would say we've been in this position before, and then we get to the end of the second runs and it's all out the window and everybody's scoring 90. So just bear with us, because it does get very, very intense as fast as it can. Juha Poitalaxo back on the grid from Finland, and this is a steely pro.
Oh,
guy that's
he
been
is.
around. He's been winning lots of events from back in the day.
We like to call him an OG.
He's an OG.
He's an OG.
780 horsepower in the M3, and he has won many. He's won the European Championship in 2017, so he's got the experience. The car looks great this year. Love the new livery, and he's flying into that first corner. Business as usual for Juha Poitalaxo, as he just maybe misses that inner zone a little bit there. It's hard to see, I think, for the drivers when they come through that first corner where exactly the nose of the car needs to be. But as they get to the second section, it looks a little bit more fluid and very fast from Juha Poitalaxo as he fires through the course. Lots of speed, lots of aggression, lots of smoke. Not perfect on all the zones, but you know what? It's not far off as he puts it across the line. The Finnish driver looking strong once again here in the Drift Masters Championship.
Yeah, it looks like form back on for Juha Poitalaxo. Doesn't look like he's missed a beat. Doesn't look like anything's changed for him. The car working 100%, and he is absolutely dialed. Very, very nice run in qualifying. And let's take a look back. I think he missed that first inside zone. I want to kind of see it from this angle, from the drone shot. As our drone misses that gantry, whips underneath it. Now look at this, it goes nice and deep into outside zone 1. And we're not gonna, yeah, look at this, misses that first inside zone and then has a correction on the steering to get to that second outside zone.
It looks like he just over-committed on the first corner with big angle, sort of washed a little wide. And once you're there, you can't come back. You've already missed it.
It's too late.
It's too late, it's like a bus. So it's
Can't
gone,
rewind
it's gone.
it.
No. So he just, he did his best he could to get back in control of the car. But yeah, I just watched that the first time, went, oh, very wide, and just overshot it a little bit. But I think the judges will always reward you more for overshooting it than undershooting it.
Yeah.
It's more commitment, but still a deduction either way. And I think that mistake is probably going to cost him being right up there.
Yeah, certainly so. So we wait for that score to drop in for Juha Poitolasco. There we go, a 76.5. Still.
Can you imagine how good that would have been without that missing that zone?
That's what I'm saying.
Way up in the 80s.
It would have been a good run. They could, yeah.
So let's move on to our next driver. Is Pontus Hartman from Sweden. A mixed bag of results, I would say, for him in 2023.
Here's a man who's ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah,
I feel like he's ready to go. Here I am.
Yeah, he has the talent, he has the car.
Yeah.
He just needs it all to come together. And it came together in moments in 2023.
It did.
But he's hoping that this will be a positive start to the season. Pontus Hartman traveling all the way down from Sweden. It's far away from Spain. If you're watching from anywhere but Europe, it's very far. So long's been down, but here it is. Pontus in that first corner. Nice so far, very tidy through that first section. Looking really, really nice as he fires through. Look at that, into his zone. This is good so far from Pontus Hartman. It's tentative into that outer zone again, but the snappy transition has to be very snappy, and it's very late deceleration, and he makes it work. And I like that. Took a big commitment into that last corner. He ran it too wide, and he's dropped a couple of wheels just towards the end. Got a little too excited, Ian.
He did. He did, but you know what? I love the commitment into that final outside zone because he waited. He flicked the car on angle. He let it get into the outside zone, but then I think even he knew, I've got a little bit too hard here. But this was lovely. I think, again, another driver who went and just missed that inside zone. Yeah, just catches a wheel on there. Need another 2 foot further forward or half a metre. It would have done the job, but nevertheless, this is still going to be a nice score on the board. I'm not sure how the judges are going to count that last outside zone, though, if they do count that more than 2 wheels off. This, for me, look at this, waits, flicks the car, and he knows he's going to be deep into that zone, but let's have a look at how many wheels off he was. Oh, that's 2 wheels.
2 wheels, I think, at the end. Yeah. I mean, I'm not the best at counting, Ian, but I can see 2 of those BMW
But you can get
wheels.
to 5. So
I can get to 5 on a good day.
That's enough.
So, yeah. So, to me, here, he's like, I'm doing it. Look, Mom, I'm doing it. I'm going so fast. And he's like, uh-oh, I'm going too fast.
I just see where it went wrong. He was still left foot braking. So he was still trying to push the back of the car out. He could have released that left foot brake, and that may have helped that situation a little bit.
But he was like, I'm looking cool right now.
He's like, look at me.
Left foot brake in, got 1,000 horsepower, and then he's like, uh-oh, I'm going off the track. So can correct that for the second run.
He can correct that for the second run.
And still, up till then, it showed, probably one of the best runs we've seen so far.
Yep.
Definitely one of the best runs we've seen so far. So what I love is a lot of these guys will run what we would call blanks or fake headlights and taillights. Why? Because it's mostly during the day. And 2, they get broken a lot. Because they're very expensive. So now you can see them bending on the front of the car. So the lights are bending with the speed these guys are traveling. It's crazy. Car looks good this year for Pontus Hartman. Clean, simple, I like it.
Yeah, look at that, 0.
Puts all the wheels off, the 2 wheels off the track, and then it's 0.
Oh, man.
I'd be annoyed. And I'm not. I'm annoyed. Yeah, I'm annoyed, and I'm not even Pontus Hartman. I'm annoyed because it was such a good run.
Hold on.
What's he doing out here? Adam Zalewski had an engine failure in the first run of practice.
Or did he have an engine failure?
Or what happened? Did all the oil fall out of it? Not an engine. I don't know. But what happens when he comes to the grid means we're going to get a good run here. But is that car 100%? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what we will do. We will find out what happened with that car at some point, and we will let you know either tomorrow when we're back for top 32. But there was oil down from Zalewski's car. They look like they've got it fixed. He's going to make his way back out once again. Zalewski champion in that new engine, that new power plant underneath the bonnet of this Toyota GT86, and he wants to desperately make a mark this year. He had a very bad season last year. He kind of wrote the season off halfway through. He's deep into the outside zone, but he makes it work as he flicks the car back across the circuit. Little dab on the handbrake as Zalewski now hammers down the throttle, looks for the finish line, screams up to it and across it, and Zalewski looking strong.
I'm just going to make a point here where you might say, oh, Adam had a bit of, Adam Zalewski had a little bit of understeer there, a little bit of a drop of wheel. I'm like, this is his first lap of the course. He first lap of practice, engine dropped oil, did not get practice. This is Adam Zalewski going in there blind, just doing the course how he thinks it needs to be done. He's had no practice whatsoever. So for Adam Zalewski to come out there and put that run in, yeah, sure, he's going to have a little bit of issues here, but he's still not sure if the gearing in the right is right in the car. He doesn't know anything. Pressures in the tires, what he needs to do. He is literally just hoping that this run will go in. So for me, with no practice to be able to pull that out, shows that he is a previous champion and one of the highest ranked drivers in the grid. Just can't catch a break, Adam Zalewski, over the last year or so.
No, he certainly can't. Like I say, had a very bad year last year and plagued with engine problems.
And again, it's more frustrating when it's not your fault. So
Yeah.
Adam Zalewski, you know, Adam Zalewski wasn't making any mistakes last year. He doesn't really make mistakes, but the car was suffering. And then we start a new season, new engine, and he misses all the practice and has to go into qualifying absolutely blind. So for me, if he puts a score on the board, expect the second run to be twice as good. Because he's actually seen the track then.
He knows where
which
it's
is
going
madness that people will come in and do that without even doing a lap of the track. That's the first lap.
I struggled to drive the rental car around there.
Yeah, we were hitting curbs.
Yeah.
And he's out there throwing that thing at 70 plus miles an hour around the place. Incredible. This is a very fast track too. It's not one of those feel it out tracks. And you can't come off the throttle. You can't go easy or it won't work.
It's a momentum track. You need that momentum.
A 59.5 for Adam Zalewski puts him into 11th position. We can see where the errors were made, the understeer, the dropped wheels. However, he does get a score on the board. It is 11th position so far. And remember, it's also his first lap, of course. So the second lap will definitely improve. Finnish fans,
back.
Can't get rid of them. They're
back.
here. They're always here. They're always the most fun people to be with in the paddock. Every single event, we get the Finnish fans out, and they are the heart and soul of the championship. We unpack them. Say, hey, you guys go. You're the noisy party for the weekend. They're like, we will be.
Look who's back, Dave.
My favorite, Tor Arne Kavia from Norway. You know, I was watching a highlight reel of him recently where he did complete a 90-plus run with the bonnet on the windscreen. Tor Arne Kavia back for a full season of Drift Masters. This is where we want him.
Yeah.
In Drift Masters, took a little hiatus. He's running a lot of championships up in Norway. He's a very busy boy.
He is.
But new look for the car this year. Still that Toyota V8 turbo. And expect this run to just be insane. Look at the angle initiation for Tor Arne Kavia. Absolutely fires that car in. That was ridiculous. I'm not sure if he made the inside zone. We'll see it again. But so far, incredible from Tor Arne Kavia. Look at the angle and aggression he's pushing through the corner. Look at these transitions. Insane. This is why we wanted him in the championship. This is why the fans want him here. He is one of the best drivers we've ever seen in the championship. Most exciting run we've seen today. Unbelievable.
He's back. The Norwegian sledgehammer.
Classic little look at the camera. You miss me?
Yeah.
Miss me?
Hey, I'm back. Do you know what he said to me yesterday? I did a little interview with him. He said, I haven't driven the car for 6 months, Dave.
Hasn't driven the car for 6 months, put some new livery on it and went out there and did
Changed the camshafts to make more power. That was, he said, all I've done is change the camshafts, paint it and put a livery on it.
He's so relaxed at being good, it actually annoys me.
It annoys me.
I'm like, he's so good and without much effort. Look at the angle he fired in here. Now watch the inner zone. Does he make it? This is the bit I couldn't see. Oh, just missed it. That's the only mistake to me the first time watching it. Everything else, put a cherry on it. Unbelievable.
Buttery, Dave. Absolutely buttery. I love the way that he set this car up now as well. Lifting that front wheel, it looks dialed as well.
If he got that inside zone, this is way in the 90s. I'm telling you that for a fact. But he does miss that inner zone.
He does miss that inner zone.
Look at the wheel off the ground. It's just crazy.
These cars are gripped up more than they've ever been before. This is insane. Look at that transition. Kavia back once again in the Drift Masters Championship, and do you know what, looking stronger than ever, Dave. And he said to me, he said, I'm hungry for it this year. He said, I had a little hiatus, you know, won a championship in Scandinavia.
Casual.
I was like, casual, like, you know.
Went back, just remember, I'm just going to be the champion of my home country again. 72, as I said, this would be way up if it wasn't for that inner zone. The style points, 18 out of 20.
Yeah.
Angle, 18.5 out of 20, but the line, that's where he lost the scores.
Yeah, so Kavia looking cool as a cucumber. Back, though, on the grid again for another season is the Latvian driver Nicolas Bertans. And Bertans flirting with the championship. In and out, dips a toe here and there, picks up a certain round every now and then. But now I said, you know what? I'm in for a season. I'm going to commit. I'm going to do the full year. And I'm going to try my best to get myself up there with the top boys.
Absolutely. He was Latvian champion at 14 years of age. Feels like he's been around forever, and he's still only 19. Nicolas Bertans, missing that inner zone really badly through that first zone. And this is going to be a struggle now because he's got a straight line pull. This is not Nicolas Bertans, I would say, strong suit is these fast tracks because his car not the most horsepower on the grid. He's got 620 horsepower. I think that's an LS in that, yeah, an LS 3-stroker. But, you know, this is a tough track to link together, and he's making some big errors towards the end.
Yeah, he completely missed that final outside zone, and you can see there that the power in that car. But you know what? If that was a road car and you went, I've got 650 horsepower, people would be like, oh, that's fast. You bring it to Drift Master, you go, I've got 650 horsepower, and they go, where's the rest of it?
Yeah. Are you going to put some turbos?
You're going to put turbos? Oh, there's nitrous to make 1200. No. And Bertans does a very good job at driving this car, and you know, at Riga, he's deadly. It's his local circuit, and that car in Riga works 110%. But I think on some of these bigger tracks with these elevation changes, and you can see it just struggles to make it happen.
To be honest, I think on the first corner, that's a driver error. At the end, it looks to me like, again, he just, like I said, transitions a little too early, goes on the power too early, and then doesn't adjust it, just kind of goes where it's going. Now, I would imagine, I'm just going to put it out there, that Nicholas knows that he's messed up the first corner, and he's not too concerned about the last corner. He's kind of throwing away the run. He's like, whatever.
Yep.
I'll go back and do it again for the second half of qualifying, because we know he's a perfectionist. We know he wants to get a 90-plus score in this car. So not the perfect run for Nicholas Bertans. It will be a 44.7. Still, he's in the show, 19th position at the moment. But these scores are going to ramp up dramatically as we go through the order.
They certainly are. We go back to the start line to a guy that we like to call Full Max. Is, of course, Max Heidrich, the German driver, back on the grid, waving, happy as always. I said to him, as the car, he said, it's a car. I was like, no more questions asked.
Max angle, max commitment, Max Heidrich.
And that's it, yeah, that was all we needed to know. Here he goes off the line, Max Heidrich, a German driver, back once again. And looking to have a better result than he did last season as he fires that car in. Nice line, nice angle. Look at the way he dials on that angle, the outside zone. He's going to miss that inner, though. And now this is starting to become a bit of a reoccurring problem for these drivers. Too much angle, too much of a big initiation is hurting that first inside zone. Heidrich, though, back on throttle. Look at this full commitment. The smoke trail all the way up to the wing mirror as he gets into that final outside zone. That's a fast pass of the circuit as Heidrich wanders a little bit, but stays in the outside zone across the line.
Again, first corner seems to, because you remember, the pull out of the first corner if you're on a wide line is unnatural.
Yeah.
You've got to almost do a rolling burnout
I
because
think
you've got to make that arc.
I think it's the initiation. I think they're going a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to impress the judges with a big flick, a big wide initiation and getting that first outside zone, but that's sacrificing that first inside zone.
It is. Like he goes, I think the curb as well. He gets washed out on the curb, and then as he's out here, he's like, oh no, he can't get back there. But
miles away.
But watch the angle now. So he's on the edge of the track. He needs to be on the inside of the track. So now you watch this. He has to straighten the car up here, so extend the drift here. Watch it. It's almost like keep moving, and that makes it very, very tricky. And you transition way too early there as well because you want to transition sort of at the transition or the touch and go point.
Touch and go, yeah.
But you're way too early because you got there early. So, lesson learned for Max Heidrich, I think maybe not push as hard on the initiation. And again, you could lose the whole run and your points on the first corner, the first 20 meters. So it's probably wise not to overcommit there and leave some work to do for the rest of the run rather than, throw it. But then it's Max Heidrich. Who are we telling?
Who are we telling?
Who are we telling?
Who are we telling?
Who are we telling Max Heidrich how hard not to go? The only reason we love Max Heidrich is because he goes full Max Heidrich everywhere he is. So Max Heidrich does score, I would imagine, but maybe not the highest.
So, just add some information about previous comments that were made. Oh, so here we go, 58 for Max Heidrich, 14th position at the moment. So Adam Zalewski had an electrical problem, but it just so happens that when he was out on track and he broke down, there was oil on the circuit from Juha Rittinen, who had blew his engine the time before. So when we was all looking, going, whoa, what's happened? Wasn't. His car cut out, and as they went out to rescue him, they went, there's oil here, and then Juha Rittinen had broken down.
It was chaos for a while.
It was chaos. It was chaos.
A lot of broken cars. And here comes chaos again as Michael Reichardt comes off the line. The Czech driver has got a crazy amount of horsepower. He's got 916. Oh my God, such an entry from Michael Reichardt. But can he hold on to it? He can.
Well, he's on an almost perfect line there into that first inside zone, Dave, and that works now to push him out to that outer and back into the inner again. Could he have just found the recipe? Oh, and he misses the outside zone. Big flick across the circuit, looks for that final outside zone. Michael Reichardt stands on the accelerator and unleashes over 1,000 horsepower through the rear wheels across the line. That initiation, Dave, was
silly.
Bananas.
It was a bit silly. It's Michael Reichardt, though.
Yeah, doesn't do things by half.
If you're a fan of drifting, this is what you want to see. Michael Reichardt going, you know what I'd love to do? Just go absolutely bananas into the first corner. Look at the flick he throws in here. So as he transitions, look, almost full angle one way to the other.
Do you know what he said? He said, well, the white line's there for a reason. So I'm going to use all the circuit.
You know what? He actually slowed the car down enough with that big flick that he got the inner zone. Yeah. So that could be a good way of doing the first corner. It
almost was the right recipe, but I think here, he transitioned a little too early because watch the line as he comes through, he misses that third outside zone, and that's the only point for me that can really knock him for.
What I'm noticing from a lot of these runs, it's not just about power or execution, it's about timing.
Yeah.
And if your timing is off when you change the direction of the car, it actually affects other areas of the track way down the track. So you got to be clever, you can't overcommit. And Michael Reichardt overcommit on the entry, he got it right. Then they actually did the hard part easy and the easy bit hard.
The easy bit hard, yeah.
Which is classic Michael Reichardt, and that's why we love him. That's why I could watch Max Heidrich and Max Heidrich do his style, I can watch Michael Reinhardt do his style all day.
All day
If it was
long.
just a championship to them. Now, there'll be no cars left and everything would be in the rubbish bin. But they are just what we want to see on a drift circuit. Full steam, full aggression. You know, none of this safe runs. Everything's out there, and I love it. So Michael Reinhardt puts a 69 on the board. He gets rewarded for that style and that angle, so he gets into 8th position. Losing a lot on the line, though. That's where he needs to just pick it up. But
yeah, exactly.
You know, easier picking up on the line. The style and angle is a little harder to get than line. So
it certainly is.
I like to think he's got a good second run in him. We go to our next driver. It is Joachim Andersen going all black on the car this year. It was bright yellow last year.
Yeah, he's gone for that incognito Batman style.
Has he gone to the dark side?
Yes.
He's gone, you know.
He's gone banana to Batman.
Yeah, banana to black. Yeah, I get it.
Do you get it?
I do. So let's see if it's a darker persona. Is it going to be more, you know?
Like it.
Yeah. Is he going to be more?
And he's looking aggressive. That's for
wow,
sure.
What
Look
an
at this.
initiation from Joachim Andersen. That is absolutely phenomenal, and just misses the inner zone a little bit, I think, as well. But he's got the style and flair through the first corners. He pushes through the circuit, transitioning nice and right position, getting those rear wheels just about into that outer zone. This is the flick left and right. And look at this, Joachim Andersen doing a good job. Again, he's a great driver. We never doubted that. Just can he put it all together in one event? And right now, it looks like he's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he looks pretty solid.
Yeah, upgraded S15 front end on the car this year. Like the look of that car.
Yeah, gone for a new look. He said, like, cleaned everything up, worked through all the problems. He said he had some silly problems last year. That was what that let car down. So he stripped it right back, went back to basics, cleaned it all up and made it work. And I love this initiation. Very, very early. Look at this. I think maybe that is the key to try and go for the big flick on outside zone 1, but also try and pick up that inside zone.
Gonna throw some theories at you.
Okay.
I think that there's so much rubber laid down on the outside of the first zone that they can't tell where the tarmac and the curb are. And I think when they get on the curb, it's a little bouncy and it washes the car a little bit further down the track, making it harder to hit the inner zone. That could be my theory and my theory alone, but I'm watching a lot of guys dropping wheels on the curb and overshooting that inner zone, which means that they're probably just washing down the course a little bit more than they would like to when they get on throttle.
Okay.
Have a look out for it. At home, you can have a little look out for it and say, oh, Dave's talking nonsense. Or he's right, because when you get on that curb, it's bouncing the back of the car. You don't have a whole lot of grip. And it just kind of washes you further down than you think you want to be. And by the time you come back on the throttle and back on the course, you're too late. So therefore, you kind of go around the inner zone.
And don't forget, we're running this circuit in reverse.
So those curbs will be in reverse.
In
little
reverse.
bouncies. So I'm just saying, you start unsettling the back of the car, bouncing up and down a little bit. It might be microscopic when you're watching it, but when you're in the car, you'll feel that. And maybe that's just, I'm just saying.
Okay.
What do I know? But 69.57 position for Joachim Andersen, that's a really good score.
Yes.
And I think if you got that inner zone, again, similar to Gavia, which they will definitely tidy up for the second run, there's a lot to be said for high 80 scores there. It's just that inner zone, it seems to be catching everybody.
It's catching everyone
Next
up.
up, Oren Nielsen, the man that spent as much time on his roof as he did on his wheels last year. He is the fighting man of the championship. You'll never count him out. And he also has big runs in him for qualifying. We've watched him 90 plus on numerous occasions. The Norwegian youngster's ready for 24. Let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, let's see how he goes. This man normally flicks a 90 into the mix early on in qualifying. What can he do right now? Looks absolutely dialed as the front end of that Toyota Sora starts to buckle and the bonnet starts to flap underneath the pressure of being put through its paces along the circuit into this final outside zone. As Nielsen, I'm not sure he's lifted off the throttle once yet since initiation, absolutely screams across the line. And Oran Nielsen,
that's a big one. That's
back
a big
on
one.
form.
Big one from Oran Nielsen.
I don't think he lifted off the throttle.
I think that he just said, I want to put you there.
He's got a switch on the steering wheel.
But I watched the initiation, I thought he's going to make the same mistake. He's going to wash too wide, but he took the nose in. He went a big angle, but watch the nose of the car. He just adjusted ever so slightly with, look, boom, gets through that inner zone.
He just gets it.
Just about gets it, but the rest is spectacular. Full throttle, full commitment, no lift. Watch, little handbrake there, just a little dab, and then away he goes again. I gotta say, this guy is very impressive to watch. He's one of my favorite drivers on the grid when it comes to out-and-out style.
Yeah, I'm just taking this one all in. I'm just seeing, look at that. The front bumper can barely hold on there as he flicks the car across the circuit, and the bonnet is almost ready to leave the chat.
Well,
as he gets into that zone.
I might say the angle judge has not much to give out about.
Well, the angle judge now is being.
Yeah, these are not judges, by the way. These are just spectators you're seeing on your screens, but they are doing some judging.
They're doing some judging. They're doing their own judging.
DIY judging.
Yep.
You can do it yourself at home. I'm sure you will.
Yep.
What do you think? Oren Nielsen, will he go top? I'm going to say he's going to be very close, if not there. I think that's the best run we've seen today. Better than Clint Van Hout? More angle.
I don't know.
Big angle. Does he miss the zone?
Do you know what? Do you know what is missing from that? The flair, the big flicks.
Oh, I don't know. There was a few.
We'll see.
It's an 82.5, so it's second position. He's right up there. Oren Nielsen, I think that's why all these guys have more in them for the second one. So I remember when we first went to Sweden, a lot of drivers suffered as well, but just how fast the course was.
Yeah.
But as we went through the competition, we started to see some amazing driving. So limited practice this morning, a lot of delays on the track with oil being laid down and mechanical failures meant that a lot of practice wasn't got by any driver. So I think we're seeing practice in qualifying a little bit as well. So we have on the start line, that to me looks like it is...
Yeah, that is Oliver Randleau.
Oliver Randleau, yeah, had a pretty tough time getting to the grid. He had a big fire in the car when, just the last test session before he had to load it for Spain, had to rebuild the whole back end of the car again. Happens, but at the same time, Oliver Randleau back in a new chassis this year. I'm going to put it out there right now. Oliver Randleau, new chassis, new man this year, going to challenge the top steps.
Top steps. Well, look, he's feeling confident, looking confident. The car looks absolutely unbelievable. It looks real good, and it looks even better when he's putting it under his paces. Look at that nice initiation. Look how close he is on the inside zone. Barely touches the steering wheel. Lets that car float out to that outside zone, back onto the inner again. Nice line as he now picks up this outside zone. Oliver Randleau feeling comfortable in a brand new chassis that was on fire just 5 days ago and didn't even look like he was going to make it to round one. Randleau absolutely dialed, glued to the back end of the circuit. That's a lovely run.
Really nice run, great line. Probably not, nods of approval from the Spanish audience. They're tough to please.
They are.
They're tough.
They're tough customers.
Yeah, they want to see a good run. Oliver Randleau, for me, a couple of things. It goes so early on initiation that...
Is that the key, though?
That could be, because it slowed the car down enough that he didn't overwash this inner zone.
Look at this.
Perfect. I would say not a huge amount of angle through the whole course, but so precise when it comes to the line.
I don't know if you can run big angle on the first 4 zones because of the distance between them and because of the way the line is, dedicated for the judges have laid that line down. I don't know if you can run a big angle, and you can only really dial it on in those last 2 to 3 outside zones. On here, look at this, he flicks the car, that's shallow, but then dials it back in. He does then start to wind it on. Look, as you can see him turning the steering wheel, letting the car wash into that last outside zone. I like this from Randleau. It looks controlled.
It's definitely the smoothest run of the competition so far. I'll give him that. Is it the most exciting? I'd still say Clint Van Hout's more exciting.
Yes.
But he is super precise.
He is
maybe that's what you're doing it for. Hey, everyone's happy. Having a great time. They are having a blast.
They're having a blast.
I would say that because of sunshine, but there's sunshine all the time here, so it's probably this is just a normal day.
This is just normal.
For us, we're like, it's sunny.
It's sunny.
It's not raining at Drift Masters. We're very happy about that, and probably won't be at some other point in the championship later in the year. I'm looking at you, Ireland. And
you better deliver.
You better deliver. Spain came
through. Spain came through. It's your time to shine.
You listen, Finland.
Yeah.
So let's see what score drops in. We have a score for Oliver Randleau. Judges still having a little chat, little debate on this one. Probably the most flawless run, probably the most precise run. Did it have all the flair? I'm arguing maybe not as much as Clint Van Hout, but it's definitely going to be a high score.
I think it's going to be a high score. Here's a man who's...
Here's a couple of men now.
There's pressure on these guys now.
If you're a Drift Masters fan, you see, oh, here we are, Korpelinski, Cherba, Viscalti. There's all the big names in the mid-pack ready to take home a championship. That's what I'm thinking. These are the guys that are saying, this is my year. 72 for Oliver Randleau. Again, if you look at the angle and style, losing a little bit there as well. So from my perspective, and line, you do need a bit of angle through the line too. So crowd starting to fill in here in the Ricardo Tormo. Remember, everybody, this place can handle 200,000 people, which is nuts. So
how many?
200,000 people is how many people come to MotoGP here. So we're trying to fill a bit of it.
We're going to fill just a bit.
Yeah, because let's be honest, MotoGP, 200,000 people. That's more people that are probably ever been to a drift event in a year.
Yes.
So that's incredible. But here we are, next up on the line, we have got...
Yeah, Marco Zaccaril. Marco Zaccaril through the gate, the Czech Republic driver, now off the line, BMW M2. V8 turbo underneath the bonnet, been champion in this car for a long time now. Dials on big angle, and that's an over rotation.
Yeah, he spun it out, and I'll tell you what, you can see it coming. He went in on way too much angle and just had no control whatsoever. And unfortunately for a driver that I thought, again, there's going to be one guy that goes down. Again, what am I talking about? To get 2 runs, he'd probably come out and get 95
I was just going to say, yeah.
Doesn't really matter. But he just overcommitted there on the entry, really. Just get a big flick, and then as he transitioned back over, you can see, just, lost the back end completely.
See, there's, when I was down in the paddock earlier, the guys were working on this car on the front end. So are they fighting an issue? Are they fighting an issue that they can't get to the bottom of?
Maybe a power steering issue, something like that?
Something binding. It's very, very rare of Marco Zapparello to spin like that.
It's almost like a dead spin, like he's done nothing.
It's like the front wheels are just stopping.
He's just gone, he hasn't tried to correct it, he hasn't tried to handbrake. I'm like, something just went instantly wrong, and then he couldn't really fix it. So I'm not sure what happened there. Very uncharacteristic, as you said. And here we have next up on the line is Kuba Pszczonski. I love this. Look at the air conditioning just system there.
Full feed in.
Yeah. That looks like my dishwasher at home. But I'm sure it works because he is not overheating in the car.
He's the coolest man around.
He doesn't need it. It's that cool, he doesn't need it. Kuba Pszczonski says he's done a lot of practice in the off-season trying to come back for the championship this year. Kuba firing into that first corner. And as you can see, doing a good job. This is what we go. Wow. A little wobble there. Just keeping the car moving. A little bit of left foot braking from Kuba Pszczonski. Car looks spectacular this year. I think it's the best it's ever looked as he goes through those outer zones, inner zones. And one more zone to go for Kuba Pszczonski. Look at that, really smooth, really consistent, beautiful run from Kuba Pszczonski. And again, very hard to believe that Kuba Pszczonski hasn't been in the title fight for the last couple of years, because you always look at him going so good.
Yeah.
Now, I know this is to show that it does take time, it does take energy, it does take experience, and sometimes it takes losses, and sometimes it takes big scores like an 82.5 for Kuba Pszczonski from Poland. Second position, now we're creeping into the 80s. Remember, we're in reverse championship order, so we're starting to get into the guys that were fighting it out for the championship last year. Next up, a driver I expect to be, as always, inch perfect round here is Paweł Korpelinski. Almost upset the Shanahan bandwagon in Poland at the last round last year. A lot of people talking about decisions in that one. Well, he's going to try and make it an easy decision for the judges here and go out and get a solid first qualifying run.
Yeah, look at this, Korpelinski through the gears now, fires that car in. Nice early initiation. I think he's another guy that knows he needs to get it done early. Shallows up the angle massively, but he gives him that nice line, that good trajectory into that outside zone and into that front clip. Now starts to add the style and the flair to it as he flicks the angle on, looks through that front inner zone, flicks the car back again across the circuit into this outside zone, stands on the accelerator, pushes the pedal through the floor as he lights up the circuit. Across the line goes Korpelinski. He doesn't even want to stop there.
He's very good. Like, very good.
He's annoyingly
like,
good.
He's very
He makes
good.
It look too easy.
Like, he goes out there and you know he's at 85%.
Yeah.
And we would be at 4,012.
Yeah.
Crying in the car.
Screaming.
At that speed. And he's out there just like casually, you know what, I won't go too hard on the first one. I'll just be inch perfect. Effortless from him. And I mean, we've watched so many, especially when he jumped into this S14 from the BMW. You know, he is just a threat now, a huge threat. Expect, and I'm going to put it out there, this is only the first qualifying run of the year, expect him to be in the mix this year. Expect him to be in the conversation when it comes to the championship, because I just feel it's all aligning for him right now because he's done podiums before and he's been up against a lot of big names over the last couple of years and he's held his own every time. Huge angle, every single run from Korpelinski. Love his driving style, and the judges are going to be nodding their head on this one.
Yeah, I think they are as well, because we were, that's for sure. And, you know, I think you're right, Dave. I think there's a lot of these drivers that this year, I think, are starting to say, I'm in the conversation for the championship. I'm not coming here to make up the numbers anymore. They've either built new cars
for sure,
or all off-season they've been testing. And Pascolti, for me, has been one of those guys. He has been testing and testing and testing. I think they're the guys now that are going to say, OK, I've had a few years of feeling it out, getting my feet underneath the table at Drift Masters. Now I'm going to play the game and I'm looking for that championship.
An 85.5 from Paweł Korpelinski, well-deserved for the Polish driver. Second position, I'm not arguing any of that. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. We move it back to the start line to a man whose car arrived back in Lithuania on Tuesday morning from a container from the Middle East.
Wild.
They took it straight from the shipping container, put it in the trailer and drove across Europe to Spain. It is, of course, the one and only Benediktas Čurba from Lithuania, the BMW E92 Eurofighter 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 820 horsepower as Benediktas Čurba fires that car in now. This will feel like getting back into bed for him. This car will feel comfortable. He's been in it all off-season. He's been proving himself in championships. Look at the speed from Čurba as he takes out that cone. He was moving so quickly through that centre section of the circuit, he couldn't slow it down. Čurba back on the throttle once again, and that is a fast run from Čurba.
I would look at a timer because it was visibly so much faster than everybody else. But he sacrificed some, you know, precision because of that, because he absolutely sent that cone. The cone went to space. Like, it went to space. Like, it was literally sitting there going, I think, you know, it's going to be a fine day. And next thing, boom.
He's been watching everyone else. That initiation was perfect. They're initiating later now. The game is earlier.
Look at the pace he starts to build here. And when he hits this cone, the absolute speed that he's coming down this main straight at, like, he barely decelerates.
The front wheel. He nearly pulled the front wheel off the tarmac.
Look at this, absolutely boom.
Ballooned it.
And then into that last corner. And again, it's a big decel zone there to try and keep things moving. You got to trust that the car is going to grip up and do what it needs to do.
That's a 90-plus run.
You think so?
100%.
Hit the cone, though.
Yeah. Forget about the cone.
I think the cone would argue.
No, yeah, I mean, listen, the cone has...
It's given out.
Its own
I heard
right.
on the radio.
It's got its own right.
Yeah, it's got it straight on to David Calas there going, we had an agreement, David.
Had an agreement.
This was
no
a
cones would get hurt.
Yeah, this is a no-go zone.
I think the judges are going to like the commitment at the speed for me.
Yeah.
The initiation was perfect.
I'm not
early.
disagreeing. This is way up there. I'm just trying to think, is it top? That's all I'm trying to think.
Yeah, that's top. This is going to be the first 90 to break.
Here's a crazy run.
It had angle, had style, he was on the line, and it had the speed. For me, he was through that circuit so quick. There was no messing around. He wasn't pottering around looking for the zones and saying, I got time to transition here. It was bam, bam, movement, putting the car in the right place. I got a feeling, Dave. I got a feeling about this one. And Čurba's been threatening to play the game for a while now.
Oh!
Mic drop, Dave.
91.5 for Benediktas Čurba. And Ian Waddington called it. 90-plus run. The first 90 on the board for Benediktas Čurba. That set the standard now. Set the standard for everybody.
Forget it, though. Forget it. Because I've got money on this man right here, Kevin Pascolti. I've been watching him all off-season. He has been twinning in old BMW missile cars all off-season, every single day, driving. He jumped in that car, qualified first and won an event, and he's back for 2024, and this is another man that is hungry for it. He's threatened it before, and he just hasn't got there. But this year, Pascolti said to me, I'm not here to play games, I want to win Drift Masters, and now he comes firing through, and there's a little off-throttle there as he comes down, he looks for that inner zone, he does collect it, but this a little tentative from Pascolti. It isn't the commitment we're used to seeing. Is he feeling this one out as he makes his way across the line and finishes up another run?
But it's so unfair now because you're basing it off Benediktas Čurba's run. So that is a phenomenal run. But now we're starting to, you know, wonder if it's the best run. And
I think it just lacked a little bit of commitment there, Dave.
I think on initiation, it's a good initiation, but it's not as wild as Čurba's was. I think this is what you should do on a first run, is actually just be pinpoint, and that's what he did. Kevin Pascolti, we talked about it last year, talent just unbelievable. Like this guy, the fact that we were at an event a couple of years ago where he just came to spectate and said, I want to do that. And then someone said, what do you mean you want to do that? No, I want to do that as in win the whole thing.
Yep.
And everyone's like, oh, shut up, Kevin. Talking nonsense. Look at him now. Here he is.
Doing a thing.
Doing it. And every year getting better. And I think that's just pure positivity. And if you look at Kevin Piscotti as a person, pure positivity.
100%. And listen, like I say, I've been following his social media really closely in the off-season, and he has been putting in the time. He's been putting in the effort, and while the guys were rebuilding the car, he said, I'm going to just train with my buddies every single day. And then he jumped in that car and did a national championship round just to get back into the seat. Blew the doors off everybody.
Wow, well, let's see if he blows off the doors here. If anything, Germany doesn't. 78 in the board, and I'm right. You're right in saying the style 13 out of 20. Yeah. So, not bringing the heat, not bringing the big angle and the commitment and the speed, and that's what Churba did, and that's what take that risk.
Yeah.
It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't. Now, if you're Diogo Correa, there's only take a risk.
There's only.
Did somebody say something about calming down? And Diogo's like, I don't speak your language.
But he speaks the language.
He doesn't speak English either, but he definitely doesn't speak the language of slowing down safe runs. This is going to be all or nothing again from Diogo Correa as he fires through the gears into that first corner. Expect a big flick entry here.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. Correa in almost his hometown. He is a hero at these parts of the world as Diogo Correa stands on the accelerator. Look at this, a very tidy line, shallows up the angle for that inner zone, but then flicks the car across the track. But that hurt that third outside zone, and now he has to work hard to try and claw some points back in the bag as he looks for that final outside zone, gets the rear wheels of that BMW in the zone across the line. And there was only one mistake. We're nitpicking now, Dave. We're splitting hairs.
Okay, my honest opinion.
Yep.
I'm here to give it a pick.
Yeah, of course.
Best entry of the day. But then it fell apart.
Yeah.
But the entry was phenomenal. He just went 90 degrees, and I was like, what has he done? Diogo, calm down. Watch this. He flicks it full angle, and watch the angle he pulls here. Look. Boom. Massive angle, and he gets the inner zone. So that's the best two first zones for me. And then I'm like, oh, Correa's going to do it here. And then he just starts to kind of get a bit of wavering here, and then he transitions, I think, here too early. And then when he gets back, he's basically out of the zone. So that's the way I would say it. You can see that struggling a little bit of the transition. Got that old school handbrake position. Love it.
Look at his style.
It's a lot of style. He's got a lot of style as a driver. Flicks the wheel left and right.
Flicks the wheel.
But for me, it's just at the end, it's just a little bit holding on.
Yeah.
Big lock up on that last corner. See, look at that. More smoke coming out of the front tires than the rear tires. The transition is snappy. I like this whole section. Just in the middle, had a mistake.
There was a mistake.
And I mean, remember, we came off the back of, not a whole lot of scoring in the first half of the bracket, so we're being harsh. This is a really good run.
Yeah.
It's a score on the board, and it's a 72.5, which is enough for 10th. But yeah, some errors, missing a zone. Judges being pretty harsh today, by the way. You can tell they're rewarding the commitment, and if you're not committed, you're not getting easy points here.
No, and you know what? You can tell they've had a tough off season as well. They've had many months of not watching drifting, and now
they're also looking for perfection. Remember, they're basing their scoring off perfection, not good, not nice runs like other championships. This is about perfection. That's what they want to see. Kevin Pazur, next up, off the line, a man who absolutely blew everyone away in 2023. Big year ahead for Kevin Pazur. Can he start it the way he wants to continue? Very fast on initiation, and Pazur goes a bit too wide. He's going to struggle with that inside zone, again making a very similar mistake. And now he's gone almost dead straight through that section. It doesn't work unless you get it right. And Pazur is going to bleed a lot of points there, Ian. Big error for someone like him, trying a little too hard.
Yeah, I think he went in there with a little bit too much speed on that initiation and collects up that last outside zone, lovely. But I think he went into the initiation a little bit too hot. And for me, Purser, new build, he said this car is faster than the old car that he had. He said they redefined everything, they changed a lot of stuff, they moved some stuff about. And he said this car is way faster than the old car. Yeah. He said, and he's still trying to adapt to it. He said, but I'm here to win this year.
I'm not going to doubt him because the man in the chase position in battles is frightening.
Yeah, he's very, very
However,
good.
and we haven't, Kevin Pazur has done some pretty good qualifying runs too. That might not be on the highlight reel.
No.
A little bit of an error. You see the straight enough there, just thought the wheels were spinning, and all of a sudden he's like, no, not drifting at all here because I've caught too much grip.
Almost completely straight lines out. He has to reinitiate on that in a zone there, Dave, on the handbrake. So that's going to be frowned upon by the judges.
Yeah, and he came 7th in the championship last year when you think about it. That was a stacked grid last year. 7th position, would love to climb into the top 3 this year. will have work to do, I think, on the second half of qualifying. Just, I mean, you might think, well, what does it matter? They're all going into battles anyway, whatever. But remember, the highest seeded drivers go against the lowest seeded drivers. And as far as I'm concerned, the further we get along with so much talent, it almost becomes a moot point because you're going to come up against someone brilliant in the top 32 anyway. But it does mean that if you are in the top 3 or 4 or 5 in qualifying, you get more points, which is all matters when it gets to the end of the season, because it can come down to 1 point or 2 points.
No.
And then, at this point in time, it kind of puts a statement, puts a confidence booster on you. And then everyone wants to get to these showdown battles that are on, because we haven't seen them, you haven't seen them, no one's seen them. So I kind of want to see what happens there too. So top 4 will do that. So top 4, very important here, get extra points. And then you see Peter Vancic back out on the grid, had engine troubles in practice. Another man who I think has probably done 2 laps of practice in the circuit, I would say.
Well, Juha Rittinen got not one run.
No, he didn't do 1 run. Imagine going to qualifying on a track you've never driven before.
And they've just, and you can see the car pull up behind Peter's car, they've just changed the engine in that car.
So both of those drivers have no practice. Going out there against some of the best.
Now, Peter had
a couple of laps.
Let's just say he'd laid down a 90-point run in practice.
But there was 2 or 3 runs. 46 on the board, 0.5 for Kevin Pizzora. And again, Kevin Pizzora's going to shake his head and go, forget about that. Do it again.
Yeah, forget it. Yeah.
He's like, that's not my standard. And he won't be impressed with that. He'll go back in there and say, nope, let's get it going. We're going back out there again. Got McKeever lining up. McKeever touching nearly 1,000 horsepower with that RB, definitely the highest horsepower RB on the grid right now, and he champions that engine all the way along. Dwayne McKeever, had a lot of differential issues last year, a lot of braking differential. Now he's upgraded that, so he said that was the thing with the car. The car looks better than it's ever looked before. He's feeling more confident, and he likes these big fast circuits. He's a fast driver. McKeever fires in to that first corner, nice and tidy on the power early. Good line driver and did a great job so far of doing what the judges want to do, which is staying to those zones inside. And bit of a lock up. McKeever wobbles a little bit. Looks like an awkward part of the track, but he's right to the edge here, which is exactly what the judges want to see. Look at this, flicking it left and right. Dwayne McKeever on that first run, this little tricky, just keep it off the circuit at the end. Looks like everybody wants to wander away. That's a good first run for Dwayne McKeever. Nice run. We expected from him. Yeah. And he delivered on that occasion.
Do you want to know what was fascinating about that? When they came off the line, he outrun the drone.
No way. It could have been a little later on zone 1. Gets to zone 2, maybe a little on the inside. And then here, watch this. It's a little understeer here, but nothing major, just about here. This is a tricky part of the track, though, to keep the car moving. I'm going to say that's as good as we've seen out there. Maybe not. I don't know. It's up there. I'm now trying to think where was the mistakes. Here, he was better than anyone else on the circuit on that outer zone.
That snappy transition was beautiful, to be fair.
But this zone here, perfect. And that's the hardest, almost outer zone on the track, I think.
So fast. He is again, another driver like Cherba that's very, very quick through these zones.
I think we're going to know when we see the next, this top 6 in the championship now from last year. We're going to know where it all stacks up after the scoring from the judges here, because obviously we're not in contact with the judges.
No.
We'll start to kind of be able to figure out what they're rewarding. Is it speed? Is it commitment? Is it line? I mean, all of those things included, but which are more important to the judges? And there you go, 75.5 for Dwayne McKeever. That big understeer, that lock up at the front wheel, knocking him down quite a few points. And again, angle, brilliant, 15.5 out of 20, but losing it on the style for that straight.
That's straight,
that's the thing. So there you go. We move on to our next driver, and it's going to be another Irish driver. It's going to be Jack Shanahan, who finished 5th in the championship last year, so he fell off a little bit towards the end.
Yeah.
He was going into the last round with a potential to win the championship. Ended up in 5th, not the perfect finish, but will it be the perfect start for Jack Shanahan? 950 horsepower this year in that GT86. He is an Irish champion, UK champion, and I'll tell you what, the one thing he wants now is to replicate what his brother did last year and become European champion. Jack Shanahan, qualifying specialist, but it's a very tough track.
It certainly is a tough track. And look at this big flick from Shanahan. He goes early, and will that reward him for that inside zone? It doesn't. It lets him push the car right to the edge of the circuit, and he drops that first inside zone as Shanahan now stands on the accelerator, and he's moving through this circuit at pace. As he comes in to this last outside zone, you can see he slowed it down quite a lot there. Now opens up the throttle once again as Shanahan puts the back end of that 86 into that zone, but falls out of it right across the line.
Oh, and you see it punching the steering wheel in the car.
Yeah,
He's not happy with that.
Not happy.
First corner. I think Jack Shanahan is
yeah.
such a mentally driven driver. If something goes wrong, he does lose his focus and his temper. And I think he's going to be this first corner. Right away, he washes. Watch the curb. I think he bounces down too far, and now he knows, I can't get the car inside there.
No.
So now he's like, oh, I haven't got the perfect run. And I think that inner zone is telling us the story for everybody right now. He misses that completely, he's 20 feet off it. And then as he comes through here, this is all fine, but then the last corner, as you said, I think he'd almost given up on the run at that stage. He was like, it's not perfect. And Jack Shanahan wants perfect.
Yeah, and that's how Jack Shanahan is. If he gets to that last outside zone and he knows it's not going 100% right and he can feel himself wandering and wavering, he kind of forgets about the run and just says, right, I'll just start again.
Well, Jack Shanahan is 90 or nothing. That's what I would say.
Exactly,
It's either going to be brilliant, he wants to put on a show for the fans, and we talk about the difference in driving style between Conor Shanahan and Jack Shanahan. Jack Shanahan drives with his heart, and Conor Shanahan drives with his head.
Yeah.
Conor Shanahan is out there putting about 80% on show. Every time Jack Shanahan, 100%, but that's what happens. You go too much, you make mistakes. Now, of course, entertainment value, it's brilliant to watch Jack. But when you want trophies and you want wins, Conor Shanahan is a great tactic as well. So 73 on the board for Jack Shanahan, still into 11th position, not the strongest of runs, but he'll be having to think about that one. And I would hate to be in his eye line for the next hour until he gets back out there again. And then it'll probably be all smiles again, because he's going to go out there and try and... Now here's a man, I would say, unusually nervous on the start line. Didn't get much practice in, Piotr Kozlowski. He's back-to-back champion. Last year couldn't outlast Conor Shanahan. Back in a new chassis, new start, but they had a lot of trouble with it. They've been developing it. And he said himself, he's got a lot of things to think about, very different than his other car. But right now, Fionn Roche throws into that first one. Look at that angle. Oh, a little bit of understeer and back on lock. How did he hold that? That's incredible from Fionn Roche. He actually lost the car and gained it within a split second to rescue that back again. And Fionn Roche goes back out. Look at that little left foot braking, very good. So just late to the transition there from Fionn Roche as he gets to the edge of the circuit, but that was very exciting to watch as Piotr Kozlowski takes it across the line. You could see the front wheel on the first corner. It looked like he was going to lose that car, and how he held it, that is mastercraft.
That was beautiful, Dave.
I mean, he didn't expect it happened, and how he adapted to it, I have no idea. He got understeer and somehow still got the zones.
I loved everything about that run, to be honest with you. Okay, he called that understeer, but the way he just kept it cool.
No, but I mean, there was no lengthy understeer. No. You watch the front wheels here, right? He comes into the first corner, look, whoa, gets a bit understeer, bam, back on it again. It's an error, but it could have been a zero, and he actually held that car beautifully through the first corner. So it just kind of, I think, caught him out a little bit, but from there on in, you're starting to see the Piotr Kozlowski of old, and it's a new chassis. To me, it looks like all the testing's paid off. He looks comfortable in it.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time in the off-season testing this car, and you know what, it has paid off, because look at the way he can position that car exactly where he wants it. Look at this in that outside zone, almost 4 wheels in that outside zone, and it's just beautiful. I love the way the car moves around the circuit as well. It looks so smooth and fluid.
Say it, looks cool.
It looks so cool.
It's a cool looking car, and to see some modern chassis out there, everyone we see, we're like, oh, looks cool.
It does look very, very cool.
And again, I don't think he's going to score terribly, down the order here, but there was an error on the first corner, but the rest, I mean, what you're actually looking at here with even Jack Shanahan and Fionn Roche now to point is you're looking at the potential of, if that little thing hadn't happened, you're way up in the 90s. But I know that's easy to say.
Yeah.
But there's some drivers that might not be able to achieve that level of commitment over a 90 or 95, but these guys can. They've done it in the past. So awaiting the score is Piotr Fionn Roche to drop in. And it's an 80.5 in 6th position. I expect that to be top qualifier if he didn't have that little error on the first corner. That's just my thinking. But the judges obviously deducting that. And then next thing we go to the top 3 in the championship from last year. And it starts with a man who had no engine and has done no practice. So this is, I mean, Juha Rintanen is going to be Conor Shanahan waiting in the wings.
Did you just see that? Conor Shanahan held up his hand with his fingers crossed.
So he's got an issue as well. Brilliant. This is just cutting my nerves already. Round 1, here we are. Juha Rintanen hasn't done a practice lap of the track yet. That's insane. He's going to have to throw this car in with an untested engine that they just put in the car in the last 2 hours. He has dropped, I saw it, hole in the side of the engine from the first run of practice today. He's never done a full lap of this course. What's he going to do here? This is going to be a very, very tough job for Juha Rintanen.
It's not though, Dave, because he finished 3rd in the championship and he is an absolute OG. He knows how to drive this car. This new chassis of his is absolutely perfected and refined. And look at this already. He's already proven he doesn't need practice around this track. He's done the track walk, he's watched the driver's briefing, he knows where to position the car, and he gets it done textbook as he pops a wheel on the curb, but he does wander out of that last outside zone. He gets back into it again across the line.
That's incredible.
Rintanen on a flyer.
That's incredible. How does he do it?
Because they are the best of the best, Dave.
Because he's fueled by pure Finnish fans. And they know no bounds.
There's no boundaries.
Yeah, I walked over to him to see how he was getting on, just shake his hand, and there he was. There was an engine on the ground, there was another engine on the ground. Did they just put in another engine with another 1,000 horsepower? So a 1,000 horsepower engine blew up.
Yep.
Put another 1,000 horsepower engine in the last hour and a half.
Yep.
And came out there and did that. I want to throw my headset on the ground and go, I know nothing. What do I know about drift? Oh, you got to do loads of practice. Got to get out there and get some practice in. No practice, and he's better than pretty much anybody out there. Unbelievable from Joe.
It's a really good run.
This is a job that nobody wanted, to go out there in a car with 1,000 horsepower on one of the fastest circuits we've ever had on the calendar, and go out there and try and, you know, do yourself proud, do the Finnish fans proud. Juha Rintanen, look at this. It's pinpoint. I think he shouldn't practice ever again. I think he should just go out for qualifying straight out of the truck.
Just straight out.
Never, ever practice again. Don't second guess it. You're good enough. Just go out there. That's insane. The car is moving so fast, the bumper is hitting the ground. Very cool. Cool shots from Red Bull TV here. And I love those slow-mo Phantom cameras.
Yeah.
Just to see the compression, you can see all the bits of tire rubber firing off the air. And you can see the front wheels. Watch how much rubber they pick up on the front wheel.
Yeah.
Just check that out. See the way it looks all lumpy? That's all the rubber from other cars that you pick up over the run. You're actually re-threading the car, but in a very uneven manner. So you get a lot of steering wobble with that because you're picking up so much rubber. Yeah, and there you see all the rubber being laid down. A 70.5 with no practice for Juha Rintanen. Does himself proud. 17th position right now.
That's still, I think that's still going to be enough to keep yourself in the show, you know.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of guys that had mechanical failures. We had a lot of zeros, but there's a lot of guys that I don't think are going to make it back out for a second run. We're back to the line.
Here's the man, the fan favorite, Lauri Heinen, with the car that sounds like it's an F1 car, but it's actually a drift car, NASCAR V8, with an incredible amount of power, 960 horsepower. This car, this driver, so close last year to being the best in the business. So close last year to being the next big thing, to being the champion. He's coming for everybody this year, Ian. Let's see how he gets on in the first run of qualifying.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work to the car. He said the car feels better than ever. And now look at this as Lauri Heinen. He's better than anyone on that initiation and better than anyone on that first inside zone. As Lauri Heinen gets himself dialed, look at this, a wide line. He swings the car into the outside zone. This incredible snappy transition. Heinen back on form once again as Lauri Heinen squeezes the throttle and puts the back end of that 180SX across the line.
Unbelievable, Ian.
Wow.
Unbelievable. The man, the myth, the legend, Lauri Heinen. And you wonder why he's creating such a fan base. It's from driving like that. Quiet, reserved guy, humble guy, but put him behind the wheel of that car, and I think this year he's going to beat anyone that gets in his way. Lauri Heinen, we looked at it last year, got all the way to the final in Poland, so close. There was a seesaw in the semi-final of whether Heinen or Shanahan would win the championship. Well, I'll tell you what, Shanahan's won it. He's felt the champagne, he's gone home and celebrated. Heinen had to go home with second place. And if there's ever going to be a motivator, Ian, for coming back stronger than ever, it's that second place for Lauri Heinen, because he doesn't want it again.
That is perfect, Dave.
That's as good a lap as I've seen of this track.
No, that is perfect.
There's not much more you can do, I think.
From the drone, you see every outside zone, every inside zone, the line. He didn't turn or move the steering wheel from initiation to like outside zone 4.
That's a dangerous man right there.
Look at that, look at this, the way the car is dialed.
Oh, the speed. I mean, it might
and
not,
look at this.
It might not look at as you guys are looking directly down the circuit. That's a very long straight. Like
It's
very long straight.
Yeah.
You're seeing it from an angle that looks like it's going left and right. When you look at it side on, that's a long straight. And look how calm he is. Look at that. Smooth steering.
It doesn't touch the handbrake. Look.
Laser focus, no handbrake. A little bit here in the last decel zone, and then boom, just a tap. Away we go. Just gonna say it. This is gonna be big.
This is gonna be big.
This is gonna be big. And I think Conor Shannon's got work to do now. As the last qualifier, he's gonna be like, oh no, Lauri came to play.
They came to more than
85 and 85. We thought it was a little bit more, but the judges saying there was a little wobble through the first zone. 85 on the board, 4th position for Lauri Heinen. Still a very good score, although an 85 is still as good as it gets.
I'm shocked with that.
But I'll tell you what, we're going to talk to the judges later on and have a little word with them. Just, we're not seeing it, of course. They're seeing a little bit more camera angles than we are. But Conor Shannon, laser focused. Lauri Heinen got an 85. Viansek looking strong. Everybody's back in business. Shanahan, all the targets are on him. This is the most pressure he'll have felt coming into a championship. For every other season of every other Drift Masters event, he's been down the order chasing the pack.
Yeah.
Now they're chasing him. That's a different proposition, Ian. That's different pressure.
It certainly is different pressure. And he's going to sit there and he's going to hear from the radio, Heinonen didn't score high. Heinonen only scored an 85.
Only an 85, Ian. It's like still way up the order.
It's still way up the order.
But Shanahan now, he is very precise. And he does listen very intently in the briefings to everything they're saying. So let's see what this first run of qualifying is like.
Well, he's going to go for it, Dave. Big flick, early initiation. He's on the handbrake early. He's nearly almost missed that first outside zone. He's going to collect that inside zone. There's a wobble from the steering wheel. Conor Shanahan isn't looking rock steady. He said he was nervous. You could see it all over his face. His expression said, I'm not feeling confident so far this year. He flicks the car into the outside zone. He shuts it down, Dave.
Oh, we got problems. We got problems with the champion right now. They're having issues with that car. Now, we did speak to Jack Shanahan, and excuse the language from Conor Shanahan's car, but very justified, as your first run of the season as champion ends with a 0. And I'll tell you what, the drama's starting to build now. And those 3 cars, those Shanahan team cars, 2 of them, including Jack and Conor's, not tested before this weekend, put together last minute. It's all the same nuts and bolts as they were last year, but they have got some gremlins. And we saw some panic in the Shanahan camp, and Conor Shanahan's car does have a problem. And now they've got to go back and try and figure that out. This is a stressful situation for them. 3 cars on the team, 1 more than last year, and the champion's car, well, it's wounded.
It certainly is wounded, Dave. I'm just trying to see if you can see anything noticeable. I mean, he drove off the circuit, so I'm going to say...
He's got
so
no drive.
The brake lights flashed. I wonder if they've got an intermittent electrical problem with that car.
It looked to me like a complete shutdown on the last car.
It's like it cut out and then
but
came
even
back.
he's doing a lot of sawing at the wheel. That's not a Conor Shanahan trait.
No.
A lot of, like, you know, left, right, you can see. And then all of a sudden the car just shuts off completely. Let's see if we can see it on the inside. You know, straight on the radio after the run. Yeah, not sure what's happened. Hey, they got time to figure it out, but Conor Shanahan scores a 0. And if you wanted drama, you wanted 2 scoops, welcome to Drift Masters. Welcome to Spain, and welcome to a weekend that we'll all never forget, because we don't know what's going to happen, and we're just in qualifying. Remember, people, this is the boring part of the weekend, and we're already getting big dramatic moments. Benedictus Cherba tops the order halfway through qualifying with a 91.5. Clint Van Out, what a run. He's in there in 2nd position. And look, all the way down, Kvyat needs to tidy up, Brandelu needs to tidy up, Correa. They're the guys Jack Shanahan need to kind of get going here. And then right now we've got a lot of guys making big errors. Everything here was a good run with a big error, and then a lot of zeros, a lot of mechanical failures, and even the champion outside the top 32 right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look at this, the cut-off point, Kevin Purser with a 46. So the cut-off point, that will increase as we get through these guys, but that cut-off point, Dave, it now exists. There is now a drop zone. There is now a part where you have to meet a score.
And for a lot of these guys, it's going to be one and done.
Yeah.
Because if you don't score it, you're out.
And if you're sitting on a 0 now, you have to get it done, and you have to score. I'm going to say around a 60.
I'd say I'm going to go higher by the time we get it all set. I think we're going to be in the 70s by the time we're done. Next up, we got Igor Duro from Spain. He's sitting on a 0 from his first run. Has to score here, or he's going home.
Yeah, he certainly is. Oh, this big understeer, and he fires the car straight off the circuit.
And it happens straight away.
Yeah.
And that's how quick it can happen. That's how quick and harsh this sport is. There's no recovery time. Doesn't matter what you do now, you're out.
And I think the more and more rubber, again, has been laid down. And
fans know. They know.
They know.
Can't be going straight. There's a corner. They're enjoying it.
They're enjoying it.
I'll tell you who's not enjoying it is Igor Duro.
No.
That was, he didn't have a chance there. He didn't even have a moment that he could figure that out.
No.
First initiation, boom, understeer, over. And how harsh is that?
I think it's gripped up more.
I think more rubber, more grip as we go through this, especially the heat cycles now, and obviously it's baking here.
Yeah.
So therefore, this is as grippy a track as you're ever going to see on the calendar. And that's not easy for the front tires. The rear tires, you've a lot of horsepower, but the front tires are just starting to get a little bit too sticky, a little bit overheated, and not having the same grip levels. And your back tires gain so much grip that they push through your front.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what happened there for Igor Duro. I think he flicked that car in the front, said, not today, not today.
And then what do you do? Because he's warmed the tires, he's done everything he can, so I mean, you've got to kind of commit with more angle, really, I guess, to make sure that the front isn't really being affected at all. But 2 double zeros for Igor. And unfortunately, that is the end of his. Look, he's Spanish, so he can chill out, watch the rest of the competition, but that's not where he wanted to be.
No, that's not where he wanted to be. Ruben Balenos Lopez now sits on the line. And he had a 53.
53, not
so
great,
he's
not bad.
He's inside the show at the moment.
Yeah, needs to improve.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to watch that first corner. I'm going to see that understeer problem straight off the bat from everybody as well.
Well, there he goes, absolutely hitting the rev limiter, flicks that car in nice and early, gets out of outside zone 1, maybe a little early, and just sacrifices that inside zone. And now he finds himself in a weird place, very shallow angle, and he's messed it up massively now. He's going to struggle to get to the outside zone. He's going to flick the car across the circuit, look for the final outside zone, which is the easiest one of them to get. But can he keep the back end of the car in there, as that wants to force you on the inside of the circuit? Gets himself across the line, but I don't think that's going to be an improvement on a 53, Dave. Too many mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes. I've thrown it on angle randomly here and there, and then it'll also a lot of handbrake in the middle of those full throttle zones, just kind of touching the handbrake. I know it settles the car. I know it's a little bit of a crutch just to lean on to make sure you don't make a big mistake. But the judges see every bit of it, and they're like, we don't want to see any handbrake there. So a couple of moments where he had that on and off throttle kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, the problem is, I mean, on any given day, you'd watch this run and go, brilliant.
Brilliant.
But now you're chasing in the turbos and you're chasing in the Clint Van Oots, and you're going, no, I've seen this done. And the Heinens, I've seen this done a different way. And it almost exaggerates your problems, because as you're watching naturally at home the same way the judges are watching, this is a track the judges have never seen a 100-point run on. So they're, estimating what they think the perfect run may be. And they obviously think Turbo still had more he could do.
Yeah.
But if you go into the opposite of that and you start making errors, they know, well, we've now got a benchmark. We've now got the guys up there in the 80s and 90s who we know they're all in the same situation. And they can do it and you can't, so that's going to hurt you more. And that's what happens as it goes along. A 43.5, I agree, it was actually worse than the first run. And it puts him in 29th position. He probably just fingernails now, holding on. Yeah. Because there's a lot of zeros out there, including our next driver.
Yep, Johan Caballer, unfortunately, on a 0. And, the car looks cool.
But he did a big flick, he had a big 90 degrees.
Wasn't functional.
No, and he just couldn't get through the first one. So he's got to get this all done right here now. He's got a lot to step up to. Fires in, big angle again. This time he makes it work. But he's chopping at the steering wheel a little bit. He's way off the circuit. He's 4 wheels off the circuit from where I'm looking. Yeah. And that could be another 0.
Yeah, I was going to say, calculated educational guess there, Dave. It is going to be a 0. That was 4 wheels off the circuit. He's going to finish off the run, and he puts it into a spin just to clarify it.
So the judge just didn't have to need the replay.
Yeah.
I mean, super cool looking.
Oh, and he's got himself beached.
Oh, no. He's beached.
He's beached. Yeah, he's...
Yeah. Hey, you were beached yesterday, and I saw that in the social media clip for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were out on the beach yesterday. Why wouldn't you? Spain.
I mean, look.
We're not going to the beach in Ireland anyway.
You said, look, we're going to Spain, and I was like, okay, we'll go Spain. You didn't say we're going to Spain to work.
Yeah, I think if Juan does any more spin of that back wheel, he's going to end up in Australia. He's digging the car down into the ground, and it's definitely beached up at the minute. So yeah, we've got another car. We've got to clean up on aisle 9, a little bit of gravel there, and I think it's again a case of, and look, we're having fun here, obviously, like you guys are watching on. But there's a huge amount of dedication that goes into all of this, and we don't want to see any driver double 0. We actually just want to see everyone do really well. The best thing we can have is everybody be awesome, because it makes our job easy. It makes it easy to watch. It's so much fun. But I think whatever way this car is set up this weekend, it looks really hard to drive. That snappy transition looked almost uncontrollable to me. It just sort of like, it's almost like the car kind of a lot of like sprung up or got really, and then it went boom, boom, caught him.
Just unloaded. Yeah. I mean, look, low cars look cool unless you've got crazy suspension and crazy geometry correction. They just don't handle, and you won't have the grip on those transitions. Hence why most of these race cars don't look as stancy as your stancy show cars. Yeah. There's a reason for it, Dave.
Yeah, there's a reason, and it's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm still against it, but it's
you
a good
are
one.
against
it's a good
it.
one. I like the stance. I like this. I like the look of this. I mean, now it doesn't look that way.
No,
it's buried in the gravel. But
see, that would be you.
Then it was looking really cool.
Yeah, that would be you if you tried to do
that. Well, no, that would be me regardless. I'd be in the gravel. So we got Becky Evans is down in the pits. Becky, we haven't chatted to you yet. You're down there behind the scenes with Conor Shanahan. What happened to his car in the first qualifying run?
I just come down to the paddock to grab Conor Shanahan, as we've just seen from your first qualifying run a 0, but it looked like you had car issues going into the final clipping point. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. I'm just confused. Car hasn't ran 1 lap since we got here. It's a problem with to be honest, I don't know if we're going to fix. I honestly think my weekend is probably over. I don't know. It's an interference problem, impossible to find. So, not the start we wanted. Can't catch a break at the moment with anything I do. So it's just a little bit frustrating to try, you know, put the work in to be as good as I want to be. I want to win all the rounds this year. I want to kick it off on the right foot, but when I got a car what's not working, that's impossible no matter how good I am. I only got, you know, 2 hands and 2 legs. I need the rest of the car to work with me, but I'm just annoyed, to be honest. You know, I know how good I am, and I know the potential what I have at every track, and same how we managed to win a championship last year, I don't know, because it was the same at every race. So, yeah, it's just a little bit annoying. I'm just got it, to be honest, and I don't know if I'm going to find a problem or not.
Conor, obviously disappointed. Can you give us a little bit more information about the car? Because as we were saying, is it a case of the engine, or is it a gearbox, or is it wiring?
So it's a wiring problem, which is the worst problem you could ever have, to be honest, because it's impossible to find, and we've been trying to chase the issue since this morning. And anytime we have basically think we found the issue, the minute we go back out, it cuts back out. So it's just annoying. It is what it is, I guess. There's nothing we can do about it right now. Yeah, it's just not ideal to kick off the championship if we don't qualify. And on that run, actually, on the first corner, we had a problem with the cylinder bolt come loose in the handbrake also. So I had no handbrake, and yeah, just not a nice situation.
Sometimes you get to that point where you're just saying, I'm going to smile and wave. We're going to go out for the next run, and we're going to make it happen.
Sometimes you get to that point where you just want to fly home, and that's today. But yeah, we're trying to stay positive, but it's annoying, to be honest. I just want to be able to drive. I just want to be able to drive my heart out and put on a show for everybody, and that doesn't seem to be happening at the moment. But it's round 1, early days. But as I said, I wanted to lead this championship from the get-go, and it's not looking like that right now.
Thank you so much, Conor. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Becky. Great to have you back in the pits this year, because we get to find out what happened. And I just was, if you're watching on and you're a casual fan, you're wondering, why is the Shanahan's mechanic just twiddling on a screwdriver and not doing any work? Well, that's because it's a wiring problem. Yeah. So somebody's plugged the computer in there and they're trying to chase an electrical problem. It's not a diff or a gearbox or an engine problem. It's something that they have to find, diagnose, and go through the car to see if they can. And that really, to me, is the worst problem you can have right now. Listen to the engine. Yeah, it just dies.
Just dies.
So that noise you're hearing is the gearbox, that
whirring noise.
Yeah, so that's not the engine. So the engine just cut completely off. And Conor Shanahan, you know,
that restarts the car.
Yeah, has to turn the car back on. And starts, and the car runs. So he's shut off and gone back on again. So that's just one of those. That's a glitch in the matrix right there, and that's very hard to find.
Don't go down that rabbit hole. I did that the other night on Instagram Reels, and I was in a matrix of all sorts of weird places.
Yeah, we go back to Joe Vieira is on the line, and he is also sitting on a 0.
Yeah.
Very similar to Conor Shanahan. He has one more run, and he's got to get it done, because if he doesn't, he's not in the top 32. And this is another driver that's looking to step up here from Portugal, 19 years of age, current Portuguese champion. Bit more tentative on the initiation. That's what he needed to do, but it's a little too tentative almost. Oh, yeah, no, it's a shutdown.
Again.
Another car deciding that.
And his car broke down there on the first run.
Yeah, so that, again,
another
glitch.
Yeah.
Because if it's a mechanical issue, you can go back to your pits and go, the clutch is gone. The axle's gone. We've lost the differential. We've da-da-da-da. But when it's something shutting the car down, you plug in, and what often happens is they plug in and they go, everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
And you're going, I'm pretty confident. You look back on this, say it wasn't fine. So they've obviously had the same issue twice and chanced the second run, thinking they fixed it, and they haven't. So another driver bowing out to mechanical failure. There are a lot of you guys that say, but hey, these cars are super duper duper. Why are they breaking? They are pushed to the absolute maximum limit to be competitive here. And if you don't, you're not going to do anything anyway. So you're out there with a car that has every component pushed to its absolute limit, and then the smallest €1 part, €1 fuse, relay, whatever, can take you out of competition. Unfortunately, that is what's happened to João Vieira there, because he didn't even get through the first corner twice.
No.
And that isn't driver error. That's just the car not having fun. So we moved along. Next driver up is going to be a guy with all the horsepower. Didn't have any issues the last time in, except for maybe tidying up a bit of the line.
Yeah, Oscar Ruiz, 46, a Spanish driver, 1,300 horsepower, V10 twin turbo. As we always say, Dave, we're going to bring it back. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't have to make sense.
He's got the NASCAR theme, V10. He's got the window nets like a NASCAR. All looks good, sounds good, but he needs a good score here too.
Yeah, and in the European BMW, nice initiation on the handbrake for quite a long time. He's scrubbed a lot of speed, but he's got the power to pick it back up again, but he's missed that inside zone that's going to hurt the score. Now opens the throttle, starts to look down the circuit, look for this nice line. Needs to be wider there. It does make it work, but he's on the throttle, he's on and off the throttle quite a lot, and you can see that scrappy transition into that final outside zone, stands on the accelerator. He's got all the power in the world, he's just not got the right line as he makes it across the line, and I think that is one and done for Oscar Ruiz.
You know what, just looking at that car, and I mean, you know me, don't know much,
No.
but it looks to me that the front of that car is set up very soft.
Soft.
And it just kind of moves around a lot, which looks like it's quite hard to drive. It looks like it's pitching and rolling a lot.
I'm going to say that's because there's a hell of a lot of weight in the front of that car.
I was
Dave.
just thinking, a lot of cylinders in the front of that car. But watch the front, it kind of, as he picks up on the throttle or whatever, you can see the car kind of pitch and move and wobble on the front. And I mean, super cool engine setup, but it also, you have to sacrifice a lot because you put a lot of weight in the front of the car, especially with, you know, a supercharger and a V8 and all, or a V12, a V10, sorry, in the front of the car. So again, watch this, the car just kind of pitches in, and you know, when he's on throttle, it's kind of it looks unpredictable at times.
Yeah, I can't imagine, to be honest with you, Dave, it's nice to drive because the front of the car will have a lot of grip, granted, but the way the car transitions on that pivot point, on that pendulum effect, it just won't feel nice to sit behind the wheel of. But, you know,
Still,
Oscar,
who are we to say? He's got a V10?
Yeah, I mean, he's got way more cylinders and more turbos than I do in my drift car.
Yeah, probably has 49, so 32nd position right on the drop zone. Just thinking of the rental cars we have this weekend, 3 of them wouldn't have the same amount of cylinders that he has in one car.
In one car,
So cool, but sometimes cool can be a disadvantage because it's not conventional and therefore can be difficult to drive. Speaking of conventional and jumping to conventional, I think this is the thing for Steve Baggs and Biagioni. So he's jumping, he's shaking his head. He's got a problem.
He's revving the car, and
he's got an issue. He's got a misfire, I think. I think he's got a misfire in that car.
No, it looks like the car's cut out. I think another driver with potential wiring or electrical issue, maybe. No, he's going to make it off the line. I'm not sure what's going on. Baggsy wasn't happy there. He scored a 0 in the first qualifying run. The car shut down at the last outside zone. What can Baggsy do? The only man here in competition representing the UK, and Baggsy back for a season of Drift Masters, debuting his new Toyota GT86.
Something's not right here, and you can see he's on and off throttle very dramatically. He's got to try and hold this car together. He didn't get through the last corner on the last run. That's all he's got to do to put a score on the board here. This is where it died the last time, and it's almost dying again, but he's managed to kick it enough to get around the last corner. Something up there. If he can qualify, at least he's got another overnight to fix those issues. But you've got to get in the show. If you're out of the show, it doesn't matter. You can fix it for the next round in Ireland. But right now, these guys it's really, really tough to see them go out there and not be given a fair shot, fair opportunity to show how good they are. And that's not what we want to see.
No, and you know what? Again, another guy, he went testing. He spent a whole day testing this car, chasing some similar level drivers with similar spec cars, and the car never missed a beat all day. He said the car was really good in testing. They bring it all the way to Spain, and then the gremlins start to show their face. It's like they wait in the background and say, you're not going to have fun this weekend, I'll decide.
But I was here watching when he comes in, like he handbrakes and then he comes back on throttle. It's just not picking up.
Like there,
yeah, the power is like, it's lazy. The power is lazy coming on. So, you know, Baggsy usually a very smooth and aggressive driver. This looks to me like he's struggling with it. Now, still puts a run in on the board, scores.
Do you know what, though? For me, Dave, I can see the potential there. I see the potential of Baggsy in this new chassis, and I think if they can iron out these gremlins, it's going to be a hell of a car.
But again, if he can't get in the show, it doesn't matter.
Look at the rear wheels. It's like it doesn't want to go. It's like yes, no, yes, no. You can see the way, the momentum. That's not Baggsy pedaling the car. He's full throttle there, and the car is, I don't know what it's doing.
I mean, first of all, you're at high speed.
Yeah.
And you need to get out of trouble by having power. And then when you don't have it on tap, it becomes a really tough game.
A tough game.
So Steve Baggsy Biagioni from the UK does get a lap in, does put a score on the board. Is it good enough to get him in the show? Well, we don't know what the score is first, and then we don't know what the final scoring will be either. It's a 60, puts him into 26th position. That, to me, is a nervous place to be with so many zeros up the order. There's a lot of zeros on the board.
Yeah.
You got Conor Shanahan zeros. You got a lot of guys not putting in good runs. This is a really strange round so far. We're not seeing much predictability. If you're a Drift Masters fan, you're probably throwing your hands in the air going, I don't know what's going on anymore. But Peter Vatn from Norway, 46 on his first run. It was aggressive, it was speedy, it was lots of smoke.
Speedy? It was very fast.
speedy. But it just wasn't precise enough for the judges, so he needs to tidy that up now. But tested a handbrake, ready to go. Let's hope he gets through this run. Full steam, full power, full commitment.
Yeah, here we go, through the gears he goes, looks to fit that car across the circuit. Early initiation, he's been watching the broadcast so far. Now, as Vatn gets himself into this outside zone, almost misses that first in, picks up the second one, flicks the car now nice and wide. He's on a good line down as he looks for this front clipping point. Again, he comes through, picks up the last outside zone, and the car almost hops across the circuit as he opens the throttle, looks for that cone, looks for the finishing line, and job done there for Peter Vatn. I think that, again, similar run.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a similar score, Dave.
You know what, the car's working.
Yeah.
He looks comfortable, but I just think he's not adjusting maybe some of those errors the way he should be for the judges.
And I think he hasn't dialed in that flair, which is what I think was missing from the first run.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We're watching qualifying. Can you get a run, number one?
Yep.
Number two, it's scary and very fast. Number three, just get around without straightening. Number four, then add your angle and flare. And number five, put all that together and you might get above a 70. That's how tough this championship is. And you can see he does a good job, but he misses that zone, and you can tell the judges now know that's the key part. If you're wide of there, you're not on the line, and it messes up all of your if you're chasing that, the driver in front is actually dragging, you're going to pinch the chase car.
Yeah.
You're going to put the chase car in a position where they have to almost stop and straighten behind you. So that's why they're being so harsh about that. Just the way the track is laid out. Also, you're kind of going through these corners the opposite way of a race car would go through them. So it's an unusual way to do the track, which is challenging and proving quite a lot to handle for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, it's proving
tough first track of the season, I think.
I was just going to say, do you know what? I think it's a lot for the first round.
Yeah.
It's a difficult track, which I didn't think it would be when we looked at the track maps, previously before we came here. A 66.5 there for Vatn.
Yeah, jumps up.
He does jump up. I didn't think it was going to be this challenging. I kind of in my head said, if you've got a big horsepower car, you're going to do well. But I think this is going to be a fairly easy track. I was proven wrong.
Jason Banet is just, I mean, he's going
to hurt himself.
Yeah, he's in there doing a gym workout in the middle of the car. He's just he's trying to get as pumped as he can. His first one was great, but he made a couple of errors. Can he tie him up? This could be a big one.
This could be a big one, but he knows he's got a good score on the board. Jason Banet at 66, he fires that car in, looks positive as he goes across that inner zone. He's on a nice line. Look at this, he doesn't wobble the car is steady. The car looks dialed now as he makes his way down to that third outside zone, flicks the car across the circuit, big angle, big flare, but he slows it down a lot, and he has to work now to get it back up on throttle, back on boost, back into the zone as he goes across the line.
Oh, he's good this year.
Jason Banet.
He's ready to go. He is ready to go. French champion, 2023, 800 horsepower, and I'll tell you one thing, 2 back-to-back good runs.
Yeah.
Haven't seen many of those.
No.
There you can see the drone. Not a small drone.
And
very big drone.
Upgrades this year.
Yeah, more modified than some of the cars out there.
Yeah, they were saying earlier on, FPV was saying that they've done a lot of work on their drones in the off-season to do some funky stuff, Dave, for us.
Yeah, and it looks good.
It does.
Got a great view of Jason absolutely tearing through the circuit there. I
like that line. It was dialed, didn't turn the wheels too much, the wheels looked steady, not too much use of the handbrake and that transition. Look at that as he gets himself in that last outside zone, dials it in on the throttle, he's just absolutely in the zone. He was even tempted to go for another gear.
He thought about it.
He was like,
maybe
no.
No, that might be a gear too far.
Yeah, I've already got enough smoke, there's no need to show off.
You know what? I love the look of the car.
I do.
Really stealthy.
Stealthy, I like the yellow touches, it's just like little highlights.
Really cool.
Oh, and he improves massively, a 73.5, Dave. That's a man that's growing into that car and into this championship.
See the face you're seeing there? That's the face in that car now. Big smile.
Big smile.
Happy man. Move on to our next driver, another rookie driver this year. Fionn Roche from Ireland, 19 years of age, 970 horsepower. These are the real figures, I have to say to you. That don't make any sense to me either. Fionn Roche on the Shanahan team, Conor Shanahan's had issues, Jack Shanahan's had issues, and right now Fionn Roche, I think, is probably one of the higher scorers of the Shanahan team as he fires into that first score. Big angle from Fionn Roche. Can he hold it?
Well, he's looking confident now, Dave. And he got a 71 in his first qualifying run, but he's gone way wide on that first inside zone, and now he's going to have to work. Look at that, shallows up the angle, dials it back in. This is scrappy. This had potential, Dave, but it started to fall apart. Whoa, and he almost hit that inside zone with the back bumper of the car. This is not going to score well with the judges. This is very sloppy for Fionn Roche as he crosses the line.
Yeah, not good for the Shanahan camp right now. We got a lot of cars out there that are not putting some big scores on the board. Looks to me that Fionn Roche's car is working, but he just overdrove it a little bit there. Went for a big angle on the initiation. I'm all about it, but he couldn't tuck it back for that inside zone.
I think he left it too late to go for the big angle. Watch where he flicks the car, way too late. And watch out, look, the front wheels understeer, waits to get back on the throttle, and he's already 2 wheels off the circuit, and he's miles away from that inner zone.
It's a zero.
It's a zero.
You're right,
2 wheels
2 wheels off the circuit, and Fionn Roche unfortunately not scoring. He's at 18th, still in the mix right now. Anything can happen, but it's a nervous wait to see if that's enough to get into top 32. Moving now on to the next driver. It's going to be Edgars Krogeris from Latvia, 700 horsepower LS. And Edgars 69 on his first run, so not terrible.
No.
Pretty solid. And he knows this track and he knows this car, and I think he's going to come for one here. And I think he made some errors I think is uncharacteristic to him on the first run, so I think he can tidy this up.
Yeah, I think he can. I think he certainly can. He comes through the gears. Look at this, goes for a flick across the circuit, and he's going to again, another driver left it late on that initiation, and is that going to push him wide for that inside zone? It doesn't, but you can see him modulating that throttle. Now he has to work the car, and he's going to hit that cone as he comes through, puts the rear wheel on the white line. He's on the handbrake to adjust the car into that outside zone, and again, this is another scrappy run from Krogeris as he looks for this final outside zone. On the throttle, he's on the inside, he's pulling the handbrake. It's a full throttle zone. Judges are going to be crucifying.
You know what, I actually thought up until the last corner, too bad. It maybe hit a few cones a little bit here and there, but that last corner, very far offline.
You can't be pulling the handbrake in the middle of that outside zone either, Dave.
Can't be doing that. And the judges will watch it and go, you know, 5 points lost, 5 points lost, 10 points lost. That's how they think.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean,
well, every driver starts with, I think Kevin O'Connell said before, 90 points or something like that, and then they add more for the flair. So as you go through the run, you lose those points. You don't gain them, you lose them off of your 90.
If you're only had that the judges do, it's a good point, Ian. They actually don't go like, oh, I think that's an 82.
No.
They basically go, you're starting with 90. There's 5, drop the wheel, 10 points. There's, 5 points. You missed this, you didn't go there. You hit a cone, that's 1 point, whatever.
Yep.
And these are not accurate, and that's why I'm not a judge. But this is what they do. So eventually you're left with something. Then they add in
the flair
or the style towards the end, and that's kind of how the score comes. So you might see these guys score low, but you got to remember every little, like that handbrake there, that's 5 points.
Another 5 points.
Should be handbraking that
wheels off track.
Wheel off the track. There's another 5 points. That's why they can be, it's a harsh game because you're taking scores away as you go through the run rather than rewarding.
Yeah,
For
which
me,
is
with all the style, I'd be at like 107.
Would you really?
Style.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
cool
you
car,
would
hitting cones, big smoke. I'm all about it.
So line, angle, speed,
all out the window.
Minus, but you'd plus the 170.
Cool car, loads of smoke, sounds amazing, but I don't judge.
Looks cool.
Yeah, but that doesn't count for anything here. So 51.5 puts him into still in 21st position. First run will count. I'd be like, oh, 2 turbos at the bonnet plus 22.
Plus 22.
Yeah. Money suit. Plus 104.
100, yeah.
That's how I would score.
Yeah.
But the judges don't care about the money suit or the turbos. That's
we've seen the judges.
Yeah, they don't care. They just want to see line angle and style. So conventional. Here we go. Piotr Kozlowski off the line. Another driver with a smooth first run. Ian could do it a little bit more flair, a bit more style, a bit more, give it a bit more risk.
Yeah.
Get the score up there.
I think he's gone for that on the initiation. I don't think it paid off quite as well as what he'd hoped, though, and you can see that front wheel's almost straight now. He's going to go wide here on this outside zone. Again, another driver 2 wheels over, and he has to panic for that inner zone because he kind of flicks the car on a very shallow angle. They want to see a snappy transition there. He's going to go wide here. He unleashes the power and gets it across the line, but I don't know if Kozlowski's there done enough to improve on that 62 from the first run.
It's the 2 wheels off.
Yeah, for me, it's...
Is that a 0?
Potentially, yeah, potentially.
Is it potentially a 0? We don't know.
It was very wide.
I think the drone is going to, it doesn't hide anything.
No, there's no escaping. There's too many cameras now.
No escaping the drone. So watch this. He goes in the first corner. This was nice.
This is nice.
Yeah, I was a big fan of this. Look, big angle, tucked the nose in. Kind of missed it, but not too bad. Understeers kind of gets on big rocket booster power here. Has a lock the inside wheel. Now this is where, watch the rear wheels. Oh, it's very close. Very close.
He had a massive understeer going to that outside zone 3. It looked like he was almost going to go off the circuit.
And when the wheel goes dead in your hands at over 70 miles an hour, that's frightening.
You'd scream.
I'd be like, uh-oh.
I'd be screaming.
Because you've no control.
No.
You're using the rear of the car to steer it at that point. And remember, in a drift car, look at that, the bumper is flexing with the amount of wind. Now that looks 2 wheels
3.
off.
I'm going to say that's 3. That's a front wheel as well there, Dave, over that white line.
Yeah.
And past that white line, I don't believe it is part of the circuit. I think everything over that white line is off track.
Okay, well then if it is, then we're going to know soon enough.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, as the scores will begin to drop in. It's a 51, so yeah, not 2 wheels to 0. So we know that for a fact now in that zone. And then but it was going to be a big reduction, so not an improvement for Piotr Kozlowski. So there you have it. As we move on to our next driver, it is going to be Conor Falvey. Gearbox failure on the first run, no gears. So he has done 2 or 3 practice laps, had 2 gearboxes now in the car, and the youngster, 16 years of age, youngest driver on the grid from Ireland, has not had a clean run of the track really today without issues. So this is the last chance to see if he can get into the qualifying order. Let's hope that gearbox doesn't fail him again.
Well, there he goes through the gears, Dave. Sets the car up nicely. He's going to go for a tentative initiation. He just wants to get a nice line score on the board now as he opens up the throttle. Oh, and the car cuts out once again. And it was a car cut out last time. The car cut out. It was Ruiz's car who had the gearbox failure.
Yeah, so
now the car
back out and then trying to finish the course, but there's something very, very wrong with that car. So unfortunately, no qualifying for Conor Falvey from Ireland, 16 years of age. Big step up for him, and both runs mechanical failures, 2 double zeros for Conor Falvey, and he'll be good with that.
Yeah.
But it's a long season, 5 rounds to go, and again, if you've got champions like Conor Shanahan struggling out there, anybody can struggle, and we've got a lot of big names that aren't in the mix at the moment. So it is going to be one of those first rounds where anything can happen, and it's not going to always be in your favor. But it's a lot of drivers out there now, I think, struggling to see it. Will we see? We won't see.
We won't see.
Just got a lot of smoke coming at the back of Ruiz's car, Ruiz Akiba from Japan. Doesn't look great in the back, but the amount of smoke coming out of it. So that was a gearbox failure, and now a car that looks maybe like it's not 100% as well. So a lot of mechanical failures. We will lose Josiah Falaise from Canada in the Corvette. Lost an engine. There was about 25 people trying to put an engine in that car, but it looks like he is not going to make the qualifying either. And here you have it. It looks like Ruiz Akiba has got a chance taking this car with what looks to me like a hurt engine.
Well, he looks like, for me, he's out of the top 32 already at 41. I think the cutoff was around. And we got Conor Falvey broken down on circuit, so we're waiting recovery. So yeah, we're going to look. I'm going to look quickly at the cutoff, Dave, on our system. I can't see my live scoring at the moment, so that's not going to work. But I do believe the cutoff is around a 50.
Yeah.
So Ruiz needs a good score.
He will. They recover Conor Falvey's rear bumper. Conor Falvey looks like he has, it looks to me like there might be gearbox issues a little bit with that car, starting issues, but it looks like it's got off the track under its own power. And you saw on the last, it's all the way from Japan flying in during the week to meet his car. His car was only 24 hours in Ireland before it was shipped to Spain, and now on the start line, but they've had gearbox issues. The gearbox shifter completely just going,
see you later.
See you later on the first run. So no run whatsoever. So for Ruiz, almost tried to battle through the run.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, look,
couldn't change gear.
But now having issues where we can see it burning oil potentially, or coolant, one of the two. He is going to risk it if he can make it into the top 32. They do have all night to get that car fixed, and he's going to go for it. Man, the superstar, the young up-and-coming superstar from Japan, through the gears down. Looks like the smoke's disappeared. Look at the speed. The body can't hold on to it, and he's fired it in almost backwards, and he took the slip road approach, and he is off the circuit. I think that will be a 0. As he now opens up the throttle once again. This is one of those do-or-die runs, Dave. He's just going to throw it all down and see if he can get around the circuit. I mean, this is pure frustration, to be honest with you. They've had...
Yeah, I think there's, you got to look at Ruiz. His car's not 100%. There's smoke coming from the back of it. There's a gearbox issue. I think he just put one on for the fans there.
Yeah.
I think there's an issue there with changing gear, that he cannot change gear, which means he can't do the course. So maybe just trying to put a flare run in, see if it works out. Didn't work out on this occasion for Ruiz Akiba, and that's again a lot of issues with the car to try and figure out for the next round. 37 is where or 37 positions where he'll finish up outside the top 32, and that is 3 new drivers: Conor Falvey, Josiah Falaise, and Ruiz Akiba, all out in qualifying with mechanical issues.
Yeah.
Which again shows that, if you think, I'm just thinking back to Conor Shanahan there, who, as I said, target on his back, current champion, 0 on the board. Jack Shanahan way down the order. Peter Viagioni having a little bit of an issue on the first corner. We have Nasir now from the United Arab Emirates. He has issues on the first run.
Yeah.
Handling issues as well. So it's just it's a pressure pot out there.
It is. It's a boiling pot, and as you can see, that car, no, you're not seeing things. It is a full carbon fibre car.
full carbon fiber, Boss fronted 180 SX with, we reckon, over 1,300 horsepower. However, a 0 on his first run, having mechanical gremlins as well. It's a lot of cars that came out of a lot of containers that are just not working the way those drivers thought they would.
No, exactly that. And you know what? It's a long off season. You ship the car halfway across the world, you turn up, you think it's all good, and then all of a sudden all these little problems start raising their head. We can see there 32 Yves Moir on the drop zone with a 50. Nasser Alharbali now sits on the line, the man representing the UAE and El Salvador as he comes off the line through the gears. Full carbon fiber, 180 SX hits the circuit as he goes for a tentative initiation, fires that car in, and the car shuts down, Dave.
It's the tale of almost this entire rookie and wild card mix. We just can't get through the first corner. I'm not sure what happened there. Car just didn't have any power whatsoever, came to a dead stop. And I'm going to be honest, it's a long way to ship your car from the Middle East to Europe, to Spain, to commit to 6 rounds of a championship. You know, fly in, get all your crew together. There's a huge amount of logistics to it. To come all this way, to just go halfway through the first corner and break down. It's very... And I know Nasser, he's a very nice guy, always smiling. You know, he's a great driver. We really thought, you know, when he's given an opportunity, he's going to be dangerous this year. But it's not going to be in Spain.
No, it's not going to be at this event. And you know what? It's so unfortunate because if you haven't seen Nasser in you know, action before, he is a very good driver. He's a very good chase driver. And when he's in the zone, man, he's in that zone and he can push hard.
Yeah, and I'm having a quick look at the engine bay just to see what happened. It looked to me like a total, just the car died. It looked like an electrical or maybe a battery issue or something.
Oh, air filter? How?
But the air filter wouldn't cut the car off so much unless there was an airflow meter there. I'm not sure what the situation is there. No idea. Unless
the air filter has fell off in the bay.
Hit something else.
Hit the auxiliary belt, popped the power steering off.
Who knows? God, cars are pretty annoying.
Do you know what?
Yeah, it looks to me like...
It is. That's exactly what's happened.
He's lost power steering. And maybe it's electric steering? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
We're gonna find out.
Do you know what?
You want to find out what's wrong with every single car on the grid? Come back tomorrow. Me and Ian will have a full list. It'll go on for 3 hours and we'll explain all the problems. 2 double zeros, incredibly harsh for Nasser Alharbali, and be honest with you, this is a guy we thought would be almost challenging for the championship this year. He's that talented.
He is.
He's taken some of the biggest names like James Dean right to the wire in the Middle East, and he came here to try and put a big show on it. It just didn't happen that way. And that's a sport, you know, that's drifting, and it's not always the way you want it to be, and you can be as frustrated as you want, and you say, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they fix that? Those cars all arrive fully spanner checked, perfect, everything working. And then they just don't, which is really weird.
Yeah, they work.
I mean, Conor Shanahan has built essentially the same car again, and it's cut out.
Well, yeah, Jack Shanahan said to me, all we did was take the car apart. We had a brand new engine, painted the car, put it back together, repaired some damage, put everything in it, run the car on the dyno. It worked. We drove it around the yard, fine. Put it in the lorry, brought it to Spain, problems.
And again, it doesn't make any sense.
No,
because you check everything, and then you get there and something breaks that wasn't a problem at all, you know, even 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 2 days ago. So now you see the laptop plugged in, and that's basically what they're trying to find out is what happened, what voltage dropped, what was the problem, why did the car shut out, and that's the thing they're trying to fix. Moving on now to Joshua Reynolds in his first run from Switzerland. A 0 on the board also in this incredible Toyota Supra. Has to step it up now, has to go for it.
Yeah, he went wheels off circuit just before outside zone 3, so he was carrying a lot of speed. He was, you know, throwing down the flare, trying to get those style points as well, and put the car off track. Will he tone it back a little bit now? Now he knows the limit. Will he bring it back 20%? Just enough to get a score on the board, knowing so many people are out. No.
I mean, it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. It's going to be one of those. I think, let's see. Tactics have to come into play now. With so many scores going awry, someone's got to put safe runs on the board here to get in the show. Let's see what he does. Joshua Reynolds comes into that first corner, firing left to right, firing it very fast and very late, and he's going to miss that inside zone, is he? No, almost gets it. He did very good to recover from that, but a wobble from the Supra as it comes through. This is better from Joshua Reynolds. Going to wash those wheels off track. It looks to me like there's 2 almost off the track there. Another error from Joshua Reynolds, but he's going for it. He's going wild for it. I love the commitment. He's not put a safe run in here. He's tried to score way up the order, but a couple of errors creeping in.
A couple of errors creeping in, Dave, but I don't think they were that bad. I don't think he's going to get scored down as much as what we think. He was wide on that outside zone, but it was nowhere near as bad as what he was on the first run. I think we should see a score on the board. Is it enough to get him into the top 32?
I think it's going to be borderline. That's where I'm at. I think, to me, there was just a little understeer as he came out of this in his zone. Watch this. As the car comes through here, he misses that zone, and now he's put himself a little too wide. Got to come off throttle a little bit to get a bit of momentum. Quite low angle there as he comes through. That judge is going to be watching that. And then here, watch. It's definitely 2 wheels off the circuit there as well. So that's going to hurt his score. That's just the way it is. We'd love to be more positive about things, Ian, but we know how they're judging it. And that, to me, looks like he's made those errors. He's out of this outer zone as well quite a bit at the end. They're all going to be deductions. And unfortunately for Josh, look at this. He's almost 3 wheels off the circuit there. If not 3 wheels off the circuit. Very close.
It's going to be close, and we are going to find out exactly what the judges are thinking and where they are going to place him and what the score will be as soon as that drops in. And Joshua Reynolds, oh yeah, 0-0. 0-0 for Joshua Reynolds. Guessing that's wheels off circuit once again, Dave.
3 wheels. 3 wheels off the track, 0 on the board. Joshua Reynolds having an understeer as well, so he was kind of, I don't know, he had a multitude of offences.
Right, back on the line, his teammate now sits on the drop zone in 32nd place with a 50.
So there's your cutoff right now. 50 is the cutoff. Gotta go higher. He's not going to survive there.
No, he needs to push hard because I'm looking below him. A lot of good drivers. Right through the gears he goes. Yves Meyer flicks that super across the circuit, dips the front bumper almost to the tarmac as he opens up the throttle. This is much nicer from Yves Meyer as he looks for that outside zone. Look at the line, very tidy from the Swiss driver as Yves Meyer now opens up the throttle, looks down the circuit, transitions around the inner zone, flicks it. Can he hold on to it? He can. Kicks the clutch and opens and awakes the engine underneath the bonnet as he stands on the throttle across the line, and that was so much better from Yves Meyer.
That's a good run. That's a good run. Not perfect, but very
good.
To be fair, I've got to say, to me, you know, those Supras, they've been developing them, and again, it's a new chassis to the sport.
Yeah.
So it takes time for everyone to figure it out. Remember, you're not starting with 25 years of experience like you would be on an S-body or a BMW. No. But they're figuring them out.
Yep.
And it looks to me like that car, when it works really, really well. I like the snappy transitions. I like the full throttle areas. Again, could be more perfect in some areas of the zones, but look at this, smooth on the transition, didn't overcommit. And I think what he'd done there is sort of looked at what Joshua had done, which was overcommitting, dropping wheels, and he did the opposite. He stayed a little bit safer, a little bit more controlled, and a nice run.
Yeah, I like that. I like that, Dave. That was nice. I'd like to see him improve on that. He's at more than a 50. But the problem is the judges have been really harsh. As we always say, the judges are not messing around. They've been very strict this year, and they're going to want to see no mistakes, no errors.
No, they're
no
harsh guys,
drops.
you know. They're not the type of guys you want to party with, because you go dancing, they'll tell you your dance is terrible. They'll tell
Kevin O'Connell says that to us all the time. You calls me a terrible drinker.
Yeah, well, no, he'll take a taste and go, terrible beer.
Yeah.
I give that beer a 72. Then you go dancing, your dancing's an 11. This is how they would have a night out. This is how judges are.
Everything's scored.
Yeah, everything's scored. 68.5, 23rd position for Yves Meyer. And that's a much bigger improvement. 23, looking pretty safe at the minute, which I'm pretty happy with. So I would suggest that, I'll tell you what, right now for me, 60s, 70s, 80s, you know, normal, like you look back at Germany last year, you look back at some of those events, not a hope. But today, with these many sort of cars breaking down and stuff, just get a run on the board.
Just get a run.
If you're Manuel Vacca, don't be on a 0, just get a run on the board, put yourself in a fight.
Well, yeah, certainly so. He does need to get a good run on the board, a good score. We know the cut-off now is, of course, a 53. It's jumped up ever so slightly with that score improving of Yves Meyer now, as we see Manuel Vacca fire that car in, looks for that inside zone, a little wobble. He's going to keep a hold of it though. He backs off the throttle ever so slightly. You can see that smoke trail, the wheel speed slow down as Manuel Vacca back on throttle once again. Looks down the circuit, looks for that inner zone, flicks the car across, looks for the final outside zone as Manuel Vacca, this is way more cool, calm and collected from the Italian driver.
Yes, that's what we wanted to do. That's how you do it.
Bit more cool, calm and collected.
Just
settle the nerves.
Settle it, don't go mad.
Yeah.
First round. You got 6 rounds to go mental.
To go mad.
Going on quite like that. Let's see what he scores. It's a 67.5, puts him in a 25th position. Manuel Vacca from Italy is in the game for now. 25th is kind of sitting around the scary zone, but he's there for now. We move now on to David Sposup. David Sposup, 23 years of age, and he's a big competitor in the Polish Championship. He's been a big name there for a very long time. Big step up now to Drift Masters. Had a little taste of it in Poland last year in the stadium. To me, looked very strong, very capable. 920 horsepower, 2J S15. And he's got to do a little bit of work here to get up out of the 50 score in the first round. Let's see if he can improve here. Nice entry, because he took the nose in. Can't, missing that out of zone. Really struggling there, a lot of drivers, to be able to make that work.
Yeah, I think that comes down to experience. You can see these rookies, these guys that dip in and out of the championship, they struggle to get that right line from initiation to that inside zone. Nice transition, though, back into that outside zone as Sposup stands on the throttle. And looks down the circuit, looks for that finish line. Nice job there, but just on that first inside zone, struggled to get there. The team are happy.
Yes, most of the team are happy. However, they're probably not going to be able to see that he missed that inner zone in the first corner. However, I'm now going to say that that is as good a run as you can do when you miss the first inner zone. So we're going to know whether you miss the inner zone immediately. Whatever Sposup scores is kind of where you're at, because that's a very important zone for the judges.
It certainly is.
Because this initiation was nice, but he pushed too wide, a little bit too much speed. Now he's, going to try and tuck the nose in. Doesn't. He's about, what, 6 feet off it? Something like that. So the rest of the run, though, however, he does recover very well. Looks pretty solid, very fast, very smooth, no major errors. This bit for me, like, boom, fires into the last corner.
And I like that transition.
And just like, boom, use the left foot brake and back on the throttle again. So to me, the big handbrake drag into the last corner is a bit dull.
Yeah.
That is exciting, and I think the judges will find that exciting too. However, inside zone missed. Like, look at this. Watch the edge of the circuit. Very tidy. Oh, super speed from the boys on the replay. If we went that fast now, we get a lot of points. But that's not possible. So a 74. So yeah, if you're missing that inside zone, you're kind of sitting in the 70s. That's kind of what I'm
thinking. You're sitting mid-pack.
You're sitting mid-pack.
You're sitting mid-pack,
so
but you can miss that
inner. If you were listening to me, which some drivers may or may not, I would go in a little bit more tentative to the first corner and make sure you get the inner zone.
Is this like live coaching, drift coaching?
And who am I to tell any of these guys? But
hey, you've done some good drifts in the past.
I've done a drift or two, and what I'm saying from watching it is like, this is me trying to help the drivers, because I'm not a judge. No. I'm like, if you go in there, put a bit of angle in, scrub the speed, and then tuck the nose in, now you're starting to flirt with the 80s and 90s, because you've got that zone. You're going to be in the 70s regardless, and that's where you're mixed in with everybody.
Yeah.
So let's see if Ali McSheed does any different. He's had a little, he went a little too hot in the first run. Let's see, got 63. So let's see if he can go a little bit more of a big flick early. This is a clever way of doing it. Clever way of doing it. Lose the speed early. Can he tuck the nose in? Yes, he can. That's a perfect line from Ali McSheed. We were holding our breath for a moment, Ian and I. But will someone get there? He's got a little left foot brake there. Decells a little bit, but makes it work. Little snappy transition. Much better from Ali McSheed. Very precise. No major errors, no major wobbles. And that's what you do. That's how you do it. Get to get that inner zone. I thought he was going to overshoot it, but he got it.
That's a very good run.
It's a very good run.
That's a very good run.
That was an exciting run, but also he's hitting all the marks.
He is, yeah. I mean, for me, there was a stall up after initiation. Watch this. He fires the car in, gets on the throttle, and then watch this. Kind of jacks the car up. He waits a little bit on the throttle. He's still there, but he's not full commitment. He waits for the car to settle, then dives in for that inside zone. A little wobble there as he come down to that second inner. But you know what, Dave? That's a nice run from Ali McSheed. That's going to be a huge improvement on that 63 that he laid down his first qualifying run, where he tagged a few of those cones and...
yeah, well, here's the thing. He got all the zones.
Yeah. Look at this in the outside zone, though.
So now you're judging him on how he got them, not if he got them. If he got them, you're down in the 60s and 50s and all that, But he did get them, all of them. So therefore now the judges will go, how did he get them? Was it perfect? Was it good angle? Was it good speed? Was it good style? So remember, the zones aren't just like if you got all the zones, you get 100. That's not how drifting works. It's how you get them too, right? So you've got to be good angle, no wobbles, good speed, smooth, fluid, all that kind of good stuff. But I think he'd be very happy with that one. I would be very happy with that one, but I think this is going to be a big improvement. A 94.5 for Ali McSheed. I just dropped a bottle of water all over the ground, Ian, because that is unbelievable.
Do you know, I was so taken in by the run of how nice it was. I didn't even think about could it top?
I actually was waiting for someone to get an inner zone for about 20 minutes there, thinking I'm just happy with that.
I was like, it could be around the 80s.
That's a huge score. 94.5.
Well, we've still got a long way to go. Let's go back.
We said he got all the clip points. He definitely did. And how he got them was very impressive. We go back to Mika Keski-Korpi. He's now on the line. Another driver looking to improve, but a good first run for him. 73.5 in the new machine this year. I think he'd even go higher here if he keeps it together.
Right, so here we go. Mika Keski-Korpi just had info in my ear. They changed the clutch between qualifying runs, Dave. He did that first qualifying run with a damaged clutch, 73.5, and now he's back. Look at this. This man needed a new car.
Oh, Ian
can keep hold of it, but it's going to lose the momentum.
You did the whole build-up. You commentator's curse.
Man.
You did it.
Yeah, it was me.
You were literally saying, you even waited until he got to the easy last corner and said, I can now really go in with the praise. And then you and your vibes spun the car.
I'll go down there later and let them throw egg on my face.
You should say that was my fault.
Yeah, I will. I'll go down there and apologise.
But to me, I think he tried too much. He tried to do something, and he did say to me that he loves the car, but it's very snappy, and every now and again it does something where he goes, uh-oh.
Yeah.
And that was a big uh-oh.
He's still learning the car.
Yeah.
He's probably only done 10 runs.
10 runs in the car, and he's already got a 73.5 on the board. He's in 15th position.
15th,
so it's not the end of the world.
Score. And he's safe. I'm going to say he's safe for top 32 tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to say so.
Okay.
You don't think?
I mean, we could have, Ali McShee got a 94.5, so I'm just saying, you never know.
Okay.
Anything can happen from here. It's Drift Masters, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
I forgot.
Remember that time you predicted that thing and then the exact opposite of that happened? Yeah, that's Drift Masters. That's how it goes. So now we're back to Clint Van Hout, who is also sitting way up the order in 3rd position with an 86. And I'll be honest with you, Clint Van Hout, could he go top? He's got a 94.5 from Ali McShee. Just came out of nowhere, just from Kuwait, rocked in and said, ba-boom, 94.5. Then Clint Van Hout's going, well, wait till you see this. These guys are confident. They've already got a score on the board. Nothing to lose. They're already in the show.
Yeah, they certainly are. And here we go. Clint Van Hout fires that car across. Nice early initiation. Dials on big angle. Stands on the accelerator. He's going to come up very close to that inside zone. Now he needs to calm the nerves. Now he needs to find that flow that he had last time. Look at this. Beautiful line once again. Clint Van Hout lighting up the scoreboard. Goes nice and wide. Very close to that inner as he fires it into that second to last outside zone. Now into the last outside zone. He wanders and wavers, but finds the back end of that S14 in it across the line. I think that's an improvement.
I'm going to go the opposite.
It was the check-up after initiation, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's what I'm watching. I think he kind of almost stalled up to a stop. He was like, uh-oh, I went way too much angle. He did make it work. He made it work. But if I was a judge, I'd be going, if you were chasing that now.
I was going to wait for the replay. I was going to...
Well, let's look at it together.
Let's have a look, Dave.
We're live.
All together.
I think he goes in here and he goes, oh, no.
It wasn't that much.
No, it's not as bad as I initially thought.
From the other camera angle.
From the other camera, it looked worse, but it actually was all right. That's pretty good. I stand corrected. Well, I sit corrected at the moment. I might be standing in a minute. But pretty good. God, he's really on fire here, Clint Van Hout, isn't he?
But this is what I'm saying.
Really on fire.
Think about the guys that have been driving their cars all off-season.
Here's another mistake for me. Too wide, too late on the transition. Just kind of has to do it all very quick. But he still made it work.
Yeah.
So it's not like a massive deduction, but I mean, what do I know? But it's for me, is it as fluid as Ali McSheed's? No.
No.
Not at all.
No, but I'm going to say
it's good.
It's there or thereabouts, and it could be an improvement. I said it was an improvement.
I'm thinking, because I'm watching this, obviously the judges are not in the same area as we are.
No.
It's a 60-step fight. I'm going to be honest and say that checkup, they're going to look at Kevin O'Connell go, and David Callis
if
go,
you were chasing
that, you're going straight through him. He's just stopped in the first corner. So I'm just going to say, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I'm only agreeing because I'm happy he still has an 86 on the board.
Yeah.
If I was him, I'd be peed off. But then he's okay. He's still in third.
I got a little excited. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens.
It's round one. I've been waiting a long time for this. Jakob Kroll off the line. Brand new car, new power, new man. It seems behind the wheel. And look at this. Gets into it early, but he stalls up as well. Another driver does the same mistake, and he's going to finish up the run with that. I'm going to say he's flirting on a zero. That was almost a shutdown there, Dave.
It's unchaseable.
It is very unchaseable.
And he's dropping wheels now as well. The rest of the run is not pretty either. I'll be honest, and I think it's like this is the Goldilocks effect, right?
Yeah.
Because you're going in too fast, missing the inner zone.
Yeah.
Then they come in on too much angle to get the inner zone, and then they almost stall up and spin.
Yeah.
So when you look at, say, McSheed, or you look at some of those runs, you go, that's actually really hard to do. Even Vjainsek struggles with the understeer there. You can see him having an issue. Shanahan struggled. Everybody struggled there. And that's probably the hardest part of the track for me. If you get that right, the rest of it seems to flow quite nicely from there. So let's see what happens as we go through the grid. Alex Halovny is up next from the Ukraine, two-time Ukrainian champion, 900 horsepower. And this was actually the first ever B58 in pro drifting in Europe.
It was, yeah.
So it's still going, which is good. Good for B58s. So here we go, Alex Alharbali. He's had some issues on the last run. 68 though, still in the mix, 26th position at the moment. Big flick on entry, on going for the big angle approach here. Seems to be working for people if they can get it right. And it looks like he got it right.
Yeah, that looks like it's paid off for him right now as he dials it on. Look at this, just adjusting the car ever so slightly. I love how low this car is. I said about low cars and they don't work. This one works. Look at the side skirts dragging along the tarmac as he dabs the handbrake, gets himself into that last outside zone. Alex Alharbali on the throttle, looking cool as a cucumber across the line.
That's a really good run.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Really good run. Jeez, that is monstrous run.
Yeah.
Like, I gotta put it out there and say that, like, we talked about this unpredictable nature of round one, mechanical failures, champion now sitting there on a 0, all the drama. And we know qualifying a lot of the time is just a formality, get to the big show. But watching Alex Alharbali, look at this, how wide he goes, and then he builds up this big boost of momentum that makes the rest of the course so fluid. That, to me, is another amazing run. Now, probably the judges will come in and go, it's a 50 or something because we've missed something. But what I'm saying is, I'm watching what I think is difficult. Now, there's a little check up there on the handbrake. It's not bad.
No.
But I think McShee does it as well on the left foot braking. So, it didn't seem to hurt his score too much that he was adjusting to the line rather than, a little decel here and there. But to me, this is a big run. And what I like about it is that it shows that the track works, because you could be sitting there for a while in this qualifying session going, I don't know if this track works. I'm not sure it's very fluid. I'm not sure you can do it. It looks really tough. And then you see McShee's run, or you see Clint Van Oud, or you see Alex Alharbali, and you go, that does work. You just got to get it really right.
You've got to get it really right.
And I still agree with what we said earlier. It's too harsh a track for round one.
Yeah.
But then maybe it'll mix up the whole order. 79.5, yeah, 9th position for Alex Alharbali. So I'm going to say that checkup of the braking was the problem. And it just kind of, to me, a little too much handbrake in the middle of the course.
I just looked at the top 4. Because we're going to have this qualifying showdown after these last runs. We have Maxide, Cherba, Van Oor and Korpolinski in the top 4.
I'm here for it.
And I'm all about it.
The whole mix-up this year. Let's see what happens with a taste of that as he comes off the line. He had a mechanical issue on his first run, if I'm not mistaken, but he got through it, and it was a 59.5. He's sitting dead on the drop zone with a 32, so he has to make this an improvement. So far, looking pretty solid as he comes through the center of the course. And it goes, this good run so far from a taste of that. Very, very precise compared to his first run. Look, not doing too much, but doing enough. Oh, he's made a big error towards that. Something wrong with the car.
And I know what it is, because I've just been told.
What
the
happened?
car is cutting boost. So he said over the radio.
Tail of the whole day.
He said to the start line Marshall Martin, I don't know if it's going to make it round. I'm going to give it a go and just have a try.
That's so unfortunate.
And he fell out of the top 32. I do believe. No, he is.
He's on the drop
He's
zone.
on the drop zone right now.
I thought, up until this moment, he misses that zone.
Yeah.
He was like kind of not thereabouts, but he could probably creep up a little bit with this transition. And the car's taking itself apart in the transition. But I thought it was smooth towards the end. He might go into the 60s maybe with this, right?
Yeah.
Maybe high 60s. But that's a big mistake. 0 on the last corner. And that puts him right in 32nd position. Not where you want to be.
No.
Any movement. Conor Shanahan scores anything.
Anyone.
He's gonna knock him out. There's a lot of drivers that have some scores. And you see this getting ready to rock and roll is Juha Poitalaxo, the Finnish driver, 2-time Finnish drift champion, 1-time European champion. You don't need to check the credentials.
No.
He has them.
He has them.
780 horsepower, and he had a 76.5 on his first run, which looks kind of safe right now, maybe. So he's going to try and improve as he comes in with a big ton of speed into that first corner. And here comes Poitalaxo. He's got all the horsepower and all the experience. Can he make it count here?
Well, he's on a very, very nice line at the moment, Dave. Hardly any corrections on the steering wheel as he transitions in to this third outside zone. He keeps it clinical. He keeps it on the tarmac. Look at that line through that inner zone, and now barely touches the handbrake, hits the rev limiter as he wanders a little bit in that final outside zone. But that is very nice from Juha Poitalaxo.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest and say that he's looking pretty dangerous out there. I mean, what I like to see, you want to see big runs. 78.5, little improvement. Look at that.
He's consistent.
Yeah, the consistency there is just, to me, it stands out.
I'm scared to look at his photo. It scares me.
It's intense. He has an intense photo.
Intense.
Yeah. He's not even that intense in real life, but that photo caught him at a very intense moment.
Yeah.
He was thinking about he paid all the bills back home and just,
he's just angry, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Pontus Hartman, a 0 on the first run. Sweden representing. Will he get it done on the second? Ian, this is tough. This is tough for him.
Look, he's been threatening this for a long while now, and he's been flirting around, you know, knocking people out. When he's in the zone, when he's in the groove, he can be dangerous. Pontus Hartman here to prove himself this year, wants to make a move in the championship, get himself in that top 10, and that line from initiation through so far is absolutely textbook. Pontus Hartman on a flyer right now. I can't see anything wrong with that one. Wow, look at this from Hartman. He's on a flyer, looks for the final outside zone, right to the edge of the circuit, and Pontus Hartman has not come to mess around as he gets on the throttle right to the edge of the circuit and across the line. Mistake me if I'm wrong, Dave, but I don't know if I see any mistakes in that run.
You know when people say 0 to 100 real quick?
That's
Pontus Hartman. 0 on the first run, way up there on the second run. We waited for it all season last year. We saw practice runs for him going, this is going to be the guy. And I thought with the 0 on the first run, does he fall apart? Could have been a little crazier on the entry, could have been a bit, but he made it work.
He fulfilled that first outside zone perfectly.
He sacrificed a big weight transfer to make sure he was inch perfect. And it worked.
But watch the line. The front wheels, it doesn't, look, they don't waver at all.
Smooth operator.
Oh, man. And a left foot brake, look, keeps the car on the circuit.
I like that. That's the bit I like the most in the run, is that he
doesn't go wide like the other guys.
He just kind of sat and went, hold.
He falls out of that zone.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look, he's pretty wide there. I mean, I'm not trying to rain on your parade or Pontus Hartman. I'm just saying we got to be critical here.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't think Max Sheed makes those errors.
No, he doesn't. I don't think this is going to contest.
Look at the tire. It's almost flat. There's that much grip in there.
I don't think he's going to contest first place. But you know what? From a 0, I think you're going to see him at least in the top 10 here.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think it depends how harshly the judges look at that last corner and the wheels and stuff. And I don't know. But I think you're right. I think what I'm looking at here is a driver that's ready to go for tomorrow.
Oh,
that's
for sure.
That's my opinion. And a driver that I wouldn't like to be chasing because he's that fast. You got to commit a lot. We haven't even seen a chase run yet, really. An 81.5, 8th position. Ian, you're on fire today.
I've done my homework in the off-season.
You're usually much more wrong than this, and I'm enjoying that you've stepped up finally.
Yeah.
After 8 years, you figured it out.
I've figued it out. I know what drifting is now.
And now I've forgotten how it works. So the big switch. It's all backwards.
It's all backwards this year.
Here's Adam Zalewski. Adam Zalewski gets a 59.5. It looked like he had some real fight in the car issues.
He's on the drop zone.
Yeah, he's in 32nd position right now. So ex-European champion sitting on the drop zone. This is big pressure. Zalewski does not want to go down the road of 23 where he had so many issues. Got to get it done here.
Yeah, he needs to get it done here. He's done a lot of time, a lot of work on the car in the off-season, and already plagued with a few issues, that mechanical issues, stopping his practice, but now looking rock solid. And look at this, another run where the car looks dialed. He comes down that hill to the flat middle section of the circuit, now starts to climb back up, and he fires in to that last outside zone, gets on the throttle, climbs up that hill, and he again wanders and wavers like Hartman does. But is that enough to improve?
It's good. It's good. It's better.
It's good.
It's better. It's a lot better than it was. I'll be honest. For a man that was towed off in practice and who's probably on his, second lap in qualifying, you couldn't ask for much more.
No, exactly that, Dave. Very, very nice. Big initiation. Look how early he went for that one. Dragged the car right through that outside zone and then dialed on the angle, and that just put him on a perfect line through that inner zone all the way through the circuit.
And he's an excellent driver, there's no question.
No.
But I think every now and again the car he's constantly had issues last year. He's changed his engine setup, so that's going to take a little bit of getting used to. But he's got the talent, there's no question. So if the car is working, Adam Zalewski is a threat to anybody on the grid, even to the top step on the podium. However, that's the question we're asking everybody today. Is the car working? Because to me, that's going to be the story at the end of qualifying. Where is such and such? Where is this guy? Car problems, car problems, car problems. We've lost a lot of drivers so far. 74.5, big improvement for Adam Zalewski. Should see him safe, I would imagine, in 15th position at this stage of the qualifying session. I just don't know. I mean, I don't want to make any statements anymore because anything can happen, and we've a lot of zeros ahead of us.
And I'll tell you who's on the start line. A man that won't be happy sitting in 22nd position.
Not a fan.
and he won't be happy that a man from Q8 has come in and stole his limelight.
Oh, I'm Mr. Qualifying. I'm Toran Kavia. I go out there and put the show on. Who's this Ali McSheed guy?
Yeah, I'm the showman.
Yeah, well, here comes Toran Kavia from Norway to put on a big show. Had a couple of errors on the last one.
Oh!
Big angle. Wow, 90 degrees on the first corner. And Kavia gets the inside zone. I couldn't really tell from that angle. We'll see it in the replay. But right now, Kavia's on one here.
Oh, man, he's flying. Absolutely flying. Wheel to the edge of the circuit. Look at the angle. Look at the speed. Big, snappy one. Oh, man, and he throws it away on the transition.
Oh, my goodness. Drift Masters, not for the faint of hearted. The car shut out. Something happened weird there.
I think he cooked so much angle onto that the car just stalled up. There was no way the car could. Look at this. Wheel off.
The transition was nuts.
He wanted to go for a big 90-degree one.
Yeah.
Just
he overdrove. And again, I love him for it. Because every time he comes out there, that entry was insane. Oh, look at this.
everyone was on the edge of their seats.
Look at that guy. That is, you put that as a meme for disappointment. That guy's face. He's still in the game.
He's still in the game.
But Kavia tries to go for the big 99-point run, and that's what happens. It bites you. And unfortunately, spins it out on the transition. I was disappointed.
Yeah,
I thought if he pulled that off, can you imagine, 90 to 90 on the transition?
I think that would have been up there.
Judges have fallen off the chair.
Yeah, yeah. They might have smiled.
They might have even had cracked a smile, a little wink.
A little,
98.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, it was a 0. Nicholas Bertin, he needs to improve here because he's outside the top 32. Looks like the car just did not want to do what he wanted it to do in the first run. Got to step up here, the Latvian driver. He's a great driver, a talented driver, but he can make no mistakes here.
No, he can't make any mistakes, and I think the car was gripped up. We know it's not the most powerful car on the circuit, and I think they needed to dial it back 10% just to try and make it easier for Bertans to drive, and you can see, once again, barely any tyre smoke. He's really having to work the car. He's really having to drive this car and put it where it needs to be. He's had to go wide there to keep that momentum, to keep that pace, and now he's fell out of the outside zone. He wanders back into it. He's going wide. He just about keeps it on the circuit.
Yeah, it's not quite essential, Nicholas Bertans, but for me, Nick Nack he's such a good driver of, so precise. When you see him not being precise, to me, it makes me feel like there's something more at play.
Yes.
Now, he does the best he can with what I would consider to be, looks to me like a wounded car.
Yeah.
I'm sure he might argue that, it might be fine, but to me, it just looks not like the Nicholas Bertans we're used to. And right here, he does barely miss but again, he doesn't have the goal if he doesn't get the line right. And it's a 0 on the second run, so wheels off the track.
I'm going to say it's wheels off.
Wheels off the track
I
for
think
Nicholas
that was
Bertans' 38th position right now.
At the finish line. He was very wide at the finish line, and I think that's going to hurt.
So, I mean, on a day where Nicholas Bertans does not qualify for top 32, these are sentences I never thought I'd speak in Drift Masters, but here we are. Max Heidrich up next.
Yeah, slots the car into gear, and Nicholas Bertans out of competition. What has Max Heidrich got shown? Sits with a 58 at the moment. The drop zone now to 60 needs to improve. And full Max fires that car in, hammers the throttle, dials it on. Look at this, he comes up very short, and he gets it absolutely perfect now. As Heidrich opens the throttle, looks down the circuit, looks for that inner zone again, goes very wide. He's got a lovely line, but he's going to miss the outside zone. Flicks the car across the circuit, looks for the final outside zone. He's just bled a whole load of points, missing outside zone 4 as he comes through across the line. And Heinrich, has he done enough, Dave?
I mean, first of all, love the camera work from Apple TV because I can see the emotion straight away. As he comes across the line, shakes his head.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows he didn't get it perfect, and he's swearing now. You can't hear it, but it's you can tell by the body language that he is not happy with that run.
No, and we know why. We know he missed that outside zone, and that was probably the only point on that run that really went wrong, because the initiation, Dave, was spectacular. He went for that Kavia style, big, dialed it in on an angle, and he was on throttle nice and early, and he picked up that inside zone perfectly. The line down from there was clinical, but it just didn't go wide enough. He held on to it too long here. Look at this, and when he transitions back, he's already looks up the foot brake. He knows he can't push the back end of that car where it needed to be, and you'll see it even clearer on the zone. Transition too early, look.
Yeah, misses it completely, and then this is not as this last bit, especially the transition, is not great because you're in the middle of the track trying to transition in the middle of the track, so there's nothing to transition from.
Yeah, exactly.
So it just didn't go right, and it's going to hurt his score. I don't know. There's still a lot of good parts of that run that's going to be rewarded. So let's see what the judges say. But
is that better than 58 though?
Oh, it's one zone. He did get the inner zone too. They're weighing heavily on that. It is. It's a 69.5. I'd agree. I think the inner zone is a lot harder to get with big angle than what he did.
Especially the first one.
than the outer zone. So, I mean, if he's losing, what, 30 points? It's probably just that zone.
Yeah.
You know, that's all he's lost. So 30 points still a lot.
Because it could have been a 95.
Yeah,
it could have been up there.
Everything else was perfect. Next up, Michael Reihart. He is sitting in 28th position, close to the drop zone. The Czech driver needs to improve. 69 on the board. Coming with the big flick in. Will it be too much of a flick? Oh, it looked sketchy, but he made it work. A little bit of adjustment from this E92. He's got all the horsepower in the world. Good job from Michael Reihart so far as he transitions. Very snappy transitional handbrake there just to get the car back out again as he puts the nose of the car exactly where it needs to be. This is a fluid one. This is a fast one. This is a far better one from Michael Reihart, who seems to just pull it out every time he's asked. And Reihart, you just watch him sometimes go, there's no way he's going to calm down and do what the judges want. And then he always at the end goes, no, I won't.
Actually.
You know what? I was playing around. I'm going to do what they want.
Just kidding.
Just to get me into more drifting, I'll do what you say.
All right, I'll behave for a minute.
Yeah. Great entry too. Watch the flick of the car here.
They've now, these mid-pack guys have got this dialed. This entry is absolutely spot on. Look at the full throttle straight away. They're getting the car set up, they're on the throttle, and they're driving a nice line from that first inner zone all the way through the circuit. It's lovely, lovely stuff.
Misses the inner zone though, unfortunately.
By millimetres.
Yeah.
I'd say the front bumper.
But if I was a judge,
I would just let him
I
have
would
it.
have let him away with it. But
Yeah.
our judges, the harshest people on the planet,
Yeah, forget it.
they're going to be like, well, missed it.
Missed it.
And then here I thought it was really good. Like a very fluid motion left to right. That's what you want to see. No checking up, no major big drags in the handbrake. I enjoyed the rest of it. So, I don't know. Depends. I mean, if usually we can hear a little bit more of the judging, but we're not hearing, so we don't know. Because qualifying, we kind of stay on our own end to make our own terrible assumptions.
Yeah, of course.
About what's going on, and then be proved wrong constantly.
Truthful.
81 on the board. Big run from Michael. Right, I agree.
It was.
Missed, what you say, a foot off an inner zone, and the rest was really good.
Yeah.
Very well rewarded. I go back. I digress.
You go back on your word.
I agree.
Yeah,
completely. Joachim Andersen.
Yeah, currently sitting in 26th place with a 69.5. So safe for the moment, but he will want to improve. He will want to get himself higher up the board, making them battles a little bit nicer. The top 32 tomorrow as he opens up the throttle. Look at this nice line once again. These guys, they're watching the broadcast, they're learning, they're seeing what you need to do on that initiation as he comes down that hill, opens the throttle. Look at that, just flirting with the edge of the circuit. Nice line through, flicks the car back once again into this last outside zone. Very nice job from Joachim Andersen as he looks absolutely dialed across the line. Looking good this year is Joachim Andersen.
And, you know, a little thing I was thinking about.
Yep.
Temperatures have dropped.
Yep.
It's getting a little later in the evening. I think that's helping the cars and the grip levels. The track isn't as sticky. I think it's got a little bit more to play with on and off throttle because nobody's having. When's the last time you saw a big load of understeer? Not for a while.
No, this is true.
So I'm just thinking maybe the track conditions helping the drivers a little bit here to be more precise. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just seemed to me you got a little bit of shadows creeping in here. It's getting a little bit cooler. Cars are performing better, not overheating as much. I think Joachim Andersen does a fantastic job here of doing what the judges want him to do in most parts of the track.
Yeah, exactly that, Dave. Yeah, it was very nice.
Look at knife edge this track is, though. You're just kind of flying through just on full throttle, hoping it all works out.
You're not going to fall off into the gravel.
Exactly, hoping it all works out. There's no one that's comfortable on the track. No, you can't be comfortable sitting there. Like, those are fast corners.
Ali McSeed is the only man who feels comfortable on the track.
Ali McSeed is somewhere with an ice cream right now going,
do you reckon?
Follow that. Follow that. Yeah, he's having a look at the rest of the grid going, 79.5. Wow.
That's a nice improvement there from Joachim Andersen. Moves himself up almost into the top 10.
Ali McSheed's somewhere with a Red Bull on ice saying, work done for the day. See you tomorrow, lads.
But it won't be, though, because if he stays where he is, he's going to have to get back in that car and prove what he can do in a chase, a battle situation.
Do you know what?
You forgot about that, didn't you?
Yeah, new format, love it.
And we forgot about this man, Oran Nielsen. Oran Nielsen is a man that you can't forget about, because out of nowhere, he might just throw in a 100-point run. He's gone for a nice big initiation, and he's got understeer. Dave just said we hadn't seen anyone with it, and you could see that car gliding across the circuit. Joachim Andersen, Oran Nielsen held on to a little bit of understeer there, but he kept with it as the bonnet flaps around. It can barely hold on to the pace as he flicks it around that inner zone. Looks for the final outside zone now as Oran Nielsen on the throttle, puts the car right to the edge of the circuit, smokes out the crowd across the line, and Oran Nielsen back looking on form once again.
This man is he needs to win something big because he's been too entertaining and too good for too long to not have more trophies.
It's got to come soon.
Because every time I actually sat there, I couldn't even hear you anymore. I was just watching going, how is he this good all the time?
He's very good. He's very, very good. You know, he just has that misfortune. And for me, he's very good at qualifying and he's very good at battles. But the practice before top 32, he should be barred.
He shouldn't do it.
He should be
That's
barred.
where it all goes wrong.
I should take the keys off him and say, go sit down and have a cold drink.
Yeah, don't come out here. Look at the angle he's put. And this is a Soar, by the way, Toyota Soar, which is, let's just say, not the most popular chassis in drifting.
No.
Heavy car. Hard, and this is not a heavy one. He's taken a lot of the weight out. But what I'm saying is that, like, you know, it's an unusual chassis, big car, and he makes it look so nimble. Which I've never seen a Toyota Soar driven like it's a smaller little car. But it's amazing, and I think he's going to be rewarded here for this. 87 on the board. Oran Nielsen goes into third place, well deserved. And look at that, 19 on angle out of a 20, 51 on line out of 60, right there up the top. And here's Oliver Randalou up next. The Estonian driver got a 72. It was a great first run, and you liked it.
I liked it, but judges didn't.
Not a lot of flair, not a lot of angle. So he needs to just step it up a notch there. He has the line. He just needs to do a little bit more risky stuff, and that's what they want to see.
Easier said than done. In a brand new car, you've just spent 6 months building it. Well, he's going to go for it anyway. Big clutch kick initiation, flicks the car across the circuit. Hardly any use of the handbrake there as he bubbles over the curbing, looks for that inside zone and gets it. Now sees the steering wheel set dead up as he bang takes that cone down, takes the front arch off of that brand new car, fires down through, looks for that inner zone. This is nice from Oliver Randalou as he opens up the throttle now, dials himself in and settles into that big, long outside zone across the line. And you know what? For a man in a brand new car, he looks comfortable.
I'm going to go out there again and say this year, watch that name pop up on a couple of top eights, top of fours, couple of top twos.
He's going to be there.
Because he's been there before. This car looks to be far better than the car he came out of. And I think if you put him in a good, decent chassis now that's competitive, he's dangerous. Is this the best run in the world? Not really. Hits the inside zone there, which is better than being wide of it. But it's still a, you know, kind of a little wobble there as well. I'm going to say not perfect, but liking how he's gelling with this car. Liking what, you know, because we've seen Oliver Randalou qualify in 32nd position in Ireland and end up second on the podium.
Exactly.
Qualifying is just getting in the show, and then it's down to the battles, and anything can happen in the battles. We've watched the top qualifier get knocked out a lot of the time by the 32nd
place, but
It's happened so many times, you know, anything can happen. And I feel like this weekend, anything can happen.
I think this track is going to lend itself to that. I think this track is going to open the door.
Well, it's quite exciting and sketchy to watch when there's one driver. Never mind when there's two.
The judge is not liking it.
Yeah, so there you go. I would agree. I think his first one was smoother. That one had the error of hitting the cone, then he had a bit of a wobble into the outer zone, and then again had to stall up a little bit on the entry. So I would agree. However, still a good run.
Still a good run.
We know, if we're looking back at the start of this qualifying session, we'd be like, oh my God, unbelievable. But then you have McSheed and Van Oort and all these guys come along, and it puts the marker so much higher.
Exactly that. Well, Marco Zaccaril pulls to the line, Dave. He's on a 0, spun out on initiation.
True, had an issue with steering or something.
Was it car related or was it driver related? We're going to find out. Is he going to tone it back if it was him, or is he going to go for it? Was it the car issue? Marco Zaccaril looks like he's toned it down a little bit. Not going to go for that big wild initiation. Fires that car in. Looks settled now as he opens up the throttle. Squeezes himself into position as he looks down the circuit. Looks for that line. Now starts to get flirty with it. Now starts to fire in some style as he looks through that inner zone. Fires into that final outside zone. Sets the car up. On the throttle he goes. Dials on the angle, and across the line he goes, and Zaccaril just wanting some points on the board.
I'll be honest when I say this, that I think the level that they have to drive under pressure here is insane. To come all this way from the Czech Republic, go there, put a 0 on the board, come out for the second round, have a mechanical problem or whatever happened, come out there and put a run like that together with very minimal practice is incredible to watch. Marco Zaccaril, he's been in and around top of this championship for a couple of years, and I would say look more than talent has stopped him from being, you know, way up there. But from the car looks amazing on throttle, like it's so planted. And look at the smooth, look at this, driving to the shops. Just
He looks very comfortable
in the car park, getting some milk. Boop, 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 boop. And you wouldn't realize on the outside.
That's what he's singing in his head?
Yeah, and then you wouldn't realize on the outside he's moving like at 70 miles an hour. And then inside he's like da 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 da.
Just gonna
look at the angle. And it looks in the car like he's not doing this.
Yeah.
But on the outside you're like, how does it relate to the inside view?
Yeah, inside to outside.
It's because he's really good, Ian. He's better than us.
Really
That's
good.
why he can do it. Let's see, an 81.5, 0 to 81.5 in the 8th position for Marco Zaccarel. Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. Especially when you're on a 0. I know I hate seeing people on 0s, but when I see someone on a 0 and they can pull it together and all the nerves and all the mental strain of trying to, know that you're one mistake away from going home and then pull it back again in the show, 8th position, amazing.
Right, so there we go. Zaccarel making his way back to the pits, and we're going to move it along to Paweł Korpolinski. Pszczonski not making it out, so not finding out what's going on there. Jakub or Kuba Pszczonski will not come to the line, so we'll find out. Like we said, me and Dave are going to have a whole catalogue of what happened yesterday.
Oh, the highlight reel would just be so confusing. People will not know what it's going to sound like an alternate reality. However, this is a man that I think is sitting pretty safe. 5th position at the moment. Paweł Korpolinski, 85.5. Can go for it here.
Well, he's going to go for it because he wants to get into that playoff this afternoon after qualifying to gain some extra points. There are more points available on the board for these qualifiers. He will want to top qualifying. He was shallow on that second outside zone, and now he flicks the car very close to the edge of the circuit. Look at this from Korpolinski. This is wild. He dials on the angle. Look at that big flick, a little adjustment on the steering wheel, but we're splitting hairs as Korpolinski dials on the angle, opens up the throttle, and across the line he goes.
I'm such a Paweł Korpolinski fan.
Oh, huge.
You know why?
A huge
He's
Korpolinski
so
fan.
reserved and polite, quiet, and just a nice guy. Fair enough. That's what you got.
Oh, and it wasn't an improvement. The judges are so harsh today.
Yeah.
They're critical of these guys.
I think they're a little sunburnt.
Do you know what? I think they're not going to give them an easy year. I think they're not going to give these drivers an easy year.
No, I think they know the talent level is so high now. They have to be so critical. Here's a man sitting in 2nd position with a 91.5 Cherma. In the show, irregardless, I think it's going to be tough to get anyone to get above a 91.5. What do you do now? Just go to the moon?
Well, he won't want to be pipped by Ali McSeed because he's just been battling with him in the Middle East, so he's going to want to outdo him. He dials on the angle. Look at this initiation from Cherma, and he's on that inside zone. That's incredible. Cherma has come to fight this year. Cherma wants a championship under his belt, and he wants to be the European champion. He's shy on the outside zone, but can he make up for it now with aggression and speed as he opens up the throttle? He looks out the side window of that Cherma fighter. He looks across the line. He says, "That is how you do it."
Always question that he called it the Cherma fighter, because technically then he's just fighting himself.
Yeah.
But it sounds cool.
It sounds so cool, yeah.
2 little errors.
There was 2 little errors.
But again, I'm going to give him entry of the day here.
Oh, man. I mean...
Look at this. Oh!
It was that gripped up that when he kicked it, it didn't want to go.
No.
It kind of hopped, skipped, and jumped across the track.
The entry was incredible. The first 2-3 zones were probably the best I've seen today. Just has missed that outer zone. You noticed it as well.
Yep.
Just didn't get as wide as he should. But again, other drivers just look so calm behind the wheel. It's unusual because if you had no reference point here, you'd think this is someone parking a car somewhere, just pottering along. But it's like he's flying through.
He is absolutely ripping. Look at this.
For me, look, shy-ish. Not too bad though. This again, little handbrake, just a little. Yeah. He went in a little too fast.
But there is a decel zone there.
No, and that's what I'm saying. He can do it.
Yeah.
So this is not going to be a bad score by any means. Oh, that man looks stressed out. He's either stressed out because he's relieved that he's done a good run, or he's stressed out because the driver has to go against him at 86.5.
True.
Now, even though he's in 2nd position in qualifying, you've got to say that Benedict Cherma is the man to beat because McSheed didn't do it twice. He did it once. Cherma's done it twice. Piscotty 78. We all thought it'd be a little bit more, but he played it safe.
Secretly, I've got about on this guy this
But
year.
he played it safe the first one, you can tell 100%. So this now is the one that's not playing it safe.
I've got money on this guy this year. I don't know why, I could just feel it. Look at this, goes for it, big wide initiation on the handbrake, now dials it on the throttle nice and early. Look at the line, he's absolutely cooking right now. There's Kevin Pascalti, the Hungarian driver, not messing around. He wants to go to Hungary, looking like the man to be this season. He wants to take it back home and prove to everyone that doubted him he can be the man, and this is rocket fuel right now as Kevin Pascalti stands on the accelerator and opens up that supercharged V8 across the line. Pascalti is flying. He is here to play the game, Dave.
Oh, that's
Man, that was good.
I didn't expect it.
I knew it was coming.
I didn't expect that step up. I thought, oh yeah, 80s, getting the show. That was a huge one. Gotta love Kevin Pascalti, another guy that just says, oh, you know what, I'll just turn it up to the maximum.
I'm telling you, man, the work he's been doing, he's been building these foundations all off-season. He's been doing the groundwork. Now he's up to the roof, and he's like, I'm ready to take off.
Entry, perfect. Angle, smoke, inside clip, perfect.
Look at the
outer
line.
zone, perfect. This bit, even more perfect than anyone I've seen before. That's perfect. And then this little dab of the front brake, bam, he's on it again. Like, if I am a judge, I'm not sure where I'm deducting here.
No.
That's what I'm thinking. Kevin Pascalti, 87 into 4th position. Now, the only thing I was about to say before I got to that was maybe a bit of angle through the second half of the course. Churba had more angle. Banet had more angle. Actually, definitely had more angle. So angle seems to be
the key.
The key, because it is tough to be at angle that speed. Well, Diogo Correa, he looks pumped up, ready to go. And he is another driver that can go
on his day.
Yeah, on his day, 90 plus, from Portugal. The man, the myth, the legend, Diogo Correa fires into that first corner, going for the big weight trend. Early initiation seems to be working for people out there. Oh, the bumpers come off. There's that much speed, but he makes it work. He gets through it and the outer zone. He's on it here, Correa, as he goes through. Again, inner zone, perfect. Big angle. This is where he's struggling. He's missed that outer zone. Now it's going to make the transition late, and he's got to really launch on the brakes here. But he gets it done and does rescue the run, dropping off a little bit at the end. No, not bad. Just that outer zone. It seems like one zone on the track everyone's having trouble with.
I think he was a little bit worried to push the car to the edge of the circuit. It was the boot lid he lost.
The boot
Rip the boot lid clean.
That much wind came through, the boot lid went, goodbye.
See you later.
Yeah.
I'm out of it.
The Portuguese fans. And then, you know, we're close to Portugal for once in the championship, so they've been able to come and actually watch.
Yeah, they've come
without
out
a huge commitment, and they do come to many rounds. Look at that. Boot lid falls off the car. And look at that. The boot lid just goes. Do you know what? That's someone didn't put down the pins, I think.
Do you know what? I've just had a real gut-wrenching feeling.
If he loses the boot lid, does that mean he gets a 0?
I think he does, because if you were a chase car and that hit you in the driver's window, or
so you can lose a bumper.
You can lose a bumper.
You can't lose a
bonnet, door, or boot lid. I do believe that was the rules.
That was the rules. Will be confirmed.
And our judges will confirm it with a score.
Okay, so we're going to know if it's a rule now. It is not. It's not 67.
No.
You know what? I think they've dropped that rule this year because they've just said, let things hit the chase car and we'll figure it out. And I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I'm actually all for that.
Yeah.
You don't want someone losing over a bonnet pin or a boot lid. Come on.
Yeah.
So he gets a score. Not a great one, but he's still in the game now. This is a man that needs a great score. It is the man that we thought would be top 3 this year in the championship, climbing the order. Last year, Kevin Pascalti. However, he's outside the top 32 now, and a big flick early from Kevin Pascalti. Is it too early? Will he get away with it? No, he will get away with it. Oh, just pushing a little wide there as Kevin Pascalti. Looks like he's struggling with this track. No major angle there as he comes towards that inner zone. Got to tidy it up. This is better. Getting to the edge of the course. Nice little snappy transition towards the end. And Kevin Pascalti, look at this, taking it all the way down to the outside zone. And boom, across the line. So from my perspective, solid end to the run.
Yeah.
Little bit lacking on the first half.
Yeah, for me, that final outside zone was perfection. Yeah, I mean, it just lacked a little bit. Look, the initiation was good. He fired the car in, got it on angle nice and early, on throttle nice and early, which is good to see as well. And we know the judges are rewarding that. But for me, it was from here. He kind of wobbled. Look, he dialed on the angle, then he had to transition early, and then he was like playing with the car. He's dialing on more angle, then he transitions early to make it.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think just that bit where he kind of wasn't drifting, but kind of was just off throttle.
Yeah.
And only because we have a reference point from other runs to say that's not what they did to score high, we can imagine that the judges will say, yeah, you should have been on throttle.
You should have been on throttle there.
Seen smoke coming out of the tires.
Yeah.
Which he didn't.
No.
So there's Conor Shanahan. He probably is rolling the dice. He doesn't know if the same thing's going to happen again. So we have Kevin Pizor waiting for his score. This is a big moment for Kevin Pizor. Will he get enough? He does an 83. So that little error, it would have been a 90 plus without it. He's into 8th position, and the judges liked it.
Yeah.
Very fast, very fluid. And you know what? I underrated it. But he's now in the show. That's, I mean, great to see.
It's good to see.
Last year, I thought he was really going to, at the end, I was like, oh, you never know. He could come from everywhere and win the whole thing. So Kevin Pizor looking good in that respect. And now we move on to Dwayne McKeever. Dwayne McKeever, good first run with a 75.5. He's in 18th at the moment. Definitely wants to rise from there, Ian.
Yeah, he certainly does, Dave, and he's going for this one. A big initiation right across the circuit goes McKeever on the throttle late, though, and he's waited so long to get on throttle. There was no grip on that part of the circuit, and McKeever had to wait so long. Has he upset the line? He hasn't. Now he makes it work, does Dwayne McKeever. He keeps the rear wheel on the track, goes for it, but very late on that transition. He had to stall the car up massively on angle. Now working it back into that final outside zone. You can hear him on the rev limiter. Goes wheels on the edge of the circuit, just about makes it across the line.
Yeah, almost spins it over the line. And that run, to me, just initial reaction was he did everything but in the wrong place.
Yeah.
It was like everything worked and he got there, but there was some moments where he was a little late leaving one area, too early leaving another. So it was trying to go for a big score there.
Yeah, but watch this. Look at this. He's tentative on the throttle. Look, you can see waited for so long before he got on throttle. I'm not sure how the judges are going to deem that, especially in a chase position. If you're a chase car waiting for someone to get on throttle that late.
Yeah. For me, it was more, you know, watch this handbrake here. Watch how late he stays in this. So he's almost transitioning. He's actually transitioning through the inner zone. He's actually passing it straight. Yeah. Which is an error. The rest of it was fine. And then again, the last corner, like watch this, as he comes through here, he's very late. He's almost transitioning away from the inner zone. And then on the last corner, very strange, where he kind of dials on too much angle here and almost spins. But he gets a good run in the board, but it's a zero.
I'm going to say
opposite drift
from at that inside zone.
Yeah, I'm actually going to say that's probably what it was. He was in the wrong place, going the wrong direction at the wrong time. So a zero on the board for Dwayne McKeever. Leaves him still in the show. Yeah. And Jack Shanahan down in 23rd position right now. We don't often see him down here after the first run. 73 on the board. This is the Jack Shanahan frustrated after the first run. He's either going to get 100 or it could be a big error, and you have to hold your breath and hope the better thing happens, because you just don't know.
No, you certainly don't know. And he's gone for a nice initiation, or is he going to go technical? Has Jack Shanahan turned over a new leaf? Is he a new man this season? Is he a bit more refined, a bit more cool, calm and collected? And it looks like he is. It looks like he's going to go for more of a technical run here. He's shy on that outside zone 3, transitions through that inner zone, now gets himself into the outside zone. The final one, squeezes the throttle, and Shanahan very fast through the circuit. Looks like he's reined it back a little bit. He's gone for a technical approach.
I'm surprised. I thought that would be... And he's still unhappy.
I think he's unhappy.
It's not a perfect run. He knows himself that's not... I don't think that's going to trouble the 90s.
No.
But it's not bad by any means. He gets all the zones. He gets through the course. A couple of wobbles here and there. This one...
he's shy on that.
Yeah, could have been a little bit closer to that one. It's hard on the first camera angle, then you see it the second time and you go, yeah, missed it. Look at the side skirt. Look at the speed. It's tearing the car to pieces. This as well. Barely gets a tire in there. It gets to it very late. So it's kind of like a good run, not a great run. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, watch this. It comes through here. It's fine. Everything's cool. But it's not like perfection. So, fresh out the box car, working for Jack Shanahan. And I think if you look at the moment, he's now, what, 5th in the championship last year? So he's in 23rd. So he would be in the mix either way. So he's definitely qualified either way. So... not the end of the world. They can figure things out for tomorrow, the Shanahan team. Hands off the wheel. Just kind of not happy with the way things are steering. 77.5. He does improve a little bit. It is a better run than his first run, but it's only enough for 18th position. However, it does get him into the top 32, which his brother at the moment is not secure of. It with a 0 on the board. And Peter Wiańczek is up next. Now, he is in the show, guaranteed 80.5 for Peter Wiańczek, but not where he wants to be. He wants to be in the top 4. He's in 13th position right now. Let's see what happens. again, a lot of fans, Peter Biagioni will say the switch to the new chassis is going to take time. But he doesn't want it to take time. He wants it to be straight off the bat. Let's see if it is.
But he's gone for it. He's gone for a big one, and he locked up the front wheel as well on initiation. He's on that throttle nice and early, and it looks like Vincek's going to make this one work as he goes nice and wide for the outside zone. He is correcting the steering, though, and the judges won't like that. He dialed on the angle. Can he make it work? He can. Transitions through that inner zone as he fires now into that final outside zone. And Vincek looks like he's making this Supra work, and it looks like he's feeling comfortable on every single turn of the wheel as Vincek takes it across the line. And Peter Vincek looking more and more comfortable, Dave, every single time he sits in that seat.
Well, the one thing you don't have to question is the talent.
No.
Because the talent's there. Proved, done it, won the championship multiple times.
Yeah.
The chassis is to be proved. But to me, every run starting to look more and more like, look at the angle. He lifts the inside wheel clean off the ground. I'm going to say that this car has a lot more impact than the S15 when you watch it drive. Just the way it behaves, the way it lifts wheels and stuff, but it does look like it's not as easy to drive. But I kind of like that. I kind of like that Peter Biagioni is challenging himself. I mean, nobody asked him to change.
No.
He could have just kept coming back in his S15 and everyone would have been fine. He probably would have had a better chance of winning.
Yep.
But to change it up, to do something new, to do something fresh for the fans, you got to respect that. And you got to respect him putting on angle like that everywhere. This is probably the most angle I've seen of anyone on a run.
Yes.
I'm going to put it that. Definitely angle score has to be high here. An 87.5, 19 out of 20 on angle. No surprise there. Peter Biagioni jumps into third position. It's very good. Well, very good indeed.
If things carry on like that, we're going to have to see him battle.
Yeah, we're going to have to see him battle later on.
And we move it back to the start line. 70.5. Juha Rittinen looking a little bit more confident there, shaking the fist, you know, gets that first run under his belt after swapping the engine. He's in the show. 28th place at the moment. Rittinen want to be higher up than that. Finished as third in the championship last year and now goes for it. Feels the confidence. Look at this, dials on the angle, now gets onto the throttle as Juha Rittinen picks up that inside zone, but he wobbles as he finds outside zone 2. Now makes his way down that hill, looks for that outside zone, gets on it, a little dab of the handbrake, extends it as he fires through that inside zone. Big angle on the transition. Look where the back of the car stands up on the foot brake as Juha Rittinen works the back end of that GR86 into the outside zone and across the line.
Imagine if he got 3 laps of practice.
Imagine
where we'd be.
What's it going to be like for the battles after practice tomorrow?
You know how Winston came to play.
Oh,
Came to play.
messing around.
Look at that entry. That was a big end. Now, he kind of jumps out of the zone a little early, but still, this is really good. This bit here, look, really precise. This is my favorite bit when he comes down. This is full steam, full tilt. Watch the front bumper to the cone. He literally just grazes it here as he transitions. Little left foot brake. Very, very precise. Little bit over, wheel off the track, but you know, who's counting? We're not.
Who's counting? We're not.
We're not.
I'm not counting.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Get rid of all the cones.
I think get rid of the cones, get rid of
Get
the
rid of the
judges.
lines.
Just say, do what you want.
Just do what you want.
And we'll judge it on pure nonsense.
Yeah.
Just flare, backwards entries, and how low the cars are.
Yep.
How cool they look.
Yep.
But unfortunately, that would be a...
And if you could do something obscure while you do a pass.
Yeah, like wave to the camera, solve a puzzle,
Drink a
Rubik's
drink.
Cube. Yeah, that would be kind of the Ian and Dave championship, but that would make no sense. And
Oh,
look at that.
man, look at that.
You're talking about the king of consistency. 70.5, 70.5.
Very consistent.
Now, Laurie Heinen. Now, this is an 85 on the board from Laurie Heinen from the first run. He's thumbs up. Now the pressure's off. He's in.
He's in.
But he's not in the top 4. So he's got to get, where are we at the top 4 now? He needs to get an 87
He needs an 87 or more.
Over an 87. So that's where he needs to be right now. The finish flags are out. Will the finish driver deliver? Laurie Heinen fires in.
Yeah, look at this. Windows flexing as he fires in on big angle. Laurie Heinen looks for the inside zone as he opens up the throttle. He's a little shy on it. He has to wobble. Look at that front wheel. Shallows off the angle now as that V8 screams. He dials back on the angle. Big angle as he comes into outside zone 3 on the foot brake as he flicks it 90 degrees past that inside zone, but he's messed himself up. Getting to the outside zone, that final long one as he stands on the accelerator and unleashes the sound across the line.
It's very wild. He basically just had a little look over it. I can imagine a slow motion moment.
Yeah.
As he's on the 90 degrees, looking over at Tor Arnikavia, giving him a little wink, going,
hey buddy.
yeah, didn't work out for you? Watch this.
This is how you do it.
And then he did it, yeah. This never happened. This is a fictional tale that Ian and I have made up, but I feel like it would happen.
It would happen, yeah.
And Kavia would be like, all right, yeah.
Kavia's shaking his
Yeah, he's
fist
shaking
from
his
the
fist going,
grandstand.
you rascal. So here we go. Misses that inner zone.
It, yeah.
And I don't think, to me, he's going to miss that and go higher than an 85. No. That's where I'm at this stage of the competition.
And there's quite a few corrections on the steering wheel as well.
This is just nuts.
Bananas.
Like, whoa, and then way, and he's back again. Roller coaster stuff. But he kind of does, you said, mess himself up. He misses the entry point of the zone. He gets it midpoint and picks it up and gets it to the end. But he's doing a bit of hand over hand there.
Yep.
As anyone would at 90 degrees at 70 miles an hour going, what is happening? Let's see where Laurie ends up. Scores will drop in. It's an 89. Does improve. The angle going up from Laurie Heinen. Impressive stuff from Laurie Heinen. Gets a big jump up. What would it have been with that inner zone? That's what I'm thinking. Unbelievable. So Laurie Heinen does jump up. And now we go to Conor Shanahan. Conor Shanahan is in the first run 0. He's in 0 position right now. He came in as the champ. He's now not the champ right now. Needs a run. This is important for Shanahan. Massive, massive run. Has to make sure the car runs. Doesn't know if it'll even do a full lap. Has to get around, try and get himself into the show. They'll have overnight to try and fix this. But Shanahan has to get a score on the board. If he does, he's wavering, he's wobbling, but he's making it work. He's getting there. Last corner, the car completely gave up on the last run. Can he get through the cones? Can the champ get himself into the first top 32 of the year? It looks like the car is almost dying, but he's just putting enough of a run together. It's a wounded Shanahan, but it's a Shanahan that might put a score on the board nonetheless.
Wow, I didn't think he was going to make it round. Just as he left the line, I had info in my ears saying that the car was smoking from the exhaust as he pulled to the line. He's saying to the start line marshal, Martin, I don't know if he's going to make it round. It's a one-shot go at getting into the show
and I think he's driven around the car here. He's
100%.
basically driven around it. Like, look, it still gets the inner zone. Still gets the line. It's still a good run.
Yeah.
But you can see having a handbrake here and there, having to make some adjustments just because he doesn't have whatever power, whatever he thinks he should have, he doesn't have it. He's being very technical without being pretty is the way I would say it.
Of course, yeah.
He's just trying to get all the zones, make sure that he gets all the collected zones from the judges. And it looks to me like he does get the zones. And they will have, if he gets into the show here, they'll have overnight to fix this car and figure out if they can figure out what's wrong with it. But Shanahan had a bit of a scare there.
Yeah, that was close. I didn't know.
I didn't know if the car was going to shut down again on that run, but I mean, same for everybody. But the current champion comes in. It's a 6. He's out.
Oh my God!
Out.
Wow.
Shanahan is out. Conor Shanahan scores a 66.5 to go in 34th position. The judges saying too much handbrake, too much left foot braking, no speed and no angle.
It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, and being the champion isn't enough to get you any favor there. It's just scored like everybody else. So 60, look at that, the shock in the Irish fans' faces. They can't believe it. Conor Shanahan, the champion, out. Dead silence in the tent, and unfortunately for the Shanahan team, that car did not work. And Conor Shanahan did everything he could to try and get it through, but the champion now will score 0 points from round 1, and it's all uphill from there until the final in Poland. Hey, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, they have, Dave.
And we've
seen it.
We've seen it happen. It's never over in one round.
No.
But you look at who's in the mix. There is a lot of drivers in the mix here that wouldn't normally be in the mix up that high. The championship is blown wide open.
Right, here we go, Dave.
Look at this. Kuwait tops the championship scoring right now, with Ali Maksheed pulling a wonder run out at 94.5. Sherba representing Lithuania 91.5. Laurie Heinen from Finland, business as usual, into 3rd position. Peter Wieńczak also business as usual, 87.5. A well-deserved 5th position for Oran Nielsen. Kevin Piscalti, cracking run again from the Hungarian with an 87. And then you can see the rest of our top scores coming in here, but there's some big names gone out of there. There's some big names in. There's some new rookies in. Championship is definitely not predictable at all, and our champion out. Look at that, Dwayne McKeever and Jack Shannon 18th and 19th in quad, and Juha Poitalaxo way down. Zalewski way down the order. Not used to seeing that.
No, even Juha Ritten, the man who finished 3rd in the championship last year, Dave, finishing in 28th place. And
Manuel Vaca 26th.
Manuel Vaca rounding out top 32. The Italian gets in. And look at this, the name of the drivers that are out of competition.
Nick Nack, Bagsy, Conor Shanahan.
Ite Sadet.
Like,
we've got
wild.
some big names in there of guys that have dropped out that made moves last year in the championship.
I've got to say, wild qualifying session to start off the championship. You never know what's going to happen here.
No, you certainly don't, Dave. And now we await a new format, something that's completely different. And we're about to see, Dave, some guys go head-to-head in battles.
Yeah, they're probably going to pull together a little bit of these graphs. I actually have a little bit of information on what these battles are going to be.
Okay, go on then.
You want to hear them?
Yeah.
Ali Makshid versus Peter Viancek.
What?
Oh. And Benediktas Cherba against Laurie Heine. We're going to see that as for extra championship points on day 1.
That's a final for tomorrow, right?
You'll see more in the final tomorrow, but today, this is for extra points. So 4 points if you win this showdown.
Yep.
1 if you come fourth. So the qualifying scores are locked in.
Oh, and this is our top 32 for tomorrow. Here we go.
Oh, look at this. I'm just watching. You got Ali Makshid, Manuel Vaca, Kroll against Poitlax, that's a big one. Randalou, Korpelinski.
Oh, Nielsen versus Rittinen.
That's a big one. And you got, look, Joachim Andersen, Dwayne McKeever, Laurie Heinen against Edgars Krogeris.
Clint Van Ort and Torane
that's a wild, that's a wild one. And look at Jack Shannon against Alex Halofnia, who's in flying form, in far better form than Shanahan's in. So you look at those top 5 from last year, you look at your Vianceks, you look at your Shanahans, they're not going to have an easy day tomorrow.
No.
And Max Heidrich, even though he shook his head at the end of qualifying, he'll be up against Viancek and ready to go.
Yeah.
So look at that, Reihard Zalewski. Oh, massive battles. And Oren Nielsen and Juha Rinton, all Scandinavian affair there. I'll be honest and say that I could not predict this tomorrow whatsoever.
No.
And I can see Jack Shannon having a word with Conor Shanahan. Not a very high end to the season last year, at the highest end you could possibly have.
Yep.
And now you start with the lowest low. So that's the worrying part for these guys, is that you've got to ride this roller coaster, and it's not going to be your day every single day. And Conor Shanahan definitely not taking an interview right there and saying I'm not really in the headspit. But we're going to go down to Becky anyway. Becky, you're down in the Shanahan pit area, and it's dismay right now.
Yes, Dave, a lot of shocked faces around the crew right now. They managed to grab Conor after giving you a little minute to see how things are. Conor, high hopes for the start of a season. I can't imagine what's going through your mind right now. Was it the gremlin that you were chasing before that has let you down this time?
Yeah, so on the starting line of that one, the turbo decided to go, so another one to add to the list today. Lost for words, to be honest. Probably the first time I haven't qualified in 7 years, I think. So pretty shocking, to be honest. I'm just annoyed. Just upsetting more than anything with how much work we put in to get here every year, and this is not definitely the way I wanted to start it. Not the way I wanted to start it, defending a championship, but you know, it's early days. I'm sure we can still pull it back and win this championship, but I'm just annoyed. It's been a wasted opportunity of a weekend, and it is what it is, I guess. We got to figure out some solutions, to be honest. I'm just quite annoyed that the car was like this, and we have to look at what's the right option and make sure that it's sorted before we head to Ireland, and make sure that we can get back on the box there. But thank you to everybody. Thank you to my sponsors. I'm sorry, everybody. I feel like I've let literally everybody down today. So I gave it my best. You know, as I said, I need the car working with me before I can ever win, and it is what it is. I apologize to everybody. I'll be back.
Conor, we have to talk about drifting. This is drifting. You can be on the top 1 second and then find yourself in the worst position. How can you explain when that happens?
Yeah, it's just disheartening, to be honest. You know, that's the joys of the game, I guess, but this one blows pretty hard, as, you know, it's not too bad if it's top 32 or top 16, but not qualifying, in my opinion, is a little bit embarrassing, so I'm pretty pissed about that. But it is what it is. Look, we're here. I've put a lot of work into my team. It's been a pretty crazy off-season to turn up with a whole new setup, take on 3 cars. So I'll be a proud team owner tomorrow, cheering on the boys, and that's all I can do. And thank you to my sponsors for giving us the opportunity to be here, and we'll be back.
Let's try and make this a tiny bit more positive. Obviously, you've got this amazing setup for this year. You've got new sponsors. You've got Fionn under your wing here. Jack is still in the competition, so you'll be rooting for your brother. Will you be doing spotting tomorrow?
Definitely not. My job role this weekend is done. Yeah, a driver doesn't become a spotter. So we have the boys to look after that. I'll be cheering them on, making sure everything is done right, and that's all I can offer tomorrow. Hopefully one of them get on the box will make the weekend a little bit better, but yeah, back to America I go in a couple of weeks, back to the next round of FD. Hopefully I get some luck on my side there, and then come back for Mondello Drift Masters. And it's a busy year, you know, and it's been two rounds in for me now, and it's a little bit disheartening how everything is going, but early days. We'll get there. We'll get everything figured out, and I'll be back on top of the podium before you know it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Conor. Guys, back to you. There you have it.
Thank you very much, Becky. And yeah, complete shock, I think, across the whole of this place in Spain. Everyone's upset. You can see Conor making his way back into the trailer. visually and obviously upset, and you can see the frustration there in the car, praying, fingers crossed. This was before he left the start line for that second qualifying run, and as Conor said, the engine not playing ball, nothing playing ball, and we can see now the points and standings here at round one. Ali Maxid from Q8 tops qualifying, a return to Drift Masters in his own chassis this year. Benedikt Aschurba back off of form from the Middle East, now working his way through the European Championship, and Lauri Heinonen taking that third place. Well, we have the qualifying showdown ready to come up, and I am excited for that. As me and Dave spoke about just a few minutes ago, this is going to be like two final battles from our top 32. And let's have a look at those battles. We can see coming up. And extra championship points, up to 4 additional points. So 4 points for your first place winner tonight in these battles. 3, 2, 1 as we go down through those battles moving forward. And that's an extra 4 points to add to those qualifying points that those guys got today in qualifying. So Ali Maxid here looking set to earn a nice bundle of points before heading into competition in top 32 tomorrow. As we can see some Ukrainian fans there flying the flag as we take a look through. So it will be Ali Maxid to take on Peter Vincek for a spot in that final playoff, the showdown final, and Benedikt Aschurba to take on Lauri Heinonen for a spot in that showdown final. Who will be in that showdown final, I have no idea, but whatever happens is going to be super exciting. Lauri Heinonen will be wanting to pip Peter Vincek. He will want to pip everyone. He'll want to get maximum points moving forward. He finished second in the championship last year, pipped to it by Conor Shanahan, and now he says, well, could this be the year? Could this be the year that he takes the championship? We take a look on board a Toyota GT86 all the way from Q8 of Ali Maxid as he gets himself comfortable in the car, straps himself in. This man has made a huge entrance into 2024 at Drift Masters, and he's going to be feeling a little bit confident as he sits there, cool, calm and collected on the radio to his team, awaiting the arrival of Peter Vincek to do this showdown battle. And there we go, fist bump from the crew. They're ready to rock and roll. And we'll take a slow-mo look at Peter Vincek's car. This is what he's got going up against him. Peter Vincek, though, in the backup car.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I took a little moment there, Ian. I left you alone.
You was having a word with the judges.
I went to talk to the head judge, David Class. So I was like, we're getting a little confused on some of these. Usually we can kind of hear their chat and their banter. We can't in this particular occasion. And I was like, they were saying, it's not about zones, it's about timing. Yeah. It's about how they're getting to the zones. And he said sometimes they're in the wrong place of the track completely. They'll make it work, but the chase car can't predict that, why they're going to be there. So a lot of points they're bleeding. It's not just on zones. It's on how long they're staying on the edge of the track, where they're transitioning.
Okay. So it's they're really, this track is really testing everyone.
And they said it's the most difficult track they've ever judged in Drift Masters.
Wow.
Because it's so hard to get it right. And Ali Maxid's run, they said, he actually hit, if you were to draw the line that was in briefing, that was the line he went, not just the zones, but everywhere he was on the track, everywhere he went to the edge of the track and the decel zones, he was perfect. So it might have seemed like a very exaggerated score, but they said he was probably the only driver that did it perfectly. And everyone else was kind of transitioning in weird places, staying too long on the edge of the track, then transitioning late and using handbrakes and left foot braking in different zones. They said he just did it exactly as we wanted him to do it. And they actually thought, until Ali Maxid's run, that it might not have been possible. And they saw him do it, and then they went, well, that's why he got such a high score, because he did it better than anybody else. And he did it with flair, angle, and style. So he said guys were doing shallow lines and still couldn't get that line. But he did it with all the flair and all the style. So you got to give him the credit for that. So they said best man on the track today, 100% Ali Maxid, and his run being the example of how to do it properly. So for example, we looked at Lauri Heinonen missing a zone, but then he got a very high score. They said, yeah, but he was perfect everywhere else. He misses one zone, he loses 11 points, but everything else was perfect. Whereas we're thinking that zone counts for so much more, but it's actually the timing. So very interesting. Had that little conversation because, you know, I'm a fan. Yeah, and I'm trying to relay this information to you guys at home, and I'm trying to figure it out myself. And if the weekend goes on, we'll all learn this and we'll all figure it out. But we're going to see, he said, that because Ali Maxid's line is easier to chase, because because it's predictable and it's where it should be. He's not choking up the chase car. If there was let's say there was a ghost chase car behind him, it would have all the opportunity to be on his door the whole way through. He said not many drivers would be giving the other driver in that, if that was the lead run, the same opportunity. So we're going to see that play out now in a little teaser of the battles for tomorrow, and we're going to see if Ali McSheed can replicate it, because that's the other thing. His first run wasn't that. No. His second run was just unbelievable. But maybe he's learned. Maybe it's just a fluke. You just don't know. But if you look at some of the top-level drivers here, and they also talked about Conor Shanahan's run, they said he had no power and left foot braked and handbraked the whole track. So basically they said, again, if there was a chase car behind Conor Shanahan, they would have to straighten the whole way through the course, because he was drifting, but at about half the speed of everybody else. And that's what got him to 66. So nice to hear that from the judges.
Yeah.
They're obviously, the briefings are incredibly long here, and I know we don't have the time. We can't sit here with you guys for 3 hours going through a briefing. But the drivers know themselves. That's why you might have seen some drivers come across the line. You think, oh, that's a good run. And they're shaking their head because they know the judges told them not to do what they did.
Yeah.
And that's where we are a little bit, we're not in the cars, we're not doing these speeds, we're not seeing how difficult it is, we're not there in this blistering heat. And we're not in the judge's eyes going, we told you not to do that, and you're doing that. So we have to learn a little bit as we go as well. And I think this track, you know, sometimes these tracks are quite easy. 3 corners, it's all outside zones. You go, it's pretty obvious.
It's easy, yeah.
This is not an obvious track. You're actually using the opposite line of the track in areas. And the judges are saying that some drivers have intelligence to be able to, you know, work that out as the run goes on. So we'll see what happens. We're about to head to a brand new segment for Drift Masters. It's the qualifying showdown. Here we go. So this section of the show for extra points. So Ali McSheed would have taken maximum points from qualifying. He now has a shot. He's 2 battles, a semi-final against the 4th place qualifier, Peter Valencia. Whoever wins goes to the final. And if they are the top in that final, they get an extra 4 points. So it's big for the championship. More points on the board. And the idea is to shake it up. More battles. Who's complaining, right? We get to see McSheed top qualifier against 4th place qualifier, Peter Valencia, in the qualifying showdown. Remember, just 1 battle, a semi-final, another semi-final, the final. Ali McSheed looks confident. I mean, I told you, for 2 years he's been here borrowing different cars from different European teams, good cars, but they're not his car.
Yeah.
And when he brought his car, he came to play. Peter Valencia in a new car, which he's trying to figure out. So lots playing out here in this battle. Remember, this is just for extra championship points. Let's see how hard they go. But if I know these guys, they're going to go all for it here. And Ali McSheed comes off the line. Viercek in the chase. Semi-final of the qualifying show, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, here we go through the gears. And look at this as McSheed fires that car in. Can he replicate that 94-point qualifying run? It looks like he can. He's a little wide on the outside zone. But Vincek wavering in the background, wandering around, giving McSheed some room to manoeuvre. Takes the front end on the car, on the cone, as McSheed now looks for that transition. Back he goes across the circuit into that big, long outside zone. You can't even see Vincek. He's up on the door at GT86 as he pushes McSheed across the line.
And that's the big difference. You see it straight away. That is not the 96-point run in the lead position from Ali McSheed. So therefore, Viercek in the chase, you can see it's tough for him. He's trying to make moves, but he did into that last corner. On the initiation, McSheed goes wide. Viercek nice on the inside here. You see now this is too wide for McSheed. He can't tuck the car in for that inner zone. So Viercek takes advantage, goes on the inside line here. See, McSheed misses completely. Now Viercek again has to kind of boost the car forward here. He's lost him, but this gap gained is because McSheed did not do the correct line. Now Viercek dives back in again. McSheed on very little angle on the transitions there, and as he takes a big break, Viercek has to make some moves there to kind of get back in it. But now Viercek sees exactly what he needs to do, gets up onto the door, and look at this, he uses all that 900 horsepower to go right onto the door of Ali McSheed and give us a taste of what we can expect for this competition tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. If this is what we're going to see, if this is how it's going to play out, and the opportunities where chase drivers can dive up onto the door, I'm excited for tomorrow. As we can see here, look at this down the center of the circuit, you can see Vincek just waiting to make that dive, waiting for that opportunity, as McSheed very shallow. Judges wanted to see a bit more angle on those transitions through that inner zone.
Well, that's the point. I mean, Ali McSheed will still be top qualifier tomorrow.
Yep.
But his run, the 96, isn't that easy to replicate again. So this, to me, what I love about this qualifying showdown is gives you another bunch of information to go with into tomorrow's top 32.
Yep.
Can McSheed do it every time? The answer, maybe not.
No.
Now, Viercek, 4th place qualifier, he had a couple of wobbles too. So now McSheed, we haven't seen McSheed in the chase. So he might be the #1 guy when it comes to the leads right now in terms of scoring. How's he in the chase? Well, he's going to have Viercek in front of him, and he's going to know Peter's fast. He's going to know he's going to be very, very committed. This is Ali McSheed getting what you would never, ever get to do before, a taste and an ex-champion in Drift Masters to see how his car stacks up. Very interesting.
Super interesting. We wait for the start line to go green. Here we go, thumbs up all around. Light goes green, and Max Seed is eager to get off the line. Doesn't want to let Vincek get away. Vincek through the gears. Max Seed looks for the back bumper and a brand new Titan Super as he dives in onto the door. Look at this from Max Seed. Oh! Max Seed almost makes contact, has to stall up the car. As Vincek now gets himself settled, gets himself back into the groove, stands on the accelerator, works his way down the circuit. Max Seed way out of sync, way off that transition, now falls behind massively as Vincek looks for that final outside zone, and the experience in European drifting comes alive for Vincek as he crosses the line.
And again, you might think this is a bad thing for Ali Machid. This is a good thing. He's been given pretty much a free try at the X2-time champ here, and Machid realized very quickly that he was too hot on entry. That ruins the whole run. I'm going to tell you right now that that first corner is going to decide a lot tomorrow. Because Machid came right in, Viansek does what he needs to do, but Machid comes in and he goes, oh, I've got to kind of back off. Watch this. All this first corner, watch, Machid takes the dive late, goes in very fast, and look at this. He goes in, has to hit the brakes, has to back out of it. Not worth it in the qualifying showdown. I can be guaranteed he's not going to back out of it tomorrow. But I'll be honest to say, look at Viansek up and gone from there. And now Machid's like, aha, I can't catch him. I've got to cut the course. I'm on the inside. So it's very interesting to see what the battle's going to shape up like tomorrow if this is kind of the way they are, because it's tough. It's a tough track to be close on, and it's a risky track to be close on.
It's a risky track. You've got to take a risk to get on the door, and if you miss an opportunity to get up on the door or keep that proximity, the lead car is going to absolutely drive away, and you're going to be lost in that smoke trail, and then you're going to be fighting to try and get back into the groove and back onto the door. This one tomorrow, like you say, I think you're right, Dave, that initiation is going to decide a lot of battles.
I think people are going to think if I'm not on him by the end of the first corner, I'm out of the battle anyway.
Yep.
But then you go too hot in the first corner and you're out of the battle from there because you're going to hit him. So to me, that's the risk. Viansek to me looks dialed. Yeah. Absolutely dialed. So from that perspective, Peter's getting another couple of practice and another couple of runs. Actually, to be honest, the biggest advantage of being in the qualifying showdown is probably the extra few runs. Competitive runs, not just practice runs, competitive runs, which means that you can dial a few more things in, test them for the main showdown that is the top 32. But this qualifying showdown is like a little teaser, right? There's just something for us all to have a little conversation on at the end of qualifying, right? So Ali Machid, a mixed emotion day, I would imagine. He was top of the world with his 96.5, and now he's like, oh, I might have lost to Peter Viansek in the semi-final. But we're going to get a result in soon and see who's going through to the final to shoot it out for maximum points. Remember, if Viansek wins this, he's probably going to catch up on Ali Machid's points he got in qualifying. Yeah. From 4th to 1st, right? So they will be even on points going into top 32.
Yeah, they're both be on 8.
Exactly. Yep. You can catch back up again. So just letting you know, there's a lot of stuff playing. I like it. I like something new,
like this,
something fresh, something different. I'm a fan of it. So judges having a little debate on it. They'll also have a debate on Viansek's maybe slowing in the first corner. Was it too slow? Did he wash too wide? That's another option that we could have missed. Did Viansek stall up too much that Ali Machid had to kind of evade him and lock up the brakes? Don't know.
Well, if you look at the replay, Viansek was wide.
He was wide, and did he have to stall up to actually not overshoot?
Because he was 2 wheels off. Yeah. But
so
Max Seed was 4 wheels off. But did Max Seed avoid Viansek?
Because he went too far, I don't know. These are the answers we don't know.
I think you're right, Dave. I think tomorrow, the initiation, that first outside zone, first inside zone, that's going to decide a lot of battles.
Yeah, once you get past there, you'll almost sigh of relief. Like, oh, we're still alive. Everybody's going. We're going to figure it out somewhere else.
We're still close.
But that first corner will decide a lot, because you've got a very fast initiation into quite a slowing area. Yep. And that's when you have that really horrible position that judges are in, where they go, did that guy go too fast or did that guy go too slow? And that's when you have contact. It's very hard to decide that. It's kind of like 50-50, right? So the fans are still having fun here in Spain.
Yep, they're still hanging out.
Sun's still out. Sun's out.
Sun is still out, Dave.
Sun's out, cars out, guns out, the whole lot. So we await a result to see who has gone through to the final.
I think the judges are in heavy discussion over this.
They are. And again, a bit of practice for them.
Yeah.
And a little bit of thinking, because they have another briefing tomorrow with the drivers, so they'll have watched this and gone, do we need to make any adjustments to this? Do we need to mention things that we didn't before? This is a nice little touch that we get to go, okay, we're kind of doing a little trial run here. It's only 4 points for the championship on the line. Still could be 4 points in the difference in Poland, you know. But Machid definitely not able to get back in the fight after the first corner, but the first corner is going to be the one that they all decide. So we await a score coming in. Who's going to get it for Heat 1? it's going to be Ali Maksheed getting the win. It's Ali Maksheed getting the win. It gets through, so that's definitely going to be one of those where I think they put the blame on Peter Viansek for coming into the first corner and stalling up too much. That's what it looks like to me. There you have it.
I'm lost for words, Dave. I did say he was.
He was very wide, yeah. And if he wasn't on the correct line.
No, he wasn't on the correct line. But still, well, I mean, look, it just goes to show you how unpredictable that first corner is.
Ian, do you like yellow cars that go real, real fast?
Yeah.
Well, here's two of them.
Whoa.
Benedictus Cherba and Laurie Heinahan. These two guys, second and third in qualifying, will now go head-to-head. And again, we're going to get a little taster of what's to come tomorrow. And these guys get a little bit of a practice run against a very, very competent driver, which is best practice you can get.
I mean, this is almost like a final.
I would take this at the final.
Both of them battles would be a final. And the next one coming up, that would be a final.
Yep.
This is such a good... I like this edition.
Yeah, little taster at the end of qualifying showdown. So we're going to see who goes to the final to take on Ali Maksheed. And it will be Benedictus Cherba to lead as the higher qualifier, and it will be Laurie Heinahan to chase. So here we go. It's going to be Laurie in the chase position, Lithuania in the lead. Cherba's been on fire, and so is Laurie Heinahan. We got a cone down as they run through. Looks like they're going to send him anyway. Here we go. Cherba fires in. Heinahan very wide.
Oh, and he's understeered. Massive understeer from Laurie Heinahan. He got caught up on the behind, trying to slow the car down. Didn't work for him, and Cherba now screams away as Laurie Heinahan starts to cut the track, looking desperate to make a dive back onto the door of that BMW of Benedictus Cherba. And Laurie Heinahan now starts to apply the pressure, jumps up onto the door, backs that car in on the rear quarter.
Yeah, a bit of contact.
Yeah, a little cheeky.
You know, someone said to me today, they were like, I think everyone's going to go really easy in the showdown for qualifying, because you don't want to risk the car for the main day. Try telling Laurie Heinahan, he's smashing into Benedictus Cherba there. Okay, so we're just going to get a little bit of information that we are going to have we have a track curfew.
Yes.
And it looks like at the end of this battle, we're going to have basically no final. So Maksheed's gone through to the final. Whoever wins this battle will go in against them, and then it will be qualifying order at that point backwards from there. So a little bit of a time curfew here. Obviously, with qualifying running late, with a lot of extra practice today with used to mechanical failures. These things happen, and these tracks got their curfews. To me, it looks like Heinahan definitely overcooked it on the initiation, but then we look back at the last battle and I don't know either. So tomorrow we will have direct comms with the judges. They'll be able to come in and explain all their decisions. They'll be able to have a good chat with us about it, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they've got to say, because there's a lot going on in there.
I don't know if I want to talk to them, Dave. I've had quite a nice off-season. It's been pleasant not talking to them guys.
Yeah, now they're going
to
be like, you guys know nothing. But right now, because no one's questioning us or talking to us, we
sound like pros.
We know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Until they completely throw that in the bin.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't know. I mean, I looked at the Viansek and Maksheed one, and I could understand that Viansek did go too wide.
Yep.
Maksheed bails out. They give it to Maksheed because Viansek's not on the correct line. Looked to me like Cherba was on the correct line there.
Yeah, I think that was Laurie Heinahan coming a little hot there, and you could see the front wheels to turn the opposite way. You could
I also think,
understeer.
I think he'd understeer. I also think maybe got up on the curbs. There was a few things going on. So let's see what happens. Last run of the day. Laurie Heinahan in the lead. Cherba in the chase.
Yeah, there we go. Look at this. Laurie Heinahan fires that car in. Nice tentative initiation, but look at Cherba. No messing around this time. He gives Laurie Heinahan the room to manoeuvre. Cherba a little wander, a little waver as he waits for Laurie Heinahan to get himself set up now as he flicks the angle on through that inner zone. And Laurie Heinahan absolutely dialed as this thing's to come. Laurie Heinahan looking rock solid, but Cherba fighting hard in the background as Benedictus Cherba goes for the door of Laurie Heinahan's S13.
You know what? I'm glad that's the last run of the day, because it shows us the potential when you got a good lead in the chase of how good this track can be. And it's scary. That is some pace to be chasing at. Like, if you're chasing at that pace, and remember, a lot of high-speed tracks, big one corner or whatever, this is like 3 corners that are all full throttle and you're close to another driver. That's insane. So Cherba doing a great job in the chase position, and you can see Laurie missing that inner zone again. Wouldn't have looked good to the judges.
No, just breaking this one down. Look at Cherba on that. Yeah, but you could see there that Laurie Heinahan almost missed that first inner zone. Cherba there, very clever. Flick the car on angle to avoid that inner zone, and times the transitions perfectly. This one tomorrow as a chase driver is going to be all about the timing.
I think you've got to risk things, but again, the fine line. I think, I'll be honest, there's going to be someone on the podium tomorrow that's got a bit lucky. and done things that they might not have got away with any other day, and they just did. Because I remember this is similar to Sweden last year, where you just do things and it happens and it works, and then other times it just doesn't, and you knock yourself out of competition. I think it's not only going to be about who wins tomorrow, it's going to be who knocked themselves out and lose.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a real tale of the tape. I'm looking forward to it. The sun is going to be shining. We got an incredible top 32 ahead of us, and we got this decision now between Lauri Heinen and Benediktas Čurba to round us out here today. And day one has been spectacular. We've had the champion, Conor Shanahan, not qualify. We've had most of the top 8, bar Wiańczek and Heinen, go way down into the 20th in qualifying. New stars coming through, and a lot of the drivers that sat in the mid-pack last year now in the top 8.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a changing of the guard in qualifying on a very unpredictable and challenging track. Now, yes, we could all run simple tracks in circles, but this, to me, is where you start to test drivers. And if you see Lauri Heinen, you see Wiańczek, you see these guys nervous or not happy, you know it's going to be a tough weekend. And there you have it. Lauri is going to get this one, I think. No, a split decision.
Oh.
And it's a split decision. Benediktas Čurba gets the win on a split decision. So he will get an extra 3 points in qualifying. Max Sheed will get 4 points in qualifying. Wiańczek gets 2, and Heinen gets 1, if I'm not mistaken. Could be mistaken, but
could be mistaken.
That is, we'll call that provisional.
I'm sure we're going to get a graphic in a minute, because the graphic that came up before the qualifying results gave us the extras and showed who was going to get
Why would you let me
points.
do this crazy math on my own?
I mean, look, you just jumped in and I was like, you're flowing, you had the abacus out. It was like Carol Vorderman was sat next to me trying to do it all out. But, you know, we'll find out in a minute.
I've been not known for my strength in maths.
Yes, same. Same.
I talk a good game, but I can't back it up with any sort of knowledge.
No.
So this whole event, for me, 32 drivers remaining, 50 drivers started, 18 eliminated. One of those, Conor Shanahan, the current champion. Sun shining. So let's have a look at the top 32 for tomorrow. There is Max Sheed will go up against Vaca. Vaca creeping in 32nd, but Ali Max Sheed, little, you know, he got a win over Peter Wiańczek in the showdown, so he's going to be top qualifier, a win over Wiańczek. What more do you want from a first day of Drift Masters for the Kuwaiti driver? And there's the rest of your grid as they stack up. Some big names going up against big names. A lot of big finals there in the top 32. And then just draw your finger to where they end up in the top 16 with your favorites. And you're starting to see the level of talent we've got here at round 1 of Drift Masters 2024. Spain, it's been amazing so far. It's been dramatic and it's been unpredictable. And sometimes I don't like it because I want to see everyone do well, but I also think it shakes things up. And as far as I'm concerned, we've had a great day. We hope you guys have had a great day watching. Tomorrow, we are back with the top 32 at 11:45 a.m. at our CET, and we're back for top 16 at 3:50 CET. If the unpredictability has been anything to go by today, you do not want to miss tomorrow. Thanks for joining us on Red Bull TV, and wherever you're watching from, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I've been Dave, that's been Ian, and this has been Drift Masters. We'll see you tomorrow.